Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Near-Death Revival Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In life, not all men are created equal. Life is not fair. That is the truth I learned at the tender age of 4 when that doctor deemed me quirkless. He told me to give up on my dream, the one thing I wanted more than anything else, a hero. A defender of the people. It crushed me, and then when the people around me learned that I was quirkless, they crushed me too. Quirks began with the birth of a glowing baby. But you know that already. My story starts a little later down the line. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and this is the story of how I learned that as in life, in death, not all are equal. The day started like any other for 16-year-old Midoriya Izuku. He woke up with a groan at 5 in the morning and rolled out of bed. He stretched until he heard a satisfying pop from his back and then set about his morning routine. After showering, he got dressed in his Aldera high school uniform, grabbed an apple for breakfast and then headed downstairs to help his mom open the cafe. Walking into the kitchen of Midoriya's, Izuku was greeted by his mother. "Morning, sweetie. How'd you sleep?" Midoriya Izuku was a relatively short woman with a rounder physique than she had when Izuku was younger. She had started overeating due to stress after that day 12 years ago. She had actually lost a bit of weight after she opened her cafe. Working together with her son gave her a closer relationship between her and Izuku kept her from stress eating. There was also a bit of guilt mixed in there for what she had said to her boy that loathsome day. Izuku could never hold that against her. He knew that that day was strong for her too, and she had tried to. No, she has been the best mother he could ever have. Izuku just worried very easily. They both did. Izuku smiled at his mother. "Hey mom. I slept okay." He walked up to Izuku to give her a hug, his 5 feet 11 inches frame making her look smaller than she was. Izuku had shot up in height last year. His mother told him that he got it from his father's side of the family. Not that he'd seen his father in years. Izuku shook his head as he began helping Izuku start up the ovens and begin preparing the dough. "How about you?" Izuku hummed in response as she started pouring the batter she had been making into trays. "Not bad. Thanks for getting the dough ready, sweetie." "No problem, mom. Need anything else done? Could you give the floor in the sitting area a quick sweep and the tables a wipe down?" Izuku asked. "Sure thing," Izuku said, grabbing the broom. It took Izuku around an hour to set up the sitting area in the shop to his standards. "Alright, mom. I'm off to school. I'll be back in time for my shift," he called out. Izuku's voice called back at him from the kitchen. "Okay, sweetie. Have a good day and be safe." "I will," Izuku called back. "Oh. Leave the door unlocked. Haruto and Akari should be here soon." "Sure." With that, Izuku began his trek to his least favorite place on Earth, Aldera High School. Tatooine Station was about a 10-minute walk from the Midoriya household. Unfortunately for most commuters, it happened to be the subject of a villain attack. It was fortunate for Izuku, though, as he loved to watch the heroes at work, and it gave him an excuse to be late for school. The hero, currently fighting the villain that looked like he had some kind of shark head and an enlargement quirk, was wearing a black bodysuit with bark extremities and a bark helmet. The hero was shouting at the villain, "You're charged with unlawful quirk usage during commuting hours, as well as battery and robbery." Izuku's notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 21, was out, and he was taking notes without even realizing it. His muttering was also in full effect. "It's Kamui Woods, kind of a rising star. He is skilled with his quirk." The villain, though, kind of a waste of a powerful quirk. It's also interesting that the quirk usage was listed before the actual assault. "Whoa. Thanks for the exposition, kid. Are you a hero otaku?" A random onlooker asked Izuku, snapping him out of his muttering. Yeah." Izuku was saved from any more awkwardness by the battle ramping up. "Show us your best move, tree guy," shouted someone in the crowd. "Here it comes," Izuku said, a wide smile on his face, his ultimate preemptive strike. Izuku shouted at the same time as Kamui, "Lacquered chain prison." From Kamui's right arm, dozens of branches began to rapidly grow and wrap around the giant villain. Before the branches immobilized the villain, a newcomer appeared on the scene. A newcomer in the shape of a giant woman, easily dwarfing the villain. Surprise drop-kicking the villain in the face, canyon cannon. The entire crowd fell silent as the villain fell unconscious. This villain really suits my formal debut. My name is Mount Lady. It's a pleasure to make your butt-acquaintance, the now introduced Mount Lady said, making a pose that caused Izuku's cheeks to flush and a good number of the men in the crowd to develop spontaneous nosebleeds. The previous cheering was quickly replaced with the shuddering of cameras as the paparazzi and the members of the crowd began taking pictures. Izuku's muttering returned in full force as he sketched out the new hero on her brand new page in his notebook. Gigantification, easily going to attract attention, even stolen attention as well as popularity. It's also probably limiting if she can't control her size. I see a lot of collateral damage in her future. That's probably why she's trying so strong to make a good impression with that show she just put on, in the hopes that people will care less about the property damage. Mutter, 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 mutter. Izuku's train of thought was broken once again by the same man. You taking notes? Aiming to be a hero, huh? Good luck, kid. Thanks, random citizen? I'll do my best. Izuku gave the man an awkward smile and a thumbs up. Unfortunately, Izuku had been on time for homeroom and had to suffer through the regular CYCL of physical and mental abuse from the students and teachers until the end of the day. Most of it wasn't too bad, being shoved and tripped in the hallway, having his books or his lunch knocked out of his hands. He was either called names or treated as if he didn't exist, and Izuku wasn't sure which of those two was worse. The teachers always ignored the physical stuff but would sometimes participate in the verbal, usually to make him feel stupid in class. All in all, it is but the only one who usually sent him home with bruises these days was Bakugo Katsuki, Kaken. There were still some others, but a lot of the physical torment seemed to fade once they hit high school. Once his closest friend, now his greatest bully, Bakugo was arrogant, loud, and as volatile as his own expulsion quirk. Bakugo believed he was the greatest thing to ever grace this planet and was not afraid to let everyone around him know it. This worked well for him as everyone at Aldera seemed to believe it too. Izuku's final class of the day was winding down, and he was absent-mindedly tapping his pencil against his notebook when their sensei said something that caught his attention. A light. Class, I know you still have a couple of years left before you start university, and it's never too early to start thinking about your futures. The man walked around the podium at the front, holding a stack of papers. I have some printouts to help map out your desired life course, but who am I kidding? The sensei threw the papers into the air. You all want to be heroes, don't you? The class roared in approval, showcasing their quirks as Izuku tried to make himself seem smaller in his seat. Yes. Your quirks are all wonderful, but settle down. It's still against the rules to use them in class. The sensei said. Izuku rolled his eyes. You're the one who riled them up in the first place, moron, Izuku thought. Come on, sensei. Don't lump me in with everybody else. Bakugo shouted. You can't compare me to these lame butt extras. My quirk is in a completely different FING league. You're shooting for UA, right, Bakugo? A student asked. Bakugo smirked and jumped up on his desk. You're goddamned right I am. I got an A on the mock test, and I'm the only person in the place that stands a chance. I'm gonna shoot straight to the top and leave all you extras in the FING dusk. I'm going to be even better than All Might. Yes, you're going to make us all proud, Bakugo, the sensei said, but didn't you want to go to UA as well, Midoriya? Izuku froze and could have sworn he felt his heart stop beating in his CT as all eyes in the classroom turned to him, and then the laughter and jeering started. Izuku could feel the cruel smirk from the sensei without having to look at him. Aussie? As if you can pass the exam without a quirk. A student shouted, and other classmates agreed with her. Teach there's no rule A against it or anything. Izuku cursed his stutter. It always happened in these situations, and he felt it made him look even more pathetic. There's no peer precedent, but anything further was cut off as Bakugo exploded his desk, sending Izuku crashing back, narrowly missing splitting his skull open on the desk behind him. Eat sheet and die, Deku. Bakugo roared. Forget having a weak butt quirk. You don't even have a FING quirk? The blonde bomber taunted his former friend. So, where do you get off putting yourself on the same level as me? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck as he sat up, his ears ringing. I'm not trying to compete with you. Izuku then looked down and in a small voice, said, I just need to try. To prove something to myself. Bakugo just laughed. To prove something? What a loser. What can a Deku like you ever hope to accomplish? Izuku couldn't say anything. He just kept looking at his feet, and as if it was to signal the end of the mocking, the end of day bell rang. The classroom quickly emptied, leaving only Bakugo and two of his cronies alone with Izuku. Izuku stood up and grabbed his notebook when it was snatched from his hands by Bakugo. Looks like the day isn't over, Izuku thought. We're not done yet, Deku. Bakugo still managed to look down on Izuku with a feeling of superiority, even though he had to look up, as he was a few inches shorter. Something that, guess what set him off? Analysis for the future. Bakugo laughed as he flipped through the book. Face reality, Deku. A quirkless F, like you is never going to amount to anything. He then pressed the book between his hands and activated his quirk, leaving the book a charred mess which he tossed out the window. Izuku whispered, maybe he's right. You know the thing all top heroes have in common? They can all say that they came from an average high school, and they were the first, the only ones to make it. So, for the sake of my backstory, I need to maintain the gravitas that the term UA graduate brings. I'm a perfectionist like that. Izuku thought Bakugo was talking as if this made perfect sense instead of the delusions of a narcissist he was actually spouting. Bakugo got very close to Izuku and placed his hand on his shoulder, using his quirk at low levels to make a sizzling effect, smoke rising from the burning uniform. So what I need you to do is forget about going to little nerd. He then shoved Izuku against the open window and started to leave with his tagalongs. Before he walked out of the room, Bakugo called out to Izuku over his shoulder, oh, one more thing. If you really want to be a hero, I heard of a good method. Take a swan dive off a roof, and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku could practically feel his soul leave his body as he stared at Bakugo's back as the blonde left, laughing as he did so. Izuku stood in place, not moving as he tried to comprehend what Kaken had just said to him. The quirkless youth's thoughts were a flurry of disbelief as he left the school and tried to find his notebook. He eventually found it in a small koi pond not far from the window it had been thrown out of, with the fish nibbling on it. Come on, guys, that's not food, Izuku muttered, fishing the book out of the pond and doing his best to dry it. With my hope. Looking at the book, practically falling to pieces, Izuku's thoughts took a dark turn. Maybe I should. He thought, maybe Kaken is right. The only person who would miss me is Mom, and she'll be okay. She has the cafe, and the workers would be there for her. Izuku's thoughts continued like this until he turned the book over and saw the symbol on it, still intact. The symbol of heaven. A reminder he kept to always keep moving forward. No, I can't think like that. I have to keep going. I can't listen to what the others say. I make my own destiny. Izuku grew a determined look, then looked at his watch and realized what time it was. See, I'm going to be cutting it close for my shift. I better take the shortcut. Izuku was hurrying through the tunnel when he froze as he heard a sound, an ugly slurping sound. Shaking, Izuku slowly turned around and saw green slime oozing out of a sewer grate and slowly taking a humanoid shape as eyes and teeth swirled around to form something resembling a human face. Later on in life, Izuku would punch himself in the face for turning around when he should have just run away. Whoa. What do we have here? The slime said, its voice sounding like jello being shredded. A tall skin suit? The villain blitzed Izuku, wrapping him up rapidly and forcing himself down Izuku's throat and up to his nose. Don't worry, kid, I'm just going to borrow your body. It'll only hurt for a moment, then it'll all be over. The slime crooned. No, I have to fight it? Izuku thought, struggling as strong as he could as the darkness loomed over him, slowly encompassing his vision as he suffocated. This can't be how my story ends. What the villain said next took nearly all the fight left in Izuku. You're my hero, kid. Those words took his breath away worse than the slime could. I never counted on that guy visiting this town. Izuku tried to grab the slime to no effect. I'm dying, he thought as his eyes closed. Me. The darkness consumed him. Izuku's eyes slowly opened as something was hitting his face lightly but exceptionally quickly. What happened? He groaned, blinking the bright lights out to see. Was that All Might? Thank goodness you're okay, young one. The number one hero exclaimed. Thought I lost you there. All Might said, helping Izuku to his feet. All Might's expression turned serious, even with his ever-present smile. I must apologize, young one, for allowing you to be put in harm's way. Thank you, sir. Izuku stuttered out, for saving my life. I think my mom would have killed me if I died. All Might chuckled, all in a day's work, young one. But I also must thank you. All Might held up a cola bottle filled to the brim with green ooze and 2 eyeballs floating around it. What Izuku couldn't see was the other bottle in All Might's pocket filled with ooze and teeth. Without your assistance, this slime would have slipped through my grasp. Izuku nearly blinded the number one hero with his smile upon hearing that. I really didn't do anything, sir, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku's eyes widened as he scrambled to find his notebook and open it to the right page. Would you sign my note? You already signed it. A simple matter for one such as I. All Might boasted. Now, I must be off and get this villain where he belongs. Good day, young one. All Might crouched in preparation to leap across buildings with a single leap, and Izuku once more did something he would later punch himself in the face for. As he was reaching the apex of his leap, All Might realized that there was more drag than normal. Well, I'm pushing my limit as it is. Wait, is there something on my leg? Looking back, there was indeed something on his leg. The child he had just saved. What the? Let go, I know you're a fan, but this is too much. All Might shouted over the rushing wind. Izuku, his cheeks flapping from the wind force and his eyes rapidly drying out, shouted back at him, his voice being tossed back at him by the absurd speed they were traveling at. If I do, I'll die. Oh right. Close your eyes and mouth, kid. All Might shouted, looking for an emergency landing. As he was doing so, his teeth suddenly tightened, and a bit of BLD began to leak from his mouth. CRP. He thought, I may need to speed up my successor's training. All Might came down strong on top of a hospital building, where Izuku unlatched himself from the hero's leg and began taking deep breaths as All Might rounded on him. That was an extremely irresponsible thing to do, young one. Do not do such a thing again. All Might turned away and once more prepared to leap off. Wait. Izuku called after him, the desperation in his voice pausing the hero momentarily. I don't have time. Can I be a hero like you? Izuku screamed, eyes closed and head down. Even though I'm quirkless, can I still be a hero? All Might paused fully. Quirkless? The man suddenly coughed up a lot of BLD, and steam began to pour off of him. Izuku was still staring at the ground as he talked. I don't have a quirk, and I'm constantly treated badly for it. But the only thing I've ever wanted is to be a hero. To save people and let them know that everything is going to be okay because I am there. Izuku looked up. I want to be like you. Izuku trailed off as he looked at the gaunt man with wild hair and very sunken eyes standing where All Might had been. Imposter. Why are you going around pretending to be All Might? Are you a villain? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. If he was an imposter, why would he save me? He would be going around trying to besmirch All Might's good name. Mutter, 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 mutter. Calm down, it's still me. The shriveled man said, waving Izuku's accusations off as BLD poured out of his mouth. Think about it like guys at a pool. They buff themselves up as they walk past a cute girl. All Might explained before singing and gingerly sitting down against the ledge of the building. Since you've seen my true form, I might as well explain. Just don't go talking about this on the forums, alright? All Might gave Izuku a pointed look. I would never. Izuku stammered. I got this about 5 years ago. All Might said, lifting up his shirt to show a terrible scar that covered nearly the entirety of the left side of his eye. It still looked like it was healing years after the fact. I've only got one lung that's working at half capacity, and what was left of my stomach had to be removed. The man explained, I've wasted away into what you see now due to all the surgeries and their complications. I can only keep up my muscle form for about 3 hours a day now. All Might then stood up slowly. I can't tell the world about this, and I need to make sure you understand that you must never mention this. The symbol of peace's smile must never waver. Must never succumb to the forces of evil. A pro risks his or her life every time they put on the costume. So I can't tell you that you can be a hero without a quirk. It's not possible. Izuku's world shattered. All Might walked past him, heading for the rooftop access door. If you want to save people, you can always be a police officer or a doctor. You've got the brain for it from what I saw in that notebook of yours. All Might opened the door. You just need to face reality, young one. The door swung shut after him, the sound reverberating around the rooftop. Izuku just stood there, comatose. He couldn't move. He could barely think. He didn't react when his phone started ringing. He didn't even react when the explosions started across the city. He just stood there. What roused him from his state was when the rain began to fall. The cool water restores some higher brain functions. Even All Might thinks I can't do it. They were all right. I'm nothing. I'm a waste of space, of air. Izuku's feet took him towards the edge of the building, overlooking an alleyway. I'm worthless. Useless. The thunder began to rumble overhead, and lightning flashed as the rain turned into a storm to match the one inside him. The world would be better off without me. Izuku got up on the ledge and just looked down for a while. Can I actually do this? Izuku asked out loud when the answer was made for him. The thunder roared, and there was a blinding flash as pain surged through Izuku, knocking him off his feet and off the building. He doesn't feel the impact when he slams into the ground, his nerves unable to process the pain of his bones shattering. His eyes close as the rain pours down on him, washing away the BLD, and the last thing he sees is a pair of yellow eyes looking down at him. She had been curled up underneath a barrier made of multiple cardboard boxes made into a makeshift lean-to so she could wait out the storm. The girl had been focusing on the pattering of the rain and the rumble of thunder overhead to try and suppress her cravings. She couldn't slip. Not again. She was counting her breaths when an agonized scream startled her and broke her focus. Moments later, there was a loud whap as something landed near her shelter. Peeking out of the boxes, she saw it. Lots of red and green. It was a person. Someone had fallen or jumped off of the building. She swallowed strong and got closer to the boy. There was so much red. She looked at his face and noticed his eyes were still opened slightly as he looked her in the eyes before they closed. He was still alive. He needed help. But the red, he needs help now. The girl sprinted out of the alleyway and around the corner to the front of the hospital. She squeezed through the automatic doors before they could fully open and called out for anyone to hear, "Help, I need help." Outside, someone fell off the roof. She was breathing for breath from the short sprint, and the fact that she was absolutely soaked and her clothes were practically rags certainly got her extra attention. Multiple EMTs and paramedics were by her side in seconds, telling her to show them. The girl rushed back out into the storm to show them where the boy was. One of them radioed for a stretcher when they got there, and they began emergency treatment. One of the paramedics had a diagnostic quirk he used to assess the green-haired boy's condition. Another dipped her finger in the BLD and put it in her mouth, then said something to the others. It wasn't long before he was loaded onto a stretcher and rushed into emergency surgery. The paramedic who tasted the BLD walked up and put her hand on the young girl's shoulder. "You did a good thing. There's a good chance that you just helped save a life." The girl swallowed thickly. I did?" The paramedic smiled. "You did. Now let's get you inside and dried up." The paramedic began to lead the girl inside. "What's your name, kid?" Toga Himiko." Inko's day had started out normal. She got up early to open up the store, had a nice but brief conversation with her son, and the overall day was profitable. But then Izuku was late, and she began to worry. Izuku was never late, and if he was going to be, he always called to let her know. She got more worried when he didn't answer her phone, no matter how many times she called. Then it started to rain, then storm, and Inko felt that it was an omen. Then the phone rang with Izuku's caller ID on the screen. Izuku, where have you been? Are you okay? What happened? Inko's voice was distraught. Is this Midoriya Inko? That was not her baby's voice. Who is this? Inko's voice trembled. I work at Mizudafu General. There's been an accident. You should get here as soon as possible. Inko was out the door in moments, listening as the person on the other side of the phone told her what had happened. It took Inko half an hour to make it to the hospital. She burst through the front doors and up to the front desk. My name is Midoriya Inko. She fumbled her ID out of her purse. Where is my son, Midoriya Izuku? A nurse came up beside Inko. Come with me, ma'am. Your son is still in surgery. I'll take you to the waiting room. It was a short walk from where they were, about 5 minutes. Yet every second felt like hours to Inko. The nurse showed her to a seat. Someone will be out to tell you when your son is out of surgery. Inko sat there alone for another 5 minutes before 2 more people walked in, an adult in a paramedic's uniform and a blonde teenage girl wearing clothes that were slightly too big for her. They both walked up to Inko. Midoriya-san? The paramedic asked. Her name tag read Genji Hana. Inko looked up, eyes bloodshot. Yes? Do you have news about my son? Hana shakes her head. No, I'm sorry. I wanted to introduce you to this young woman here, she said, placing her hand on Toga's shoulder and gently pushing her forward. This is Toga Himiko. She's the one who found your son and let us know. Because of her, your son has a fighting chance. Inko looked at Toga, who seemed to find her feat very interesting all of a sudden. Is this true, dear? She asked. Toga nodded slightly and then squeaked in surprise as she found herself wrapped up in a hug from Midoriya Inko. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie. You're my hero. Really? Toga asked, barely audible. Inko suddenly felt overcome by a motherly instinct and hugged the girl even tighter. Yes, you are. She reassured Toga. Toga began to cry as she wormed her way deeper into Inko's embrace, and Inko rocked her back and forth slowly. The embrace lasted for a while before Toga pulled away and blushed as she saw the large dark spot she had left on Inko's blouse. I'm sorry about that, she murmurs, rubbing her eyes with the heel of her palm. It's okay, dear. Would you like to wait with me? Inko asked her. Please. I want to know if he's going to be okay, Toga told Inko. Inko nodded and sat down, putting her arm around Toga, holding her close, knowing that they both needed the contact. Somehow Inko could tell that this girl had been without any kind of physical comfort for too long. The paramedic smiled as she looked at the two. I'm going to go grab you that drink I mentioned, Toga. Would you like a drink, Midoriya-san? Han asked. Inko nodded. Thank you, Genji-san. It took about 10 minutes for Hana to return, a bottle of water in one hand and some kind of pouch in the other. Here you are, ladies, she said, handing out the items. Do you know how to open the bag properly, Himiko? Toga nodded and proceeded to open the pouch and take a long sip from it. Ink raised an eyebrow at the pouch. What's in that? She asked. Toga's eyes widened, and she shrank in on herself, not meeting Inko's eyes once more. Inko realized she may have made a social pas faux and was about to retract her question but didn't get the change as Hana answered. It's BLD. Himiko and I both have a BLD quirk that requires us to consume it on a semi-regular basis, she explained. I see, Inko said, pulling Toga a little closer, rubbing her shoulder reassuringly. Are the two of you related? Inko asked, wondering about the similar quirks and lack of any family resemblance. Hana shook her head. No, but we BLD quirks have to stick together, right, Himiko? Toga looked up and nodded before she glanced at Inko. You're not scared of me? She asked, her voice apprehensive. Inko pulled her a little closer. Of course not, dear. It's just another fact of life, Toga, dear. We all have our quirks, after all. Toga sniffed and giggled at Inko's joke. We do. And please, call me Himiko. Only if you'll call me Inko. Deal? It was 2 hours before Inko and Himiko heard anything about Izuku's condition. During that time, Himiko fell asleep on Inko's shoulder, and Inko's heart grew increasingly heavier with each passing minute without news. Eventually, a doctor walks through the door that leads into the surgery rooms and walks towards Inko. Are you Midoriya Inko? Yes, I am. She says, shaking Himiko to rouse her. Can you tell me about my Izuku? Yes, he's alive. The doctor says, and Inko sags in real life. But there is something odd that happened. Odd? What do you mean? Is he okay? Inko asked rapidly, a bit of worry sneaking its way back into her throat. He's okay. The doctor reassured, better than okay, actually. He is registered as quirkless, correct? The doctor asked. Yes. Why? Inko asked. Well, the doctor rubbed his chin, that doesn't seem to be the case any longer. We tested his DNA. He has the quirk factor. How is that possible? Inko asked, bewildered. I've never heard of a quirk appearing so late in life. It's very rare. But there are some cases where certain quirks need some kind of trigger to activate the quirk factor. The doctor explained, that seems to be what happened here. Do you know what activated it? Himiko asked, tilting her head like an intrigued cat. The doctor grimaces, I have a theory. But it's going to be strong to hear. Please tell me. I need to know what's happened to my boy. Inko begged. But we were doing our best when his vitals plummeted. Flashbacks. Izuku was lying on the operation table with multiple doctors trying to remove the bone shards from him and lessen the swelling happening in his brain. BLD pressure is over 130 and climbing. One of the nurses announced, heart rate is 140, we need to cool him down now. One of the other nurses in the room rushed over and began to place cold packs on and around Izuku's head as the doctors worked. It's slowing but not enough, give him 5 milligrams of clofidipine, and someone get a shunt in his head. We need to get the fluid out. One of them shouted. The doctors and nurses worked. In a flurry to try and stabilize Izuku, and his heartbeat started to return to a normal pace, then it started to fibrillate. Get me an E now. The cart was wheeled over, and someone applied the gel and pads to Izuku's isi. Clear. Izuku's body jolted, but there was no change. Again. Clear. Nothing. Again. Clear. Beep. One of the doctors started CHST compressions, but after 10 minutes with no change, one of the doctors called it. Time, 7:42 p.m. Everyone in the room hung their heads. Some sat down on the spot, and others leaned against the walls for support. That's when it happened. Izuku's eyes shot open, glowing bright neon green, and his body rose off the bed. A glowing white ring appeared around the center of his body before it separated up and down his body with a blinding flash of light. When everyone's eyes cleared, Izuku had changed. His eyes were still glowing green, but his formerly green hair was now snow white and what was left of his black Aldera uniform was now white as well. He was also muttering something. RETTBEBDNANR. U2, YAPNEMLO. AETTBEDROF. GNUIOTNOSI. HTOTYNESEDFOH. CESIE. It didn't sound like it was meant to be heard by human ears. Izuku muttered this for a full minute, all of his vitals still showing him as dead. After that minute, Izuku's body floated back down, and the rings appeared again. Once the light died down, Izuku's colors had returned to normal, and vitals were low but steady. One of the doctors got over their stupor and walked forward to examine him. He's fully healed. The doctor stammered out, and everyone in the room just stared at each other. Inko and Himiko's eyes were wide. Your theory is that for his quirk to activate, he had to die? Himiko asked. The doctor nodded in response. But he's okay? Inko needed to be reassured. We examined him for 45 minutes after that happened. He is, for all intents and purposes, perfectly fine. Whatever that quirk is, appearing fully healed him, aside for some minor scarring and a large Lichtenberg figure on his right shoulder and extending most of the way down his right arm, the doctor explained. Inko once more sagged in relief, and Himiko rubbed her back in comforting circles. Thank goodness, but what's it you called it, a Lichtenberg figure? It's marks left after being struck by lightning, the doctor explained. Inko squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath. Right, the nurse who took me here mentioned that that happened. Can we, she corrected, grabbing Himiko's hand, see him now? The doctor nodded. Yes, I can take you to his room. He is asleep right now, and I can't tell you when he'll wake up. But I am confident he will wake up. The doctor led Inko and Himiko through a different set of doors than the ones he came through. This way. Thank you, doctor. It took 2 days for Izuku to wake up. During those 2 days of rest, some interesting things occurred, both involving Himiko. The first thing that happened was Inko asking Himiko if there was anyone she could contact to come to pick her up. No. Himiko shouted, no, no, please no. Don't make me go back there. I don't want to go back there. I can't go back there. She begged, beginning to panic as tears filled her eyes. Inko immediately pulled the girl into a hug and stroked her hair. It's okay, dear. I won't make you go anywhere you don't want to, she said soothingly, in the way only a mother could, a good mother that is. Promise? Himiko asked, her voice muffled as she was pressed into Inko. Inko pulled back and cupped Himiko's face, using her thumbs to dry her tears. I promise? Inko reassured, looking into Himiko's eyes, only now noticing that they had slit pupils. Combine that with her fangs and her hair buns, she looked a lot like a cat. Do you think you can tell me why you can't go back? Inko asked. It's okay if you don't want to. Himiko swallowed before answering. I think I can. So Himiko told Inko her story. How her parents had been scared of her quirk and found her need to consume BLD disturbing. That they had forced her to suppress it and hide anything they considered to be abnormal about her, and how they would punish her if she slipped. She did so for a long time, up until a year ago when she had seen a boy named Saito get into a fight and start to bleed. Himiko described how she had become infatuated with him until, eventually, she had slashed at him with a box cutter so she could see more of the boy's BLD. She was very pleased when she first did it, then she saw the look of fear on Sato's face. He was afraid of me, Himiko whispered, and he had every right to be. I'm a monster. So, I dropped the box cutter and I ran. I just kept running. I knew I couldn't go back home because I knew what my parents would do to me. So, I've been on my own, stealing food and BLD bags wherever I could find them. That's actually why I was in the alley before it started to rain. I was hoping to try and find something to fill my cravings. So it won't happen again, Himiko explained, looking down and refusing to meet Inko's gaze. So Inko kneeled down in front of Himiko and slowly raised her head to make sure the girl's gaze was locked onto her own. I'm so sorry this all happened to you, Himiko. But I can say with 100% certainty that you are not a monster. You are just as human as the rest of us. How can you say that? I can say that because, without you, my son may not be alive. Without you, I would have lost the most important thing in my life. Inko told her, I can say that because after that incident you realized what you had done was wrong, and you've been doing everything you can, so you won't do it again. A monster wouldn't do that. A monster would not care about hurting people to get what they want. I can tell that you care an awful lot, Himiko. You are a perfectly normal girl just the way you are, quirks and all. Himiko began crying again, but this time they were happy tears as she launched herself at Inko to hug her. Thank you. Thank you, she muttered over and over. Of course, dear, Inko said, rubbing Himiko's back. Now, there is someone I know who could help. Who? Himiko asked. Well, he's a detective, and I know he has helped people in situations similar to yours. Inko explained, is it okay if I call him? I assure you that he will do his best to help you. Are you sure he won't take me back? You'll have to tell him your story or let me tell him your story. But once he knows, he won't let you be taken back. Inko reassured her. Himiko was silent for a minute. Eventually, she spoke up and agreed to let Inko call the detective. Stepping outside the room, Inko dialed the man's number and waited for him to pick up. After a couple of rings, he did. Hello, Detective Tsukachi speaking. Hello, Tsukachi-san, it's Midoriya Inko speaking. I could use your help with something. This led to the second interesting thing that occurred. Tsukachi nodded solemnly after listening to Himiko's story. I'm sorry that this has happened to you, but I do think I can help you. Really? Toga asked. Yes. Hearing this, I have it in my authority to remove you from the care of your parents, and well, I'm sure there are no outstanding warrants or any missing person cases out for your name. I will have to double-check when I get back to the station. Tsukachi explained. The other thing we have to take care of is where you're going to stay. Himiko bit her lip. Is it possible for me to stay with Inko? Tsukachi smiled, and Inko beamed. That's actually what I was going to suggest. I know Midoriya-san well, and I've worked with her before. So, I know that she's a capable guardian. Himiko pet her head, then looked back and forth between Inko and Tsukachi. How have you two worked together before? Before I became a detective, I worked for a time in a juvenile detention center as a parole officer, and Midoriya-san was kind enough to offer her business as a part of our work release program. And now I still stop by her cafe most mornings for a cup of coffee. Tsukachi said, those kids just needed some help and a little bit of love and care. Just like you, dear. Inko told Himiko, tucking a strand of her blonde hair behind her ear. The other things that I can tell you will have to happen are you will most likely have to see a psychiatrist evaluate your mental health. The other thing that you'll have to do is a little farther down the line, but I want to be upfront about it. What is it? Your parents will end up being taken to court during this case, and as such, you're going to have to testify against them. Tsukachi told Himiko, it's going to be strong, but worth it in the long run, to make sure you never have to see them. But I don't know if I can do that. Himiko said. Like I said, it's not going to be any time soon. Tsukachi then adopted a faux serious face. For now, I officially place you under the protection of Midoriya Inko as her ward. Congratulations. Thank you for doing this, Tsukachi-san, Inko said, with Himiko also voicing her thanks. Just doing my duty, Midoriya-san. Tsukachi then looked over at the sleeping form of Izuku. I'm sure he'll wake up soon, Midoriya. He's always been a strong one. Inko smiled at the detective. Thank you. Tsukachi nodded and then left to start his case against the Togas. Izuku's eyes fluttered open as he slowly woke up from his 2 days of sleep. As he yawned and stretched his body, he realized something. This is not my room. Izuku looked around the room and saw his mother asleep in a chair, as well as some blonde girl. Mom? He called. No response, so he called a little louder, which got Inko to stir. Inko gasped as she saw her son sitting up and looking at her. Izuku? The mother basically teleported to her son and began to fuss over him, rapid-firing questions at him. What happened, Izuku? How are you feeling? Why didn't you call me? What were you doing on that roof? Are you sore at all? Do you need anything? Again, why were you on that roof in a storm? The questioning had also woken up Himiko, who quietly looked on. It's a long story, Mom. Izuku said, not being able to find the words he wanted. But what happened? I don't remember much, just pain and yellow eyes. So, Inko told him that he had been struck by lightning and that it had knocked him off the building. As for the yellow eyes, Inko motioned Himiko over. This is Himiko. She saw you fall and quickly got help. She helped save your life. Himiko gave a small wave. Izuku sat up a little more and bowed from his seated position. Thank you, Himiko-san. You have my eternal gratitude. Himiko rapidly shook her hands and her head. No. That's really not necessary. I just did what anyone would have done. She told him, and besides, Inko is already helping me out enough. Izuku raised his eyebrow and looked at his mom. She's going to be staying with us for a while. We can explain it to you more when we get home. Inko told her son. Izuku nodded his head before freezing and then began to feel his arms and body. Wait, if I got electrocuted and fell off a building, why do I feel fine? He asked. Better than fine, actually. I feel great. Izuku looked at his hands and flexed his fingers in amazement. Inko told him what the doctor had told her. That he had a quirk that required a specific kind of trigger and then told him what the doctor had seen. Izuku's eyes were wide and shining. I have a quirk. He whispered, what is it? How do I use it? We'll get to that, Inko told him. First, I need you to tell me why you were on that roof. Izuku sighed, took a deep breath, and told his mother the truth. Most of it. He left out the darker thoughts he had had that day, but he told her everything else. Even how All Might had crushed his dream. Inko hugged her son again. I'm sorry that he told you that, Izuku. I'm sorry about what I said. Izuku cut his mother off. It's okay, Mom. I forgave you for that a long time ago. I know you've always wanted what's best for me. And besides, with a quirk of my own. I can be a hero. Izuku said, his voice filled with determination. I'm going to prove to the world that anyone can be a hero. Himiko, who had been feeling a little awkward spectating these personal conversions, bit her lip in contemplation. Anyone can be a hero, huh? So, can we see what my quirk is now? Izuku asked hopefully. After we call the nurse to let them know you're awake, Inko said, leaning over to press the call button on the side of the bed. It took the nurse about a half hour to give Izuku a clean bill of health, and there were a few odd things with his new biology. One of them was that his body temperature was sitting at 25 degrees Celsius, which would normally mean that the person was dead or dying, yet Izuku felt fine and wasn't even cold to the touch. When the nurse placed their hand on Izuku's forehead, they said it felt like touching anyone else. The other thing was his heart rate. My heart rate is what? Izuku asked in disbelief. Inko and Himiko couldn't believe it either. The nurse took their stethoscope away from Izuku's ST. Your heart rate is 6. They repeated. As in 6 beats per minute? Himiko spoke up. The nurse nodded, yes, which should be a cause for alarm. But given your body temp and the fact that you can move around, show that you're fine. They told the room, we see all kinds of strange vitals in and out of the hospital thanks to quirks. I suggest you keep an eye on him and bring him back if anything happens, but you're good to go home. Thank you, nurse. Izuku said, is there, a place for me to test my quirk? There is. I can take you there now if you would like. The nurse told Izuku. Great. Izuku exclaimed, hopping off the bed. In doing so, he realized that he was still wearing a hospital gown. Do I, have a change of clothes here? He asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Inko handed him a plastic bag. Here you go, sweetie. With a quick thanks, Izuku went to the bathroom to change. A short time later, Izuku rejoined them wearing jeans, his signature red shoes and a white t-shirt that said vest. Himiko giggled when she saw it, which in turn got Izuku to smile. Finally, Izuku said, pointing at Himiko, someone who appreciates my sense of fashion. I wouldn't call it fashion, sweetie. Inko jokes. Oh, haha, Izuku said as he, Inko and Himiko followed the nurse out of the room. It was a short walk to the quirk testing room, or the cutie room, as it was commonly called. Izuku stood in the middle of the room and closed his eyes as the others watched. A minute passed and nothing happened. I don't know what I'm doing. He stuttered out. Well, when I use my quirk, it's always like I'm pulling a thread, Inko told Izuku. Yeah. When I transform, it's like this warm feeling inside of me. I touch it, and then that feeling spreads all over. Himiko spoke up excitedly. Transform? Izuku asked, you can transform? What does it look like? What can you turn into? Can you do it all the time? Is there a recharge? Does it take a long time or a short time? You said it feels warm? Why is that? Does heat play a factor in it? Like a catalyst? Izuku! Inko yelled, snapping her son out of his trance. You're doing it again, sweetie. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, Himiko-san. It's okay. No one has ever been so interested in my quirk before. Himiko said, her cheeks tinged red. And my quirk, Tidum? I have to drink someone's BLD, and then I can transform into them. She told the quirk enthusiast. That's so cool, Himiko-san. Izuku exclaimed, it could have so much use. You could use it to sneak into so many places. You'd make a great hero. Does it change based on how much BLD you consume? Or the type of BLD, mutter, 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 mutter. Himiko's blush deepened. He thinks I can be a hero? Noticing that both teens were distracted by their own thoughts, Inko stepped in and flicked Izuku between the eyes. Focus, sweetie. You can ask Himiko about her quirk later. You need to try and figure out yours now. Izuku rubbed the spot where his mom had flicked him. Right? A feeling. Izuku closed his eyes again and focused inward. Searching for something new, a part of himself he had never had access to before. Eventually, Izuku found something. It was like a small ball in the center of his ear. It felt cool and pleasant. Almost refreshing, like kakigori on a summer day. He reached out with both his mind and his physical hand to grab it, making contact. He felt it wash over him like Himiko had described hers doing. From an outside perspective, Inko and Himiko saw a ring of light appear and spread over Izuku. When the light cleared, they saw Izuku examining himself. His eyes were glowing green, his hair had turned white, and he was wearing what looked like a tattered white school uniform. Oh, he was also floating a few feet off the ground. Wow. Izuku said softly, "This feels amazing." Izuku then started to slowly drift around the room, trying to get a handle on his flight. He gradually started to speed up, laughing in enjoyment as he flew around the room. It may not have been the best idea to keep speeding up, though, as he soon discovered he didn't quite know how to stop. Wait, Tsubi. Slow down. Izuku shouted as he was about to crash into a wall and put his hands in front of his face, and everyone in the room gasped as Izuku flew through the wall. What just happened? Inko asked. It was 15 seconds later when Inko got her answer as Izuku popped back into the room. Through the floor, laughing a little as the others in the room jumped at his sudden appearance. "This is so cool," Izuku said, moving to stand beside Himiko and his mother. "It is." Inko agreed, "But what happened to your clothes? That looked like your Aldera uniform." Izuku shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I suppose we can figure it out later. Can you change back?" Inko asked. "I think so," Izuku said. He closed his eyes and sought out that cool feeling again. When he had a hold of it, he pulled it back into that ball in his eye. There was another flash of light, and Izuku was back to looking like he was when he entered the room. My clothes are back. That is weird." Izuku mumbled before a sudden wave of fatigue overtook him, and he teetered on his feet. Himiko caught him and helped stand him up. "Are you okay?" Inko asked as the nurse came over and began to check him over. "Yeah, I'm okay, just tired," Izuku said. "That's normal for your first time using your quirk?" The nurse told him, "Any idea what you want to call?" Izuku thought it over for a moment, thinking about the things he could now do. "I'm going to call it Ghost." Izuku breathed in deeply as he stood before the gates of Yue. "I can't believe I'm finally here." Himiko walked up beside Izuku and bumped his hip with hers. "It's been a long 2 years, huh, Izzy?" "It really has. Although it also feels like yesterday that we met." Izuku smiled at his friend, his first friend in a long time. The 2 years since Izuku got his quirk had been good to him. He now stood at a height of 6 feet 1 inch, looking even taller when standing beside Himiko's 5 feet 2 inches frame. He had also filled out since he started properly training 2 years ago, maintaining something of a swimmer's or runner's build. One of the largest changes about him, though, was his hair. It was still as fluffy as ever, which Himiko enjoyed playing with, like a cat with a toy, but he shaved down the sides and back and was now sporting an undercut. He had also trimmed it down the length so it would fit under a helmet better. He was presently in his Aldera uniform, a new one, and wearing a bomber jacket that Himiko had gotten him for his birthday. She had gotten it specially ordered with his favorite kanji on its back. "A lot has happened, though," Himiko said. Not much had changed about her appearance in 2 years. She hadn't changed in height at all, but she did fill out a little when she started eating better, thanks to Inko's cooking. She still kept her hair in the same messy buns she had, but her hair was noticeably healthier and well kept. She was wearing an Aldera girl's uniform, a pair of earmuffs and her own heavy scarf. A lot had indeed happened in the 2 years since that night, some things important, others interesting, a couple annoying, and a few mundane. Both Izuku and Himiko's phones buzzed, pulling them out. They saw that they both received the same message in their group chat. "I'd wish you 2 luck, but I know you don't need it. You two are going to do great." The message had been from a friend they had made in the last 2 years, Hatsume. On Izuku's phone, she was listed as Mei, with a gear emoji beside her name. In Himiko's, she was listed as Sum, with a heart. Their friendship with Mei was one of the interesting and important things that happened in the last 2 years. It had been 3.5 months since Izuku came home from the hospital, and things had been going well around the Midoriya household. Izuku had gotten a handle on his flying and was working on his intangibility. Unfortunately, it would turn on randomly, and he would trip over his breathes that were now around his ankles. Unfortunately for him, that is, others found it hilarious. That included his mother, much to his chagrin. Himiko was settling in around the house and even started going to school again. She was overall enjoying school and doing well. Himiko was even going to therapy and well, it was strong. She felt that she was doing much better. Her only real issue with anything at the moment was resisting the urge to stab an arrogant prick who shall remain unnamed for now. She had even started working down at the cafe as a waitress, enjoying it. Today though, she and Izuku were on their way to their favorite workout/training spot, the trash heap formerly known as Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It was a fantastic place to train and wasn't that long of a walk from home. It helped in learning how to lift weight from odd angles with different types of weight distribution. It made a lot more sense to know how to lift these when one day they might have to lift rubble to save people. It was also a good way to do community service and be a servant of the people as heroes were supposed to be. Community service may have also been a part of Himiko's therapy. So 3 birds with 1 stone. It was about an hour into their workout, and the 2 teens were making good progress for the day when they heard a couple of explosions come from the far side of the beach. "We should probably go check that out, huh?" Himiko asked. "Yup," Izuku said, already heading in that direction. "Okay. But if it's Bakugo, I'm throwing something at him," Himiko said. Izuku sighed. "Couldn't you try to be nice to Kachin? He's not. He just has a lot of personality. He has a lot of personality that would fit right in at this beach. And stop calling him that name. He doesn't deserve it." Himiko grumbled. "Also, no, I will not be nice to him. The best I can do is ignore his existence entirely. He might hate that more." "I know," Himiko said sweetly. When they got to the source of the explosions, Izuku and Himiko found what looked like a long shed made out of metal salvaged from the beach. There was a fair amount of black smoke pouring out of the front entrance, and the door was lying 10 feet away from it, covered in black soot. Also covered in black soot was a girl who looked to be around their age with pink dreadlocks, wearing a black tank top, a jumpsuit tied off at the waist, a work boots, and a pair of welding gloves that matched her steampunk-looking welding goggles. She also had a rather mature figure that Himiko openly admired. The pinkette coughed and then spoke into a recording device. "Okay, baby 174 is a little feisty. I love it. Are you okay?" Izuku called out. The girl looked around wildly before focusing on Izuku and Himiko. "What? Who are you two, and why are you at my workshop?" "We were training and heard explosions," Himiko said. "We came over to see if anyone needed help." Both Izuku and Himiko made their way over to where the girl was currently wiping soot off her goggles. "Neat," the girl said. "Welp, I have to get back to work. My babies won't build themselves. You two can leave or whatever." The girl waved her hand dismissively and headed back into her workshop. "Wait," Izuku called after her. "What are you building out here? And why on a beach?" The girl turned back and pet her head like a confused puppy. "Wanna know what I'm building?" "Yes," Izuku asked. Suddenly, the girl was in his face, and Izuku noticed that she had yellow eyes with a crosshair pattern. "I'm trying to build a pair of rocket boots that let me fly. They keep exploding. I can't seem to figure out how to properly space out the fuel line from the ignition and the exit tube without making them too clunky. I gotta keep trying. I want to use them as part of my UA support course entry exams showcase. I wonder what would happen if I decided to use fans instead. Wow, your hair is super fluffy. I wouldn't be able to get as much lift, but they'd explode less. Probably. Oh, you have cat eyes. I would probably need at least 3 fans in each boot. 2 on the sole for lift and an angled one on the heel for directionality." The girl kept talking as Izuku and Himiko looked at each other awkwardly. "You know, she kind of reminds me of you when you go on one of your rambles," Himiko said, a sly grin slowly taking over her face. Izuku rolled his eyes. "I don't get like this." "Yeah, you do," Himiko said. "I bet I can even stop her the same way." Himiko poked the girl between her eyes, making her squeak softly. She then looked between the 2 teens. "Wait, who are you two again?" Himiko giggled and pointed at herself and Izuku. "I'm Himiko, and this is Midoriya Izuku. We're actually here training to get into the UA Hero course." The girl's eyes widened considerably and seemed to sparkle. "You are? Perfect. That means you two are going to need support gear. You've come to the right person. Come on inside, and let's see what you're going to need. With that, she started to drag both Izuku and Himiko into her workshop, causing them to notice something. This girl was really strong. Wait, Izuku protested, we don't even know your name. It's Hatsume. But you can just call me Mei. Yeah, Mei was definitely one of the best things that had happened in their lives. Because of that chance meeting, they had gained a great support tech and an even better friend. Unfortunately, one of the annoying things purposely bumped Izuku roughly in the shoulder as he walked past, making him flinch involuntarily. Even after 2 years. Bakugo hissed, stay out of my way or die. He continued on past them. I already did. But whatever. Izuku said. Himiko held up a rock. No, Izuku forced her hand down, and Himiko pouted. Izuku rolled his eyes at her pout before smiling at his friend. Come on. Let's take the next step to our future. Izuku stepped forward, and promptly tripped over a raised brick. Yup, this tracks. Falling forward, Izuku waited for the embarrassment that would kill him for sure the second time around, only for it to never come. He was floating and not under his own power. Are you all right? A sweet voice asked. Izuku's position was righted and turned around. In front of him, there was a girl with brown hair cut into a bob that almost seemed to defy gravity. She had a bright smile, and she was blushing slightly. She was wearing a winter coat over what seemed to be her own school uniform. Sorry for using my quirk on you, the girl said, but I thought it'd be bad luck if you tripped, you know? She then pressed her fingers on both hands together. Release. Izuku landed gently on the ground. No worries. Thanks for the save. Izuku said, blushing, I'm Midoriya Izuku and this is Himiko. It's nice to meet you. I'm Uraraka Ochako. She bowed slightly. It's nice to meet you too. Thanks for saving my friend here from embarrassing himself. Himiko gave Uraraka a fanged grin. So, are you feeling nervous? Because I sure am. I am. It makes me glad that other people are nervous too. Uraraka smiled brightly again. All we can do is our best, though, right? Oh, this girl is adorable, Himiko thought. I could just eat her right up. You're absolutely right, Uraraka. Izuku spoke up. I'm sure we're going to do great with that attitude. Uraraka's smile somehow got brighter, right? I'd better get in there and find my seat. Good luck, you two. She then raced inside. They were both really cute, she thought, hurrying to find her seat. Good luck to you too. Izuku called after her. Himiko smiled at Izuku. Smooth moves, Casanova. You're falling for her already. She was cute though, huh? The vampire razzied him. Izuku just rolled his eyes. Come on. She had the right idea. Let's go find our seats. Whatever you say. Himiko followed Izuku inside. Izuku and Himiko found their seats in the auditorium beside Bakugo. Great. They both did their best to ignore him as he glared at Izuku out of the corner of his eyes and participated in the idle chatter happening throughout the room. It was all suddenly silenced as all the lights in the room were turned off. Then a spotlight appeared at the front, revealing, oh my god. It's the voice hero, Present Mic. Izuku whisper shouted, I listen to his radio show every week. Shut it, Bakugo growled out. Welcome one and all to my live show. Mike shouted, not needing a microphone for his powerful voice to fill the room, everybody say he. There was one person who yelled back. I like your style. Examinee 7271. Present Mike said, all right listeners. I'm here to give you to lowdown on how this will go down. You all ready? It was as silent as the grave this time. Present Mike didn't let it slow him down. Pay close attention listeners. After your written exam, we'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run in our replica city districts. The screen behind Mike changed to show 7 squares marked A through G, and the hero kept explaining where to meet once the written exam, which they had 2 hours to complete, was over. They don't intend on letting friends and classmates team up with each other. Bakugo grumbled, it's probably set up, so I don't get to crush you? Yeah. 'Cause they changed a test that hundreds of students are taking just for you because you're that special Bakugo? Himiko hissed at the blonde. Izuku was too busy taking notes and muttering to himself about Present Mic's explanation to catch their bickering, so There's going to be 3 categories of villains, each worth 1, 2, or 3 points. That probably means the 2-pointers will be more difficult than the 1-pointers and so on. The goal of this is to take out as many villains as you can and rack up points. Seems biased towards combat quirks, but all heroes need to know how to fight. It's explicitly against the rules to attack other competitors, probably a good thing that Bakugo and I aren't in the same arena. There's a 4th villain listed. His train of thought was interrupted as someone addressed him. Moreover, what's with you? Yeah, you with the curly hair. A tall guy with blue hair, glasses and broad shoulders pointed accusingly at Izuku. Can't you keep quiet for a second? You're distracting, and some of us are taking this seriously. If you think UA is some kind of pleasure jaunt, then you should leave immediately. Izuku folded in on himself and stuttered out a sorry as people snickered around him. As much as he improved, people like this still made him question himself. The already nerve-wracking day didn't help either. Himiko didn't have these problems, especially when it came to defending her precious people. Her eyes narrowed, and her pupils slit more than normal as she spoke up. It's not bothering anyone else. So why don't you keep to yourself before I come down there and rip that stick out of your butt so I can beat you with it? The crowd oohed, and the guy with blue hair bristled, but present might cut everyone off before things could escalate anymore. Let's take a breath, people. The nerves are getting to all of us. 7111 is right about the 4th villain. But these ones are special. It's a trap villain, kind of like the thwomps from Super Mario Bros. These 0-pointers are a threat, and if you engage one you're taking fate into your own hands. The crowd went dead silent once more as present mixed threats settled over them. Remember, as a certain hero once said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes in life. Now plus ultra. The crowd roared along with him. Then people made their way to the written exam room, wishing their friends luck on the test. It took Izuku 45 minutes to fully complete his test. 30 of them to do the test and 15 to fact-check. The examiner made sure to double-check with him that he was, in fact, sure that he was done. He then waited outside the doors for Himiko to finish. He noticed a few others come out before her. About an hour and a half after the test started, the blue-haired guy walked out and completely ignored Izuku. A few minutes after him, a rather striking girl with fawn-colored walked out and winked at Izuku as she walked past him on her way to the loading buses. The next person done early was Bakugo, with 15 minutes to spare. He glared at Izuku but uncharacteristically didn't say anything and just kept walking. He was probably boiling over because Izuku finished before him but was saving all that for the practical exam. Thankfully, Himiko finished 5 minutes before the finish time for the test. Hey! Izuku greeted. How do you think it went? Himiko tilted her head back and forth. Well, I think it went okay. A few of the short answer questions tripped me up, but I am pretty sure I passed. That's great. Your one talk, Mr. I finished the test in under an hour. Himiko snarked, a kind smile on her face. Izuku blushed. I just write fast. He finished lamely. Himiko giggled. I'm just teasing you. How do you feel about the practical? She asked as they walked to the buses. Nervous, but we've been training for this for 2 years. We have to be ready. Izuku stated, his voice strong. How about you? Do you have your samples? Yup. Himiko nodded. I'm nervous too, but I'm going to have you, Mei and Tiger-sensei with me there. So I'm going to do great. She ran her hand over the pouch where she kept her vials of BLD. When they made it to the buses, they realized that they had to separate and go to their own testing zones. Good luck, Himiko-chan. I'll see you when it's done, okay? Izuku smiled at his friend. Himiko quickly gave Izuku a tight hug that made him flinch before he hugged her back. Good luck, Izzy. She muttered into his itzy. She then let go and took off to her bus. Izuku smiled slightly as he watched her rush away, then he got on his bus. Izuku was looking up at his testing site with his jaw open. It's massive. How do they have 7 of these things on campus? He asked no one. Izuku was now geared up for his test, treating it like a workout. He was clad in a pair of white men's gym shorts, a black muscle shirt and his signature red shoes. He was also wearing a white compression sleeve on his right arm to hide the scar he got from the lighting bolt. He looked around and noticed a few people staring at him. Probably wondering how I'm not cold. Izuku thought. It was a chilly day, and everyone else was wearing more layers. Izuku didn't get cold anymore, though. Not since he died. He took note of a few people at the testing zone. There were a lot of interesting quirks, and Izuku had to resist the urge to WHP out his notebook. Now was not the time for notes. He noticed that there was one guy with 6 arms that were connected by a thin membrane. Another guy with blonde hair was wearing a large belt of some kind and looking right at you. It was probably some type of support item that he had to get checked to bring, like how Himiko had to sign in her BLD vials. Izuku then noticed the girl with brown hair that saved him earlier. I'm pretty sure her name is Uraraka. She looks nervous. I should go see if I can reassure her. It's the least I can do after she stopped me from face-planting. Izuku began to make his way over but was stopped by the guy with blue hair who had called him out in the auditorium. The boy roughly grabbed Izuku by the shoulder, which made Izuku flinch at the unexpected contact. Who exactly are you? You didn't come to obstruct your fellow test-takers, did you? The boy accused. That girl looks like she is trying to concentrate. You're planning to disrupt that, aren't you? Izuku stared confusedly at the blue-haired kid in front of him. What kind of logic? Izuku then shook his head and rolled his eyes, deciding that the boy was better off being ignored. Choosing not to say anything in response, Izuku walked through the person in front of him. Literally through him, as Izuku turned intangible. The brunette gasped and shivered as he felt a chill travel up his spine. Izuku didn't care about that as he walked up to the girl. Hey! You're Uraraka-san, right? He asked her. He cursed internally as her name made him stutter. Repeating vowels did that to him sometimes. Uraraka spun around to see who was talking to her. Oh, yeah, that's me. Midoriya-san? She asked. It's the cute boy from earlier. I didn't notice before that he's so muscle-y. Uraraka blushed a little deeper at her train of thought. I just came over cause you seemed to be a little nervous, and I wanted to thank you for the save again. Izuku said. You noticed, huh? Is it that obvious? Uraraka asked, wringing her hands together. Still careful not to touch herself with all 5 fingers. Izuku gave her a kind smile. Yeah. But I wouldn't worry about it. We're all a little nervous. I know I am. Why am I stuttering so much in front of this girl? Uraraka smiled back at him. Thanks. It helps knowing that I'm not the only one. No worries. Besides, you already saved me today. You're practically halfway to hero already. Uraraka's blush deepened again, but before she could say anything, a buzzer sounded, and the gates opened. That's our cue, Izuku said, his 2 rings spreading over his body. In a flash of light, he was in ghost mode, and he flew off into the Mock City. What are you all waiting for? That kid has the right idea. There are no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go. Uraraka and the rest of the crowd jolted to life and took off after the ghost boy. Izuku was most likely one of the fastest people in the exam, and he was definitely the most maneuverable. So it's no wonder that it didn't take very long for him to come across a group of 3 one-pointers. He rocketed towards them, and they didn't even get a chance to lock onto him. He crashed into the first one and tore off its head with ease. They're brittle. He used that head as a weapon to destroy the head of the second one and then used a roundhouse kick to crush the chassis of the last one. Izuku smirked. 3 points? And the other examinees had barely made it past the gates. Target locked, murder. Izuku turned to see a larger robot with a number 3 painted on the side aim and fire a rocket at him. Izuku turned to the side and let the rocket fly past him as his hand started to glow green. Target locked. With his quip, that no one else heard, he raised his hand and let loose an ectoblast from his palm. 6 points? Izuku kept racking up the points and was about to destroy a one-pointer, but it was blown apart by a blue beam of energy before he could do so. He looked in the direction the beam came from and saw the blonde boy with the belt from earlier. He winked at Izuku and gave him a smug grin. Merci. We make a good team, non? Izuku's eyes narrowed, and he fired an ectoblast that ruffled the hair of the blonde kid and destroyed a 2-pointer that was sneaking up on him. Yeah, thanks for the distraction. The blonde kid scowled as Izuku flew off. About 2 minutes into her side of the practical, Himiko just finished taking care of another 2-pointer with a piece of metal she had torn off a 1-pointer that she had destroyed earlier. She also discovered that the 1-pointers had very obvious off buttons. She assumed the others did as well, but she hadn't found them yet. Either way, Himiko decided that she had done enough as herself, and it was time to use her quirk. Himiko grabs her Izuku vial and downs it quickly. It takes only a moment for the gray to cover her, and she turns into a carbon copy of Izuku, the only difference being that she is wearing her own clothes. She knew how to move in Izuku's body very well, thanks to over a year of practice. Himiko lovingly stroked her transformed cheek for a moment, then took off in search of more robots. In Izuku's body, she destroyed 6 more robots worth varying points when she saw a 3-pointer launch a rocket at a girl who was currently engaged with 2 1-pointers. "Look out!" Himiko screams as she tackles the girl out of the way, letting the rocket blow up the 1-pointers. When the smoke clears, Himiko finds herself on top of a very pretty girl with fawn-colored hair. Like, "Thanks for the save, Wonder Boy. I totes appreciate it." No problem," Himiko said before scrambling away from the girl with a blush on her face as she realized just how pressed against her she was. "It's just what heroes do. I gotta go get more points. Bye." Himiko rushes off in embarrassment. What heroes do, huh? That boy was a cutie for being that tall and muscled. I love it when they fluster so easily. The girl thinks as she turns to face the 3-pointer, cracks her knuckles, and releases smoke from her mouth. "Alright, noob, let me show you what happens to campers." A strict time limit and a vast battleground. A squeaky voice said, nothing quite like it to bring everyone's ardor into the open and uncover their skills. The proctors for the exam were all gathered in one room, looking at viewing screens that showed the examinees and how they were faring in the mock city. Insight. The images on the screen showed an examinee on a rooftop with multiple limbs that had sensory organs on them, scanning for enemies. It also showed Izuku high in the air looking for robots before he angled downward and took off. The ability to grasp the situation quickly and accurately. One of the cameras followed Izuku as he spun through a barrage of rockets aimed at him, and another showed the tall guy with blue hair speeding through the mock city. Another showed Himiko, now transformed into a female anthropomorphic tiger, doing a 3-step wall run and pushing off to kick the head off a robot. Agility. The ability to stick a dynamic entry without ever being late to the party. Judgment. The ability to face obstacles with coolness and composure. The screen showed the girl with fawn-colored hair using illusions to trick robots into destroying each other. Well, she helped another examinee to their feet. The screen such to show a girl with green hair sticking to a wall and using her very long tongue to smash robots. Lastly, it showed a redhead grabbing 2 robots in her massive hands and smashing them together. The squeaky voice returned, and of course, let's not forget sheer combat prowess. The screen showed Bakugo breathing heavily surrounded by broken robots before switching to show Izuku destroying robots with a mix of his fists, feet, and ectoblasts. The screen then showed Himiko slashing through robots and the redhead smashing robots with her enlarged limbs. We can gauge their respective levels of those foundational skills by way of the point system. The squeaky voice said, "Oh my, we have so many scintillating examinees in this CRP." A sultry voice spoke. A tired voice replied, "Not the time, Nomuri." The squeaky voice giggled, "We can't be sure of that yet. Let's really test their mettle, shall we?" A glass covering over a button labeled Yuruki SWH was flipped open, and the button was pressed. In the back of this room, a shadowed figure stood and was keeping a close eye on Midoriya Izuku. Wasn't that the boy from 2 years ago who claimed he was quirkless? This could be bad, he thought, his glowing blue eyes narrowing. 52, Izuku said, taking deep breaths. The breaths were instinctual due to the physical exertion of the test, even in his ghost form where breathing was unnecessary. There's probably only a couple of minutes left. I should try and mop up anything. The ground shook, and buildings crumbled as a robot that dwarfed anything in the surrounding area rose up. And people started booking it in the other direction. Why stay and fight this thing? It wasn't worth anything. Izuku was about to join them when he heard something amidst the collapsing buildings. Wow. He turned and saw Uraraka trapped under some rubble, struggling to pull herself out from under and unable to touch anything that was keeping her pinned. Izuku rushed past the other people running away, which earned him a few confused looks, and was at Uraraka's side in a few seconds. "Are you hurt?" Izuku asked as he started moving rubble. "Midoriya? I think my ankle is broken," Uraraka said. "Alright, I'm going to lift the big piece so you can get out. Ready?" Uraraka nodded, and Izuku started to lift the chunk of building that was on the girl's leg. It took a fair amount of effort, but Izuku got the piece lifted enough for Uraraka to crawl out. She let Izuku know, and the boy dropped the rubble. "You good?" Izuku asked, looking over Uraraka. "I'll be okay. Look out," she screamed. Izuku turned and saw the massive fist of the robot coming down on them. He quickly grabbed Uraraka and flew forward, skimming the ground. The robot's fist impacted the ground, creating a shockwave which knocked Izuku and Uraraka out of the air, sending them rolling on the ground. Izuku looked back at the bot and saw its head twitch to the side, and a few electric sparks cascade down. Target locked. But there's something wrong with one of the 0-pointers. A voice in the control room shouted out. "Sheet!" A voice made the entire room quake. "I gotta get down there." "Hold!" The squeaky voice commanded, making everyone in the room freeze. "I want to see something." He was looking at the screen where Izuku's entire body was starting to glow a bright green. He then glanced down at the test that had been brought to him to mark. "Let's see if your brawn is truly comparable to your brain, Midoriya Izuku." Izuku was floating in the air as he built up his ecto-energy as quickly as he could. He had to take this thing down, so it didn't hurt anyone else. When he felt the power reach its apex, where he could feel it practically burning his palms, he brought both his hands together and aimed them at the 0-pointer, Shinku Ekutabimo. Izuku shouted, and a beam about half the size of him, 3 feet in diameter, launched from his hands. It impacted the 0-pointer's head, and the titanic robot resisted for a moment before the beam overpowered the metal and tore through the robot's skull. Uraraka watched on in awe as this boy, glowing like a star, destroyed the head of the 0-pointer. It teetered for a moment before falling backwards, shaking the earth with its impact. All the other examinees' jaws dropped as they saw someone take out the trap enemy. In the air, Izuku blinked rapidly as his eyes flickered between shades of green. "Oh, see, that used up most of my reserves?" Then his rings appeared without his meaning too, and he dropped from the sky like a stone. "Oh, it's Come on. Izuku thought, trying to dredge up any trace of power that he could. Unable to do so, he closed his eyes as he saw the ground get too close. What he didn't see was the incoming slap from Uraraka. The slap that halted all his momentum and prevented him from going splat again. Izuku rotated slowly in the air and saw Uraraka shakily to her feet and bring her hands together. "Release." Izuku fell on his butt. Izuku gave the gravity girl a tired smile. "Thanks for the save. I guess that makes us 2-1. Uraraka laughed a little and gave Izuku her own tired smile. "Yeah, I guess it does." Her face then drained of color, and she rapidly hobbled over to a pile of rubble and vomited over the side. "Were those rainbows?" Izuku shook his head, and an announcement was made all over the mock city. "The test is over." Izuku got up and made his way over to where Uraraka was sitting down, leaning against the rubble with her leg pulled up to her seat. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah," Uraraka nodded. "My quirk makes me nauseous if I lift too much weight. And my ankle is also busted." "Alright, well, put your arm around me, and I'll help you to the medical tent," Izuku told her. "Or do you need me to carry you?" Uraraka's blush engulfed her face as she imagined this boy carrying her to the medical tent, and she tried to stammer out a denial, claiming that she could walk just fine. Her embarrassed rambling was thankfully cut off as a tiny elderly woman wearing a lab coat and goggles approached them, using a large syringe as a cane. No need for that, lovebirds." Uraraka's blush somehow deepened, and Izuku joined her. The old woman chuckled. "The medical tent is here. Now, what seems to be the problem?" "It's my ankle. I think it might be broken," Uraraka told her. Izuku couldn't hold it in any longer. "Oh my god, you're the youthful heroine, recovery girl." You can strengthen and speed up a person's natural healing process. Can I have your autograph? Izuku pulled out his notebook and a pen. Uraraka looked at the book in confusion. Where was he keeping that? Just a moment, Sonny. Recovery girl told him, leaning down to examine Uraraka's ankle. I think it's just a sprain. It'll be all better in a second, smooch. Her lips extended far from her face so she could embrace the girl's ankle. Uraraka blinked. The pain was gone. Wow. It feels so much better. Thank you. No problem, dearie. You're going to feel a bit more tired than normal. But that's just a side effect of my quirk. Now here, have some Haribo candies. Recovery girl said, handing her the candy from the pocket of her lab coat. The elderly woman then took the book from Izuku. Here you go, Sonny. Is there anything wrong with you? Izuku shook his head. No, ma'am. I'm just tired. Izuku took the book back and put it back wherever he took it from in the first place. It just kind of disappears. Thank you for the signature. No problem. I'm surprised you knew who I was. Not many kids know us, old-timers, anymore. Have some candies. Recovery told him. She turned away and walked off, asking if anyone else needed healing. Izuku then helped Uraraka to her feet, and they started walking back to the entrance together. So, that was something. He was cut off by the girl in question. It's okay. I think you've earned the right to call me Ochako. Thanks, Ochako-san. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck in both embarrassment and relief. You can call me Izuku. It's no problem, Izuku-kun. Izuku and Ochako were making small talk as they walked back to the main UA gates. When they got there, Izuku saw Himiko waiting for him, and he called her over. Upon hearing Izuku's voice, Himiko's head perked up, and she energetically made her way over. Izzy. Uraraka. Were you two in the same testing zone? How'd it go? The blonde girl asked. We were in the same test. Izuku responded, and I think it went well. I ended up with 52 points. I only got a score of 30. Ochako said, do you think that's enough? Himiko gave her a bright, fanged smile. I think that's a good number. I got 44 myself. That's great, Himiko. Izuku said and then turned to Ochako. 30 is a good number. And if they don't let you in after you saved me again, then this school isn't all it's cracked up to be. Ochako gave them a smile that, if the sun wasn't currently hidden behind clouds, would have blinded them. Then, Izuku's words caught up with Himiko. Wait, saved him again? What happened? Izuku looked at his feet, knowing what was going to happen once he told his friend, well, I maybe, kinda, sorta used a Shinkui Kudobai Muanthi 0.50 feet in Therand Thenrenudo Finergy. Himiko, having spent 2 years living with the Midoriyas and being friends with Mei, was perfectly able to keep up with the rushed explanation, and she immediately started smacking Izuku, you moron. How many times did we say that you shouldn't use that in the air? Both I and Mei told you again and again. I'm sorry. Izuku said, doing his best to shield himself. It just happened. It's almost like an instinct. I won't do it again. I promise. In his defense, he did it to save me, Ochako spoke up. That got Himiko to stop hitting her friend and give a resigned sigh. Well, I can't really get him to change his nature. She then turned and smiled at Ochako, and welcome to the club of being saved by Izuku. It was at this point that someone draped themselves over Izuku's back, making him flinch and then blush as he felt something shapely and soft rest against his neck. Oh, am I a part of that club now too, Wonder Boy? 'Cause without you, it would have been G for me. A voice purred in his ear. Izuku's blush deepened, and he tried to say something but could only stutter. Ochako also blushed at the display, and Himiko narrowed her eyes, then they widened in realization. Oh, wait. He wasn't the one that saved you. Himiko told the girl, that was me. I can transform into other people, and he's one of the people I can transform into. The girl unwrapped herself from Izuku and walked over to Himiko. So it's you I have to thank, huh? Well, she was a few inches shorter than Izuku. She was still half a foot taller than Himiko. She then leaned down and planted an embrace on each of the vampire's cheeks, making it the blonde's turn to become a blushing mess. The girl pulled back and stood with a fist planted on a pet hip, The name's Utsushimi Kami, fam, nice to meet. It had been a week since the end of the entrance exams at UA, and everyone at the Midoriya residence was waiting semi-patiently for the results to come in. Both Izuku and Himiko were working today, with Izuku waiting tables and Himiko working the till. What can I get you today, Okyaku-sama? Izuku asked an older woman, giving her a kind smile. Oh, you don't have to call me that anymore, Midoriya-kun. I think I've been coming here long enough, the old woman told him, and today I'll go with the usual hojicha tea, and I think I'll try a mango mushy pan today. That's a good choice. Those will pair well together. It'll be out soon, Vikan. The old woman laughed slightly at the honorific, and Izuku gave her a wink as he left to place the order. Izuku did hear the door jingle as it opened, but he paid it no matter for the moment, as he was relaying an order to the kitchen. What did catch his attention was Himiko calling out to him, "Izzy, it's here." The letter came. Himiko rushed over, holding a white envelope with the UA seal. It's addressed to both of us. Izuku's eyes widened as he stared at the letter. He gulped and turned back to the kitchen window. Mom. The letter came. Can I? Inko cut him off. I heard, sweetie. You two go upstairs and open it. We can handle things down here. There was a hubbub as the staff, and some regulars wished the two 18-year-olds luck and let them know they had it. Himiko and Izuku thanked everyone and rushed upstairs. They were both sitting on the couch, looking at the letter. Are you ready? Himiko asked. Izuku nodded and squeezed Himiko's knee, his right leg bouncing up and down. This could be the start of everything he had wanted since he was 4. The thing everyone, for 12 years, told him he couldn't do. The people who called him useless. Even after he got his quirk and those same people tried to cozy up to him, he still remembered how they treated him. He still felt he had something to prove to everyone, that the useless kid could be a hero. He wanted to be a hero who would stand up for the people treated like him. Himiko opened up the letter, and a metal disc slid out. A light on it blinked for a moment, and then a hologram flickered to life. It showed what seemed to be a small mammal wearing a suit. Hello. You might be asking yourself, am I a dog? A mouse? A bear? It doesn't matter, for I am Nizu, the Dean of UA, appearing to you as a hologram. I am here to give you your results on both the written and practical exams. I'll begin with the written exam. The hologram continued. Midoriya, you received a near-perfect score on the written test. There are a few parts where I thought you could have been more concise, but we can work on that. Izuku began to feel hopeful. The dean then addressed Himiko. Toga, you received a score of 74. A passing grade. Himiko winced at her last name but breathed a sigh of relief at learning she had passed. Now for the practical. A blank scoreboard with 10 spots appeared beside Nizu. Toga, you earned a score of 44 villain points. Well done. Midoriya, you earned a score of but. There was also a hidden point system to this exam. Rescue points. Earned for helping out your fellow examinees. You both did well, with Toga earning 25, bringing her total to 69. Nice, Himiko whispered. You, on the other hand, Midoriya, did something interesting. The hologram shifted to show scenes from Izuku's practical. All of him helping others. Helping out in these situations earned you 20 points? The scene then shows him saving Ochako, destroying the zero-pointer and falling out of the sky. For showing the grit of a true hero and throwing yourself into danger if it meant saving someone else. Earned you another 60 rescue points, bringing your grand total to 132 points. Beating the previous record of 120 held by All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped as Nizu reappeared and the scoreboard filled out. Himiko came in 6th place, and Izuku came in 1st. The only other name the two recognized belonged to Bakugo, who came in 2nd place with 88 villain points and no rescue points. That fact made Izuku snort. The hologram of Nizu held out his hands. Welcome, both of you, to UA University. Welcome to the start of your hero academia. Another week passed. It was a Friday morning, and both Izuku and Himiko had successfully packed up the clothes and other items they wanted to bring to the UA dorms. At this moment, the two teens and Inko were loading their boxes and bags into a truck and cab that would take them to the university. Once they were done, it was time to say their goodbyes. Izuku walked up to and hugged his mother. The returning hug nearly cracked his back. They held onto each other for a few minutes before Inko pulled back and placed her hand on Izuku's cheek. I can't believe my baby boy is all grown up. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Inko had tears in her eyes as she looked at her son. Thanks, Mum. Izuku's eyes were not spared from the tears. I'll still come back to work on the weekends. Inko shook her head. No, you won't. You're going to stay at school and enjoy your weekends with the new friends you'll make. Mom? Izuku began. No buts, mister. Listen to your mother. Izuku chuckled. Yes, Mom. Good choice. Inko then turned to Himiko and embraced her in a hug that lasted just as long as the one she gave Izuku. I'm so proud of you too, dear. My life has been so much better since you came into it, my daughter. Inko told Himiko. Himiko's eyes filled with happy tears, and she hugged Inko even harder. I'm gonna miss you, Mama Inko. I'm going to miss you too. Inko returned the hug, then pulled back and wiped the tears from Himiko's eyes. Now, keep an eye on Izuku for me, okay? Make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. Himiko weakly chuckled and nodded, not trusting her voice right now. There were a few more hugs and a lot more tears before Izuku and Himiko loaded themselves into a cab. They looked back and saw Inko waving at them as the cars started and began their journey to UA. Izuku and Himiko watched the cab and truck zoom off with squealing tires after the drivers helped unload their stuff in front of 1A Heights Alliance dorms. I guess they had other stuff to get to? Himiko asked. Apparently, Izuku said dryly. So, I guess we should start moving our stuff. They both picked up some boxes and made their way to the front door. So what do you think the chances of Bakugo or the uppity blue-haired guy are going to be here? Well, 36 people passed, which means 18 people in a class. So I'd say the chances are. Izuku trailed off as he opened the door and saw the brunette in question sitting behind a desk in the common room. Not great. The boy stood up suddenly with an extremely stiff posture. Hello. My name is Ida Tenya. I am to be one of your classmates. I arrived early this morning and was left in charge of handing out room keys. What are your names? Ida introduced himself. Himiko narrowed her eyes at Ida. I'm Himiko, this is Midoriya. A look of realization crossed Ida's face. I recognize you. He came out from behind the desk and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I must apologize. I was very nervous about the exam, and it showed in a disrespectful fashion. You were able to divine the true nature of the practical. I was blind to it, and I completely misread you. Please, accept my sincerest apologies. Izuku and Himiko were very taken aback. Both were unused to people apologizing to them and actually meaning it. And this guy clearly meant it. Izuku was the one to actually answer. It's okay, Ida-san. We were all pretty nervous. And I didn't really divine anything. I was just helping people. Then you are an even better person than I thought. Thank you for accepting my apology. Ida exclaimed. You said you were in charge of rooms? Himiko appreciated his apology and was willing to move on, but she really wanted to get all her stuff put away right now. Ida stood ramrod straight again and made his way behind the desk. Of course. Let's see. He ran his finger down the list as he searched for the names. Himiko. Here you are, Toga-san. You are on the 5th floor, room 6. Ida handed her the key. Himiko motioned for him to put it on top of the box she was carrying. Thanks. And you can use my first name. I prefer it. I will do my best, Himiko-san, Ida said. Then he went back to looking through the list. Midoriya, you are in room 6, on the 2nd floor. Izuku shifted his box to one hand so he could take the key. Thanks, Ida-san. Has anyone else moved in? Yes. Aside from me, there was one person who arrived before me. There is another boy named Kirishima who is moving in on the 4th floor, and a girl named Jiro on the 3rd floor. Cool, thanks Ida. Izuku told him. Izuku and Himiko then made their way to their assigned rooms. Izuku took the stairs so Himiko could take the elevator. When Izuku got to his room, he found it to be very spacious with a queen-sized bed, a dresser and a desk with corkboard above it, set up in the room. There was also a decent-sized closet and even a balcony. It had a nice view, maybe not as good as the one Himiko would have a few floors up, All in all, it was fantastic. It didn't take too long for Izuku to get all of his stuff set up and put away in his room. His clothes were quickly stored in the dresser and closet. He set up his bed with gray sheets and a dark green comforter. He had brought with him a comfortable green lounge chair that he set up beside the balcony window, and Izuku also replaced the curtains with a pair of blackout curtains that, when pulled closed, looked like the Aya Valley in Shikoku. Then came the decorations. A few years ago, he would have completely decked out his room in all Might merchandise. But after that, Izuku's worship of the man had stopped. He still thought he was a great hero, but, well, it's strong to keep that admiration when the person you admire most tells you to give up on your dream. At first, Izuku had actually wanted to tear all of his All Might merch down and get rid of it all, but, well, it cost a lot of money. So instead he stored it away. Maybe he'd sell it one day. Now, he only had a few posters in his room. On the back of his door, he had a poster of Miruko giving her signature rabbit ears. Above the corkboard in his room, he put a horizontal, narrow poster of hawks flying by with jet streams trailing from his wings. On his closet door, he had a poster of Present Mike that had the channel for his radio show and the name of his podcast on it. The last poster went beside the corkboard, featuring Ryukyu. It showed one half of her regular and the other half her dragon transformation. He also put up some artwork. He had one painting that featured a lone torii gate on top of a mountain, a copy of the famous The Great Wave off Kanagawa, and last was an abstract piece. It was a painting of black and green swirls dotted with purple in random locations. It was chaotic and entrancing. Izuku wasn't sure why he liked it. Himiko thought it was weird, but it just spoke to him for some reason. The last things Izuku put up were a calendar beside his desk and photos. He had a framed photo of him and his mom that he placed on his desk along with a framed photo of him, his mom and Himiko. He had a few different photos of him and Himiko hanging out, some with him and Mei, and some of all three of them that he pinned to the board. His favorite, though, was a series of 3 photos taken in a photo booth that showed Himiko, Mei and himself making funny faces. With his room all set up, he decided to see if Himiko needed any help. Taking the stairs because he didn't want to inconvenience anyone who needed the elevator, Izuku felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Taking it out of his pocket, he saw that message was in the group chat he had with Himiko, Ochako and Kami. Kami had practically stolen everyone's phones to give them her number, which in turn had prompted Ochak to give everyone her number. The gravity girl had then rushed off with a red face, which confused Izuku, but he figured she just had to get home. The message he got was from Kami, letting everyone know that she would be there in the next hour or so. Ochako would be arriving the next day, as she was from the Mie prefecture in the Kansai region, and her parents weren't off till Saturday. Izuku fired off a text saying that he was excited for her to get here and that he'll help her carry stuff to her room. He was just passing the 4th floor when the door opened ahead of him. Walking out of it was another boy with red hair done up to look like spikes, wearing a muscle shirt that showed off how defined his arms were and a pair of basketball shorts. He looked surprised to see another person in the stairwell, but he gave Izuku a sharp-toothed grin that seemed really natural on his face. "Oh, hey dude. I'm Kirishima Ijuku. You can call me Kiri. It's nice to meet ya." Kiri stuck his hand out to Izuku. Izuku gave it a hearty shake. "Hey, I'm Midoriya Izuku." "Nice to meet you too, Kiri-san." Kirishima looked taken aback for a moment before his smile got even wider. "Holy shit, dude. You're the guy who got first place and blew everyone else out of the water. You're super manly." Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. That's me. You came in 5th, right?" Kiri thumbed his nose. "Yup. I thought I did pretty good till I saw your score. But you shouldn't expect to stay in first place forever. You've inspired me to work harder than I ever have before." Izuku chuckled as Kiri's enthusiasm was contagious. "I'll take you up on that challenge. Don't expect me to slack off either." "Manly." Kiri fist pumped with both hands. "I was on my way downstairs to make some lunch. You want to come?" Maybe next time. I was on my way upstairs to help my friend finish setting up." "No worries. I'll catch you later, Mido bro." Kiri clapped Izuku on the shoulder, not noticing Izuku flinching, and then continued on his way downstairs, leaving Izuku to find his way upstairs. It didn't take too long for Izuku to reach Himiko's room. He knocked on the door and heard Himiko tell him to come in. Opening the door, he saw Himiko standing on a chair to hang a new set of curtains. "Here, let me help." Izuku walked up and began to assist Himiko with her task, not needing to stand on something to do so. "Why do you get to be tall? It's unfair." Himiko pouted. Izuku chuckled, "It's not my fault you're short." Himiko gasped dramatically, "How dare you?" She hopped off the stool, showing that she only came up to Izuku's shoulders. "I am average-sized. You're just really tall." Whatever floats your boat." Izuku switched gears as Himiko rolled her eyes. This was a conversation they had had before. "You did a good job with your room. I like it." Walking into Himiko's room, people would have been able to guess that her favorite color was red. The curtains she had been hanging up were BL de red in color and matched her bedspread. She had a red blanket thrown over the back of the desk chair and set up a hanging chair in the corner of the room with red cushions. Himiko had also brought a lamp with a red lamp shade to give the entire room even more of a red glow. Unlike Izuku, Himiko had only 2 hero posters to put up. One was of her favorite hero, Vlad King, and the other was a Miruko poster. She decorated the rest of her walls with many of the pictures Izuku had. Himiko also liked the photo booth one of her, Izuku and Mei the most. The last decoration she had was a poster of a drummer, labeled John Bonzo Bonham, Led Zeppelin, Royal Albert Hall, 1970. Underneath that poster, in one of the corners of her room, Himiko had her very own drum kit. It was an electric one, so she didn't bother anyone when she wanted to play. "Thanks. I'm pretty proud of how it turned out." Himiko said, "Have any more people shown up?" "Not sure. I did run into Kirishima, the one Ida mentioned." Izuku told her, "Want to go downstairs and see?" "Sure." Arriving in the common area, the two friends saw that Ida was still sitting behind the desk, but a girl was sitting on one of the couches, absently scrolling through her phone. The girl had short purple hair with 2 longer bangs that framed her face. She was wearing a yellow tank top with Deep Dope written on it and an arrow pointing down. She also had on a pair of black jeans and a black choker. The other notable thing was that extending from her earlobes were auxiliary cords. Himiko bounded up and crashed onto the same couch, making the girl jump a little. "Hi." The blonde girl greeted, "I'm Himiko. It's nice to meet you." "Sup." The girl returned the greeting, "I'm Jiro Kyoka." Izuku sighed at Himiko's excitability and sat down on the adjoining couch. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." Jiro nodded in greeting, and Himiko kept the conversation going. "So you like Deep Dope?" "Yeah, they're my favorite modern band." Jiro told her, "You know them?" "Most people don't." Himiko nodded rapidly, "I do. I really love punk rock, and they are by far the best punk band on the scene right now." Himiko and Jiro continued to talk about music for a while, dragging Izuku into the conversation at one point, getting him to reveal that his favorite kind of music is metal and had been for a few years. After about 20 minutes of conversation, Kirishima came out of the kitchen and joined the conversion. The group tried to rope Ida into the conversation, but he was adamant that he remain at his position. Although he did comment that he enjoyed classical music. The conversation continued for a time when the door opened again, and 2 girls walked in. One of them was Cammy, and the other was very pink, literally. Her skin was pink, as was her very fluffy hair. She had 2 6-inch, pale yellow horns, and from what Izuku could see, she also had very unique eyes with black sclera and gold iris. Her outfit consisted of blue, high-waisted jeans, and a black tank top with the word pink written on it in fancy lettering was tucked into her jeans. She had a large hot pink belt and completed her outfit with a light pink maxi cardigan and a pair of pink and white sneakers. Cammy was wearing a pastel blue off-shoulder sweater, a black and white checkered skirt with a pair of calf-high black boots, and a black beret. The 2 girls were happily chatting when Cammy noticed everyone and pointed them out. "Speak of them, and they shall appear. Those are my friends." The pink girl looked over and gasped, "And that's my friend, Kiri." "Hey." The girl ran over and jumped at Kirishima for a hug. The boy caught her with an oof. "Hey, Mina. Why didn't you tell me you got in? That's not very manly of you." The girl laughed. Well, you didn't tell me either. Horn buddies are supposed to stick together. They both laughed as Cammy walked over, and then another round of introductions began, revealing the pink girl to be the one and only Ishido Mina. With everyone introduced, Cammy and Ishido left to set up their rooms. Kirishima went to help Mina with her boxes, and Himiko went with them, wanting to spend more time with her new friends. Izuku, as he had told her earlier, helped Cammy move her stuff, and Jiro went with them, figuring why not. This is when they discovered that Mina and Cammy were rooming next to each other on the 4th floor, in rooms 2 and 4. It took a bit of time to set up Cammy's room, as she had brought a lot of posters and equipment with her. She had a purple bedspread and purple curtains, and she got rid of the desk chair and replaced it with a Jinx from League of Legends gaming chair. She set up her 2 computer monitors connected to a computer she had built herself. Cammy also set up a microphone and a couple of different lights, as she was a semi-popular streamer and a competitive gamer. The walls of her room were decorated with hexagonal sound dampening panels, as well as numerous game posters. Her most prominent poster was from Street Fighter with the character Cammy White. By the time the rooms were finished, a few more people had shown up. There was Shoji Mizo, who Izuku had seen at the exam. The boy with 6 arms and wearing a mask was a good 4 inches taller than Izuku. Koda Koji, another tall person but very quiet and had a head shaped like a rock formation. Next was Hagakure Toru, an invisible girl. Toru, Mina, Himiko and Cammy got along like a house on fire. Well, everyone was downstairs. There were a few more classmates to show up in the form of Kaminari Denki, a blonde boy with a black streak in his hair, and Shiro Hanta, a plain-looking boy with big teeth and large elbows. The last person who showed up for the day did so when Izuku and Himiko were manning the sign-in table, as Ida took a bathroom break. The woman who walked in was, quite simply, gorgeous. She had long raven black hair pulled into a spiky ponytail with a long bang hanging down the right side of her face. She wore a cream-colored turtleneck, a black pencil skirt, and boots that looked very expensive. All of that wrapped up a figure that left Himiko a blushing mess, and Izuku averting his eyes to keep from copying his friend. The woman glanced around the room with sharp onyx eyes before settling on the desk. As she walked up to the desk, her look transformed into a warm smile and kind eyes that made Himiko's heart skip a beat. Izuku's would also have if his heartbeat wasn't already extremely slow. "Hello." The woman greeted. "Are you two in charge of room keys?" she asked politely. Yes. Izuku managed to say, "We are handing out keys." "What's your name?" "I am Yaoyorozu Momo." "It's nice to meet you." Izuku smiled. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. This is my friend Himiko." Izuku elbowed Himiko to break her out of her stupor. "Right? I'm Himiko. That is my name." The blonde rambled out as Izuku found Momo's room assignment. Finding it, Izuku grabbed the key and handed it over. "Here you are. Floor 5, room 8? Momo smiled again. "Thank you, Midoriya-san, Himiko-san." Momo then turned and walked back over to the door. Opening it, she waved her hand, and the room watched as what seemed to be a fleet of movers marched inside and made their way upstairs. Wow. Everyone in the room agreed. The next day, Izuku was downstairs making breakfast before the sun was fully up. He decided to try and get on everyone's good side, so he was cooking enough for anyone. On the menu for today was steamed rice, miso soup, grilled fish, a variety of cooked vegetables, and a pot of green tea. The food was about halfway done when the first person joined him. He turned around to find Yaoyorozu sitting down at the kitchen counter. The girl smiled at Izuku. "Good morning, Midoriya-san. Would it bother you if I asked to share your breakfast?" Izuku smiled back. "Not at all. I was AC at act to act. I'm making enough for everyone anyway." Izuku grimaced at his stutter but gave Yaoyorozu a small apologetic smile as he handed her a cup and poured her some tea, which she accepted gratefully. "Thank you, Midoriya-san." "No problem, Yaoi. Izuku's stuttering was cut off. "You may call me Momo if you wish. I understand that my last name can be difficult to say. It must be even harder with a stutter." Momo gave him a warm smile that made Izuku feel much better. "Thank you, Momo-san, for understanding." Izuku said, "If I'm going to use your given name though, I insist that you use mine." Very well, Izuku-san. Momo then took a sip of her tea. This is very good. You must be very practiced. What brand of tea is it? I do make tea very often. As for brand, it's just Itun Oi Oka Sencha green tea. Izuku told her, what do you usually have? He asked, pouring himself a cup. At home, we normally have tea guinyin in the mornings, Momo said, still calmly drinking her tea. Izuku, on the other hand, choked on his tea, and his eyes widened. Tea guinyin? Izuku asked. Momo hummed in confirmation. That's like 200,000 yen a pound. She must be even richer than she first appeared. Izuku thought. Wow. Izuku said out loud, that is a quality tea. I feel like I should address you as Haim instead of San. Momo flushed slightly at that. Is that not normal for most? She asked innocently. Izuku slowly shook his head. No. But I would very much like to try some at some point. Izuku had to say that. His mother owned a cafe that he had been working at forever. He loved tea and he loved making it. Sue him. I'll see what I can do. Momo smiled. Internally she was extremely happy. She was making a friend. Thanks, Momoheim. Momo's blush got a little deeper. Whatever moment the two were having was interrupted as Ida and Kiri came downstairs. They both thanked Izuku for making breakfast, and Ida complimented him for making a healthy one. Izuku received more thanks as more students wandered downstairs, some dressed for the day, some still in their pajamas. Himiko didn't make her way downstairs till after 11, wearing pajamas and an oversized sweater so large that her hands were hidden in the sleeves. Izuku grabbed a pouch from the freezer and handed it to her as she sat down at the kitchen counter. Good morning, Himiko-chan. How'd you sleep? Morning, Izzy, Himiko mumbled before taking a long sip from the pouch. I slept okay. Did you sleep? Nope, Izuku said, popping the pea. Himiko puffed out her cheeks as she glared at her friend. How long have you been awake? I last slept on Tuesday night. So, I've been up 83 hours. Izuku told her. Himiko grumbled, that's not good. You should take a pill tonight. So you can rest up for Monday. Izuku did his best to stifle a yawn. I might not need it. I'm pretty tired. At this point, Jiro, who had unintentionally overheard the conversation, walked into the kitchen. Okay, I'm sorry for overhearing the conversation, but I got to ask. How are you still awake after 3 days? Izuku was startled for a moment before he cleared his head. Don't worry about it. It's probably because of your quirk, right? Izuku made a gesture towards her earjacks, and he got a nod in response. People should probably know anyway. I've seen chronic sleep onset insomnia. It's a side EFF. Yawn. Effect of my quirk. It keeps me awake, but I also don't need as much sleep as most people. Jiro looked taken aback for a moment. Wow. What exactly is your quirk? I call it. Izuku was cut off by his and Himiko's phones chiming simultaneously. Looking at her phone, Himiko let him know that Ochako had texted and that she'll be pulling up any moment. Excusing themselves, Izuku and Himiko left to go grab Kami so they could help Ochako move her stuff. The three teens were waiting outside the dorm when an old beat-up truck rolled to a stop in front of them. Ochako climbed out of the cab and waved at her friends. As Izuku, Himiko, and Kami walked over, 2 more people came out of the truck. Considering the family resemblance, they must be Ochako's parents. Ochako actually looked like a carbon copy of her mother. Ochako introduced her friends to her parents, and the elder Urarakas shared a look when their daughter introduced Izuku-kun. Overall, her parents were very friendly people, and with 6 people helping move and with the help of Ochako's quirk, it took almost no time to move the few things the gravity girl had brought. Izuku, Kami, and Himiko smiled as they witnessed Ochako and her parents hug goodbye. There were a few tears shed by the family. But it was very clear there was a lot of love between the 3 of them. Ochako was taken around and introduced to the other people living in the dorm, her naturally bubbly personality endearing her to everyone there. Over the course of the day, more students showed up. There was Sato Rikido, a kind guy who definitely went to the gym. Tokoyami Fumikage had the head of a raven who seemed nice if a tad dramatic. There was also Aoyama Yuga, whom Izuku remembered from the test. Aoyama seemed less than pleased to see Izuku, a sentiment which Izuku agreed with. Then there was Azuitsuyu, a short girl who made herself seem even smaller as she slouched. She had large eyes and hands and ribbited after most sentences. Izuku assumed she had a toad of frog quirk. The last person to show up that day was arguably the most interesting as she was from America. She was tall, blonde, buxom and had clearly defined muscles. She introduced herself as Melissa Shield. After Melissa had moved in, Ashido gathered everyone she could in the common room so everyone could get to know each other a little better. Only one person hadn't wanted to come. Ashido was presently standing on a table, with Ida in the background chopping his arm up and down about how she was disrespecting the furniture. Okay, everyone. I know this is a little basic, but I was thinking we could all play an icebreaker. Some people seemed excited about it. Others like Izuku grumbled a little. Izuku actually subtly tried to get up but was pulled back onto the couch by Himiko. Mina got off the table and plopped herself down on the couch on Izuku's right, so I figure we can start with our names, our quirks, and a hobby we like. I'll go first, then we can go around the room starting on my right. I am Ahido Mina. My quirk is called Acid. She demonstrated by letting a few drops of her quirk drip from her fingers. I can control how potent it is and how sticky it is. Izuku had his notebook out and was taking notes on what Mina was saying. How potent can you make it? Are you immune to your own acid? Is that why you're pink? Izuku rattled off. Oh my god, Izzy. You can't just ask people why they're pink. Mina just giggled at Izuku's enthusiasm. I can make my acid super strong. Enough to make fluoroantimonic acid look like baby stuff. And I'm resistant to acid, not immune to it. Even my skin can't handle my strongest stuff for too long. That's really cool, Ashido-san, Izuku said. Thanks. As for being pink, it doesn't have anything to do with my quirk. I just look like my mom. The icebreaker continued on. Ida showed off his engines, Kaminari sparked for everyone, and Aoyama told everyone about his fabulous naval laser. Izuku kept asking people questions which made the whole thing take a little longer. Jiro let people know about her jacks, her enhanced hearing, and that she loved playing music. How far can they stretch? Are they vulnerable? What kind of things can you hear? Izuku asked. Himiko's palm met her forehead at her friends need to know everything about everyone's quirk. They stretch about 6 meters and they're actually pretty tough. They won't be cut by anything like a kitchen knife. I do know that they'll grow back if I ever lose one. I learned that after an incident when I was little. Jiro told the room. She then smirked. As for how good my hearing is, I think I'll keep that to myself for now. Don't want to reveal my entire bag of tricks. Another interesting one was Tokoyami, who had a rare sentient quirk named Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow was the funnier of the two of them. Shoji showcased his dupli arms and Kirishima his hardening. Koda spoke through JSL, which Siro knew as he had a little brother who was strong of hearing. So with Siro providing translation, he let everyone know that Koda's quirk was called Ani voice, and it let him speak with and command all different types of animals. It didn't work on humans, though. Siro then showed everyone the tape that comes from his elbows. Momo was up next. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. My quirk is called Creation. It allows me to make any non-living object or material by transforming the structure of my fat cells. I do have to understand the molecular structure of whatever it is I'm creating. As for hobbies, I do quite enjoy the process of making tea. Momo demonstrated her quirk by forming a matryoshka doll that looked like her. Izuku had sparkles in his eyes. Wow. You must be a next-level genius, Momoheim. How is it possible that you can create stuff from scratch? Have you ever experimented with it? Can you make things using different structures? Can you make theoretical substances? I should never let you meet Mei. Are you sure it's your fat cells that you're turning into other molecular structures? That should be producing a spectacular amount of energy. That's probably what the light show is. Izuku asked rapidly, only stopping because Himiko poked him. Momo was blushing again, both at Izuku's apparent nickname for her despite only knowing her for a day, as well as his fascination with her quirk. That's a lot of questions, Izuku. Perhaps I can answer them after the icebreaker? It was Izuku's turn to blush, right? Sorry everyone. He got a smattering of "don't worry about it" and "no problems" from everyone. Hagakure Toru went next and opened with a joke, "As you can see, or can't see rather. My quirk is invisibility." She got a few laughs, the loudest from Izuku and Kami, who both enjoyed making bad puns. Izuku was right about Azui. "My name is Azui Tsu, but please call me Tsu, Karo. My quirk is called Frog. It gives me the abilities of a frog. My favorite thing is the rain, Karo," she told the class. "My name is Melissa Shield. I like inventing new gear in my spare time. As you can tell, I'm American, but I grew up on Island." Melissa told everyone. "You're from Island. Are you perhaps related to David Shield?" Momo asked. Melissa beamed. "Yes. He's my dad. I'm surprised that you know who he is, though." "Ah, he has done business with my father's company before," Momo explained. "Oh, I knew your name sounded familiar. Now it makes sense," Melissa said before continuing with the icebreaker. "My quirk is called stockpiled energy. It's pretty self-explanatory, but over my whole life, I've built up energy that I can use to enhance my body. It gives me super strength, but I also have a theory that it will show up in different ways." Melissa held up her hand and clenched her fist, letting her quirk flow through it. The veins in her hand and arm began to glow and emit what looked like wisps of gold. Fire occasionally came off of it. It actually came in late, so I've only had it for a little over a year. The energy needed to reach a certain threshold, and I need to be in good shape to control it. Otherwise, it would break my body. It still will if I use too much of it. I'm doing my best to catch up though, she finished with another bright smile. "That's super manly," Kirishima shouted. "I can't believe I've met another rival already to push me even further." The rest of the class agreed that Melissa was cool and vowed to help her with her quirk and that they would work strong to keep up and surpass her. Kami went next, explaining that her quirk was called Glamour and that she could produce a mist that she used to make illusions. She demonstrated by making a chibi version of her giving a thumbs up. She then told the class that her hobby was gaming, which got a reaction from Kaminari. The electric boy stood from his seat and pointed at Kami. "I thought I recognized you. You're Phantasmaglamour. I'm one of your followers. I love your channel." Kami smiled at Denki. "Thanks. It's always nice to meet a fan." Ochako's turn was up, and she described how she can make things float by touching them with all 5 fingers on one hand. She also told the class that she called the pads on her fingers beans because when she was little, she thought they looked like cat's toe beans. Everyone decided that Ochako was adorable and must be protected. Himiko spoke up after Ochako. "My name is Himiko. My quirk is called transformation. It lets me transform into other people. My hobby is playing the drums. I actually brought a drum kit, but don't worry, it's an electric one. It comes with headphones, so I don't bother other people." "Can we see it?" Hagakure asked. "My drum kit?" "Sure," Himiko responded, making Hagakure giggle. "No, I meant your quirk. I want to see you be someone else." Hagakure explained. Others in the class voiced their agreement. Himiko looked down and poked her index fingers together. "Well, to do so, I have to drink the person's BLD." A few people in the class blanched. "That's..." Aoyama began but was cut off as Izuku's eyes narrowed at him, and they began to glow. "Unique? It sounds very useful for infiltration work," Momo spoke up. "Yeah. The villains would never see you coming," Mina exclaimed. "We can be stealthy together," Hagakure told her. "Metal, that was Jiro. Are you immune to BLD-borne diseases?" Melissa asked. Himiko gave a bright fanged smile that caused Dark Shadow to retreat. "Thanks, everyone. And yes, I am immune to BLD diseases. My saliva also acts as an antiseptic and numbs the area, so the bite doesn't hurt that much." Izuku held his arm out to Himiko. "Here, you can show them." "Are you sure?" Himiko asked. Getting a nod in response, Himiko bit down on Izuku's forearm. She drank for about 5 seconds before pulling back. The girl then pulled out a roll of bandages she kept on her at all times and expertly wrapped the bite mark. "Okay, that's enough for a quick one," Himiko said, standing up. She closed her eyes, and then gray started to seep through her pores. In moments, there was another Izuku in the room, albeit in Himiko's clothes. "Hi, everyone." she said in Izuku's voice. There was another round of encouragement and saying that her quirk was really cool. After a couple of minutes, Himiko could feel the transformation fading and excused herself after explaining that her quirk makes a mess when the transformation is over. When the blonde vampire came back, it was at last Izuku's turn. He gulped before speaking. My name is Midoriya Izuku. My quirk is Siga called Ghost. Like Shield-san, it also came in late. My hobby is learning about other quirks. Melissa pet her head at hearing there was another late bloomer in the class. What does it do? The inquisitive girl asked. Lets me do ghost things. Izuku said, I can walk through walls, disappear, fly. Really? It lets you do all that? Kaminari asked. Izuku smirked and vanished from the couch, clothes and all. Everyone looked around wildly for a moment, and Himiko rolled her eyes. Boo! Izuku suddenly reappeared behind Kaminari, and the boy released a high-pitched scream. Kaminari clutched at his heart and took a few deep breaths. Dude, you can do it? Izuku chuckled as he walked back to his seat. Yeah. So, sorry about that by the way. I couldn't resist. Kaminari laughed and waved it off. Don't worry about it, dude. Just know that my revenge will come when you least expect it. Everyone chuckled and Melissa asked another few questions. You also mentioned it came in late? When did it happen? How did it happen? It came in 2 years ago. It's a rare type of quirk that needs something to activate it. Izuku explained. What activated it? Sato asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. It's a little personal. Everyone nodded in understanding, telling him not to worry about it. After that, everyone continued to chat and learn more about each other. Izuku got to ask more questions about everyone's quirks, and everyone had a fun time. Eventually, everyone called it a night. This happened after Izuku fell asleep on the couch. Much to Himiko's relief that he was actually sleeping. She did feel something strange in her stomach, though, as when he passed out, he ended up unconsciously laying his head on Mina's shoulder, making the pink girl blush purple. Himiko shook the feeling away, also the feeling that she thought Mina's purple blush was cute, and explained about Izuku's condition. Getting a nod of understanding from Mina, Himiko recruited Ochako to help get Izuku to his bed with her quirk. Once she got Izuku in bed and bid Ochako goodnight, Himiko decided she was too tired to go to her own room and chose to sleep in Izuku's bed. It wasn't the first time she had done something like this, and she curled up beside her best friend, similar to how a cat would curl up, and she wished Izuku good night. It was Monday morning, and Izuku was walking to class with his friends as well as Kirishima, Momo, Melissa and Mina. The other students had left before them. It was a unique feeling when he put on the UA uniform. Something about wearing it made the fact that he was a UA hero student finally feel real. He had also managed to learn how to properly tie his tie with some help, but that's a story for later. He felt good after sleeping for nearly 18 hours after the icebreaker on Saturday. As he walked into Class 1A, he was reminded of the news he had got the day before, as the bad news was already in class. Sitting with his feet up on the desk was Bakugo Katsuki. Ida was beside him, trying to reprimand Bakugo about it. Izuku saw that Bakugo was glaring at him and could hear him mutter, Deku, but Izuku chose to ignore that and look around the room. There was one other face he hadn't seen around the dorm. It was a guy who had red and white hair split down the middle, as well as one blue eye and one gray eye. He also had a large scar on the left side of his face. Doing some math, Izuku realized that his inclusion brought the class to an uneven 21. His wondering about the mystery student was cut off by Ochako. Wow. It's so cool. I wonder what we're going to do today? Are we going to have some kind of opening ceremony today? Perhaps we'll be learning about guidance counselors and other educational and psychological aids, Momo suggested. I'm more interested in who our homeroom teacher is going to be, Melissa said. I'm sure whoever it is, they're going to be a qualified teacher, Izuku said. I hope they're like a super lit pro hero. What do you think the chances of us being taught by midnight are? Kami asked. Hopefully high. Himiko answered. Mina's excitement bubbled over. I'm just so excited about today. The bell rang to signal the start of class, and the massive door to the classroom opened up. Crawling through was what seemed to be a large yellow caterpillar. The caterpillar rolled over to show that it was not an insect, Just a scruffy-looking man in a sleeping bag slurping a jelly drink. No one was sure what explanation was weirder. If you're here to make friends, do it somewhere else. This is the Department of Heroics. The man told them. The class had one collective thought. Who the hell is this guy? The man stood up and let the sleeping bag fall off of him, revealing a fairly tall man with long black hair, wearing a black jumpsuit and a white scarf. It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, and you're all acting irrationally. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Who is this guy? He has to be a pro, just not one I recognize. An underground maybe? I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoda. Pleasure meeting you. The man introduced himself, not sounding pleased at all. He actually looked and sounded like he would rather be anywhere else. Aizawa then reached into his bag and pulled out a UA gym uniform. Wear these immediately and then shove off to the PE grounds. Do not waste time. The entire class was now standing outside, all dressed in the UA gym uniform and all a tad surprised. A quirk apprehension test? The majority of the class shouted. But what about the ceremony? And the guidance counselor meeting? Bachako exclaimed. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for frilly niceties. Aizawa said coldly, turned away from the class. You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus. Well, that freedom goes for us senseis too. His tone only got darker, and the class began to feel a sense of trepidation worm its way into their minds. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, etc. Aizawa continued, these are all activities you know from middle school, naturally. Physical tests where you were barred from using your quirks. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of records or keeping track of average performance levels. I consider that to be negligence. The sensei finally turned around and stared at the class with his tired, apathetic eyes and singled one of them out. Bakugo, you scored the most villain points on the practical exam. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Bakugo smirked, 73 meters. Aizawa tossed a softball to the blonde and pulled out a rectangular device. Step up and try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't leave the circle, anything you do is fine. Don't hold back. Bakugo's smirk grew into a smile as he stepped up and stretched. You got it? Bakugo reared back, and with a massive explosion and a shout, the ball rocketed away. Death. Izuku flinched at the explosion and mentally chastised himself for it. He also saw Jiro flinch and rub her ears. He tapped the punk girl on the shoulder. You okay? He asked, gesturing to her ears. Jiro waved him off. Yeah, it just surprised me. I'll be ready for it next time. Jiro told him. Thanks for asking though. She added as an afterthought. Izuku nodded. No problem. The device Aizawa was holding beeped. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundations. He turned the device towards the class, and the screen read 800.3 m. Wow. 800 meters. Manly. That was Kirishima. We can really use our quirks now. That's the hero course for you. Kaminari shouted. Awesome. That looks so fun. Hagakure exclaimed. Totally lit. Kami agreed. Aizawa's voice brought everyone's excitement down. It looks like fun, you say? So you were planning to spend your 3 years here, having a good time? What happened to becoming heroes? That trepidation from earlier was coming back full force as Aizawa continued. All right then. In that case. New rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged useless. And will be instantly expelled. Natural disasters, massive accidents, ego-mad villains. All kinds of calamities can happen when we least expect them. Aizawa continued to drive that spike of trepidation deeper and deeper, Japan's now positively drenched in unreasonable. It's our job as heroes to reverse it all and restore reason. Aizawa needed to impress upon them the reality of the job. If you were counting on a friendly chat at the mall after school, that's too bad. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after the next. This is plus ultra. I expect you to overcome these trials and climb to the top. Izuku narrows his eyes at his sensei. He was speaking the truth, but he also sounded exactly like every other teacher he had ever had. Everyone could perform great on these tests, and he would still fail someone? That was outrageous. It didn't make any sense. Izuku looked around at his friends and classmates. All of them looked nervous, with the exception of a few. Izuku swallows strong, and he knows he has to say something. It's okay, everyone. He starts, and all eyes turn to him. We all made it into the hero course. We all worked strong. Now we just have to prove that we belong here. That's all this is, another test for us to pass. The tension that was building faded with Izuku's words. He watched as the determination that was only in a few students' eyes spread to the entire class, and a few of them sent him grateful looks. What no one noticed was that Aizawa almost smiled. He dispelled the tension I built with a couple of sentences. Not bad? The first trial. 50-meter dash. Line up. Aizawa instructed. Aoyama, Ashido, you're up first. The two students did as instructed and took their place at the starting line. Mina took off her shoes and got into a sprinter's position. Well, Aoyama stands backwards and gives you a wink. Izuku grabbed his notebook to write down his observations. Momo did a double take when she saw him take out the notebook from seemingly nowhere. Aizawa calls for the run to start, and Mina springs forward a few steps before producing acid from her feet to skate forward and finishes with a time of 5.25 seconds. Aoyama jumped straight up and fired his laser, launching himself down the track. He passed Mina for a moment, but his laser petered out after a moment, and he landed on his back halfway down the course. He got up and did the same thing, sending him past the finish line with a time of 5.51 seconds. Aoyama stood up and brushed himself off, and turned to his classmates, striking a pose. If I keep shooting for longer than 1 second, my tummy will turn inside out. The class sweat dropped. That's an unfortunate side effect. Next up were Ida and Tsu. Ida definitely had the advantage over the Tsu with the engines in his legs. The start was called, and Ida took off, shifting into third gear immediately to reach a top speed in such a short space. He finished in 3.04 seconds. Tsu hopped as fast as she could, finishing in 5.49 seconds. The next matchup was between Ochako and Himiko. Izuku and Kami told both of them to do their best. You ready, Chako? Himiko asked her friend as she stretched. I will be in just a second, Ochako told her. Ochako touched her shirt and breathes before bending over to touch her shoes. Oh, that's smart. You're making your clothes weigh less so you can run faster. Himiko exclaimed. I hope you're ready to eat my dust Himikyon. Ochako said, managing to sound both competitive and bubbly at the same time. Himiko giggled at her friend, and both girls got in the starting position. Aizawa calls for the start, and both girls run as strong as they can. Despite Ochako using her quirk to her advantage, Himiko still finished first, with a time of 6 seconds flat. Ochako finished a full second later at a time of 7. Ochako was breathing slightly as she looked at her friend. Wow, Himiko-dan. You're really fast. Himiko grinned. Thanks. I've put a lot of work in over the last 2 years, she said, striking a pose to show off her toned legs. Ochako's permanent blush darkened slightly, along with Jiro's, who was watching, and the two girls walked back to their friends as the next people walked up. Most of the other runners were pretty cut and dry. Everyone was putting up decent speeds. Granted, it was still much faster than it had been before the dawn of quirks. In the new world, even unconditioned high school students could match records set by the Olympians of ages past. Izuku kept faithful notes throughout the whole activity, but after the first 3 sets, there was only one other match that was truly interesting. The boy with the dual-colored hair, whose name he learned was Todoroki, which sounded familiar, revealed that he had an ice quirk. Todoroki froze his side of the track and, similar to Mina, skated down it, finishing with a time of 5.30 seconds. His opponent, Hagakure, put up a decent time of 6.59 seconds. Izuku was still taking notes when he heard his name called, and he groaned when he realized who he had to race. Bakugo and Midoriya, step up, Aizawa called. As he was walking up, Izuku called upon his rings, and with a flash of light, he transformed. Looking down at himself, Izuku realized something. His gym uniform, which had been predominantly blue and white with a red streak, was now orange, black and green. Izuku sighed loudly as he could hear his friends try to hold in their laughter. I look like a pumpkin. That got his friends to fail at holding in their laughter and got the rest of the class chuckling as well. Izuku laughed a little as he found it funny too, and he took off the uniform top showing that he had a black muscle shirt underneath as well as a white compression sleeve over his right arm. This accomplishes two things. The intended one was to make himself look less like a pumpkin. The unintended effect it had was due to the muscle shirt being skin-tight and showing off how toned Izuku had become in the last 2 years, much to the appreciation of much of the female side of the class and a few of the male students as well. Izuku takes his position in the sprinter's blocks, and Bakugo leans forward with his arms crossed and palms facing outward. I'm going to show you that you don't even belong here with that cheap but quirk you hid from me, Deku. Bakugo growls out, quiet enough so that no one else can hear it. Almost no one. Izuku rolls his eyes. I didn't hide it from you, Kaken. I told you it needed to be activated. Bakugo ched and leaned a little more forward, waiting for the start to be called. Once it was, Bakugo threw both his hands behind him and used his explosions to propel himself forward. Blast rush! He shouted, also hoping that the explosions would knock Midoriya over. They didn't, as Midoriya was in front of him. Flying low to the ground, it took Izuku 2.13 seconds to cross the finish line, a full 2 seconds faster than Bakugo. The blonde bomber rounded on his former friend. What the F was that, Deku? He shouted, you don't beat me. He raised his hand and let it crackle with explosions. Izuku took an involuntary step back, but his momentary look of fear turned to one of confusion as Bakugo's quirk suddenly stopped. Bakugo looked at his hand, trying to make an explosion. What the F? I erased your quirk, Aizawa said. Both teens looked back and found their sensei, his hair now defying gravity, staring at Bakugo. You will stand down, Bakugo, or I will make this class an even number right now. Am I clear? The sensei's tone left no room for argument. Bakugo bit out a yes through gritted teeth, and Aizawa's hair fell back down. Good. Aizawa took out an eyedropper and tilted his head back to use it. Izuku finally put 2 and 2 together. Your eraser head. Your quirk lets you temporarily disable transformation and emitter quirks. You're an underground hero. You're correct. Now let's move on. Aizawa said, Atsushimi, Yaoyorozu, Shield, you're up. As the 3 girls took their place, Himiko, Ochako, Mina and Jiro walked up beside Izuku. What's that guy's problem with you? Jiro asked. He was being a deet for no reason I could see. That's just Katsuki. He's always like that. Izuku told her. A massive D-dash? Jiro responded. Yup. Himiko said, I think he acts like that because he's compensating. Ochako snorted while Jiro and Mina openly laughed. I take it you know him? Jiro asked. Izuku hummed in response. We were childhood friends. Our moms are friends. Is that why he called you Deku? Ochako asked. A fun childhood nickname? Fun. Izuku ped his eyebrow. Yeah. Isn't it like Dikairu? Like you can do it? Ochako said. Izuku gave her a small smile. That's nice, but it's not what he means. Deku is another way to read my name in kanji. It essentially means a wooden doll, empty, useless. So he's a bully. Mina said, crossing her arms over her seat. I don't like bullies. I wouldn't call him that. Izuku was cut off by Himiko. Yes. He is a bully. Izuku just refuses to see it, the blonde girl cut in, giving Izuku a look that told him he'd better not try and correct her. It's a look he was very familiar with. So I guess we'll just have to try and convince him otherwise, Mina said. I've been trying for years. Himiko lamented. Well, now you have help, Ochako said. Jiro voiced her agreement as well. Do I get a say? Izuku asked. No, the 4 girls said at once. During their conversation, Cammy, Momo and Melissa had completed the 50-meter dash. Melissa finished first with a time of 2.47, and Momo in second with a time of 5.1 seconds, creating a pair of jet-propelled roller skates to do so. Despite finishing last, Cammy still put up an impressive time of 6.4 seconds. Upon finishing, the girls were congratulated on their scores, and filled in on the plan to help Izuku realize that Bakugo was a bully. Ida walked up to Izuku and Melissa. Well done, you two. I was not expecting to be beaten in a contest of speed. I have learned my lesson and shall never assume again. Thanks, Ida. Melissa said, I think you'd win in a longer race, though. I move fastest in bursts. You smoked us both though, huh, Midoriya? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. It's strong to beat this speed of flight. It's why Hawks is the fastest hero. Izuku then smirked a little, although he won't be once I graduate. Oh, aiming big. Melissa teased, I like it. Indeed. Your ambition is admirable. But false. Ida said, adjusting his glasses, as I will claim the title of fastest hero. Izuku laughed a little. You're on. The rest of the morning was spent completing the rest of the tests. For the grip strength test, Shoji, Melissa and Momo came in the top 3. Shoji with 540 kilograms, Melissa with 634 kilograms, and Momo came in first, making the device give an error reading because she created the Jaws of Life. Izuku did well by using his ghost tail. It shocked some people when his legs suddenly disappeared, to wrap around it so he could exert more force. Himiko originally asked Sato if he would be willing to spare some BLD for the test, but he declined, saying he wasn't comfortable with it. Sato apologized, but he did say that he might in the future once they knew each other better. Himiko told him not to worry about it and that she understood. She ended up using some of Izuku's to get a better score than she could have on her own. Kami tried to use her glamour to make it seem like her score was higher. Aizawa noticed and told her to remove it, but unbeknownst to everyone else, he actually approved of the attempt and noted it down. The standing long jump was won by Tsu, with Momo and Melissa coming next. Izuku was told he wasn't allowed to fly for it, as the jump had to be completed in one motion. The sustained side jumps were won by Himiko, who proved to be one of the most nimble people in class. Izuku came in first for the seated toe touch. His lack of bones in his ghost form made him supernaturally flexible. Mina also did very well in the toe touch, showcasing her own flexibility due to years of dance. There was also some other interesting quirk uses in this one, like Jiro using her jacks, Shoji stretching his arms, Siro's tape and Tsu's tongue. The upper body exercises were called off because Kiri, Sato, Melissa, Bakugo and Izuku seemed incapable of stopping. This also occurred in the endurance running test. Ida was more or less built for that kind of test, and Melissa's quirk and training allowed her to excel as well. Momo created a small solar-powered electric scooter, and Izuku flew around the track. He amused his friends at one point by flying with his back to the ground and his hands behind his head. The last test of the day was the same one they started with, the softball pitch. Ochako stole the show in this test by casually tossing the ball into space, earning herself a score of infinity. Everyone's jaw dropped. How were they supposed to beat that? Momo raised her hand. Sensei? Ochako's score is amazing. But won't it ruin the curve of all the other scores? Aizawa shook his head. No. I'll simply give her one more meter than whoever scores the highest. Melissa came in third for this test. Her arm glowed with wisps of gold flame, and she produced a shockwave that ruffled people's hair and clothes as she threw the ball over 1,000 meters. People's jaws dropped at just how powerful her quirk was. Momo came in second by creating a freaking cannon to launch the ball 1 foot 600 inches meters. The rich girl was also kind enough to provide ear protection to those who wanted it. Izuku was up last for this test. He walked into the circle and picked up the ball. Is it okay if I fly for this one? He asked. Restrict it to 20 meters, Aizawa told him. Izuku nodded and ascended to his allotted height. He spun around rapidly to build up extra momentum, and as he realized the ball, he also added an ecto beam for extra power. With those 3 factors combined, Izuku was able to throw the ball 823.2 meters. As Izuku landed and Aizawa showed off the score to the class, Bakugo was pushed past his boiling point. You need to explain yourself to me, Deku. You don't get quirks after 4. You owe me shitrag. Bakugo screamed, charging Izuku with explosions crackling from both hands. Bakugo was about a meter from Izuku when his traction was halted as he was tripped and wrapped up in white cloth. He fell flat on his face and looked up to see that Himiko was the one who tripped him. The vampire girl was standing protectively in front of Izuku, baring her teeth and hissing at Bakugo. She was also wielding a knife in a reverse grip. What Bakugo didn't see was the glow around Melissa's arm fading, Mina dripping acid, Jiro's Jax writing threateningly, and Momo's and Ida's disapproving looks. Bakugo was yanked onto his feet by Aizawa and turned to face the teacher. I warned you once. I am only warning you a second time because I believe you have more than zero potential. I will not warn you a third time. This school is no place for petty rivalries or childhood grudges. Am I understood? Bakugo didn't say anything. He just looked at the ground. Am I understood? Once more, Bakugo bit out a yes. Aizawa looked at him for a moment longer before releasing the boy. Good. Aizawa walked up to Himiko and held out his hand. Knife? His intention was clear. Do I have to? I'm trained with it. Yes. Himiko pouted, but she handed over the knife. Aizawa then turned to the class. Now, your results are ready. He held out the device he had been using to monitor their scores, and a hologram began to shimmer to life. By the way, the expulsion was a lie. Most of the class sagged a little in relief, and Aizawa had a grin that just looked wrong on his face. It was a logical ruse, meant to pull out your best performances. Although Midoriya's speech accomplished something similar. The hologram finished forming, showing a leaderboard. The top three were Melissa, Momo, and Izuku, with Todoroki in fourth and Bakugo in fifth. Bakugo stared at the results. Fifth? Fifth? Not only had that worthless sheet Deku beat him in rankings again, he was pushed out of the top spots by that half and half BSRD, the Rich Beach, and Fang Gaijin. The boy could feel his fuse about to burn out again, but he was smart enough to push it all down. He knew they would all see that he was the greatest eventually. The person who came last was clearly feeling down about herself, even though it was a little strong to see. Hagakure? Aizawa called out. The girl looked up. Yes, sensei? I can tell that you've been putting work into your fitness. It's important for those of us without combat quirks, like myself. Well done. Aizawa reassured her. Do you know anything about fighting? The invisible girl nodded, doing so in an exaggerated manner. Yeah. I'm a sandan in judo. I've been taking it since I was little. Aizawa nodded. Good. That's a good choice for taking people out quietly. Hagakure wiggled in happiness. Thanks, sensei. Aizawa hums. Alright. Everyone go change and then go to the cafeteria for lunch. Class dismissed. The glass began to walk back to the change rooms, and Izuku walked up beside Hagakure. Hi, Haga. Hey, Hagakure. It's really cool that you know how to fight. Do you want to spar sometime? He asked. Hey, Midoriya-san. I'd love to spar. Do you practice judo too? Hagakure was wiggling with excitement as well as happiness this time. I practice kung fu. But I think it's fun to fight other styles. Izuku told her. That sounds super fun. Hagakure exclaimed. It does. Mina agreed, stepping into the conversation. Could I join? Me too. Himiko said. Sparring with Izzy is always super fun. I bet it's the same with you guys. The group continued on to the change rooms, chatting about their fighting styles. On the male side of the change rooms, the students were in various states of undress. Izuku, out of ghost mode now, had just taken off his undershirt and compression sleeve. Holy shit, dude! Kaminari exclaimed. How did you get that? He asked, pointing at the scar covering his right arm and shoulder. Izuku glanced back at Kaminari and then back at his shoulder. He blushed a little as more of his classmates walked over to get a look at it. Oh, well, I got struck by lightning a while ago. You know it's not nice to look at? No, man, are you kidding? That looks awesome. Siro said, you survived getting struck by lightning. That's amazing. Yeah. It makes you look like a badass. Sato told him. Izuku grinned at them. Thanks. It does look quite impressive, Midoriya-san. Ida told him. But I thought that Lichtenberg figures were supposed to disappear rather quickly? Izuku nodded. They are. I don't know why this one is still here. The doctors don't either. As he was finishing changing, Izuku noticed something in the corner of the room. Walking over to see what it was, he found a hole in the wall. Knowing that the female change room was on the other side of the wall, Izuku realized that some pervert must have made it so he could peep at the girls. That was unacceptable. Izuku knocked on the wall and called out to the other side, "Hey girls! There's a hole over here. Thought you should know. One of you can probably plug it." Jiro was the one who responded, "Sheet, there is a hole." "Thanks, Green." "No problem." "No longing to take a peek, Izuku?" Kami called out. Izuku blushed. What? I wouldn't. Are you sure? I wouldn't mind you taking a look, Wonder Boy. Kami said, her voice low and sultry. Kami. Izuku and multiple girls called out in the room. Kami just laughed at the blushing girls and at the fact that she could feel Izuku blushing neon through the wall. The only girls who found it funny were Mina, Himiko, and Tsu. Everyone in the room noted that Tsu's croaking laughter was adorable. Momo, who was also blushing quite heavily, walked up to the hole. "Don't worry, Izuku. I'm patching it." Momo's hands sparkled as she created a circular piece of concrete to fill the hole. She then created a small bottle of RBB cement and used it to seal the hole shut for good. "Oh my god! This is so good," Mina said around a mouthful of soba. She swallowed after a moment. "I can't believe Lunch Rush is the head chef here." Mina was sitting at a table with Izuku and the rest of his classmates and new friends. Also at the table were Himiko, Kami, Ochako, Kirishima, Momo, Jiro, Ida, Hagakure, Melissa, and Tsu. "He is very good." Momo spoke up, "Easily comparable to some of the best 5-star restaurants I've been to. I can't believe I got his autograph." Izuku said, "He's such a busy hero that his is strong to get." "Karo, you really like heroes, don't you, Midoriya?" Tsu croaked. "They're just really cool," Izuku mumbled. Himiko slapped Izuku on the back. "Don't let Izzy's mumbly nature fool you, Ash. He's a massive hero nerd. He has notebooks dedicated to analyzing them and their quirks." "Call me Tsu." "Karo." "Himiko." Izuku groaned, making the table chuckled. "Don't make me embarrass you. You ain't got nothing on me." "Really? What about the fact that you purr?" Izuku said with a sly grin. Himiko gasped, "I do no such thing." "Do too." "Do not." "You do too, and I'll prove it," Izuku told Himiko. "How?" Himiko challenged her friend. "Like this." Izuku reached over to Himiko and began scratching her under the chin like one does to a cat. Her reaction was practically instantaneous. Her eyes closed in apparent bliss, and just as Izuku said, she began purring. This went on for about 10 seconds before Himiko's eyes snapped open, and she karate chopped at Izuku's hand, all while blushing madly. "No. Stop that." Himiko then crossed her arms and pouted exaggeratedly. Mina started at this with stars in her eyes as she squealed. "That was adorable." Ochako and Hagakure squealed as well. "So cute." Agreed. "It was very cute, Karo." Tsu said. "You two seem close. Have you been friends for a long time?" Melissa asked. Izuku shook his head. "Not really. We've only been friends for 2 years. But she lives with my mom and me. Feels like I've known her forever, though." Himiko nodded along, her blush fading. "Yup. I'm a ward of the Midoriyas. They've been taking care of me for 2 years. If you don't mind me asking, how did you end up living there?" Momo asked. "It's kind of a long story." Himiko said, "I'll tell you guys later. Right now, it's time for lunch." Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Tatayatai. It was a few days before the move-in date at UA. Izuku, Inko, and Himiko were all standing in front of the bathroom mirror in the Midoriya residence. Because they were all attempting to properly tie Izuku's and Himiko's ties. It was not going well. It was always either too short or too long, and the knot never looked right. Even with the help of videos, none of them could get it. "Why is this so hard?" Himiko whined. "I have no idea." Izuku said. "I don't remember it being this strong. Let's watch the video again." Inko suggested. Another failed attempt later, Himiko threw her hands in the air. I give up. "I'm sorry I'm not much help here, kids," Inko said. "It's okay, Mum." Izuku said, "I think I have an idea." Izuku walked out of the bathroom, tie in hand. I'll be back later. Where's he going? Himiko asked. I'm not sure. Half an hour later, Izuku stood in front of a very nice two-story house. Okay, if I'm right. He shouldn't be home right now. Swallowing thickly, Izuku walked up and hit the doorbell. It took a moment, but the door swung open to reveal a pretty blonde woman with red eyes, wearing a black skirt and a white blouse with a purple top over it. Her eyes widened when she saw who was at the door, and she threw her arms around Izuku. Izuku, it's so good to see you. How have you been? Hey, Mitsuko-bazan. Izuku mumbled, wrapped up in the hug. I've been good. Mitsuki pulled away. Let me get a look at ya. You grew up good, Izuku. I could feel those muscles. If you ever need a job, I'm sure I could land you a modeling gig for my brand. She winked at him. Both Mitsuki and her husband worked in the fashion industry. Now, what can I do for ya? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I was actually looking for Masaru Ajisen. Is he home? Come on in, Izuku, I'll call him. Walking into the house, Mitsuki shouted for her husband, Masaru. Come here. Izuku's here to see you. Izuku's sweat dropped. Kaken definitely took after his mother. Speaking of, considering the lack of explosions, he wasn't home. It didn't take long for Masaru to arrive. He was a simple man with brown hair, square-framed glasses, and a faint mustache. He was wearing a green shirt and beige briefs. Hey, Izuku. It's nice to see you, Masaru greeted, an eyebrow raised in confusion. What can I do for you? Hi, Ajisen. Izuku looked down at the floor and pulled the tie out of his pocket. I was, hoping that you could teach me how to tie this? Masaru's face softened, as did Mitsuki's. Masaru walked up and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I can do that. Come on, Izuku, let's go into the main room and I'll teach you. The two men walked away, and both Masaru and Mitsuki had the same exact thought. DMNU, Hisashi. It should be you teaching this to your son, UB. It was Tuesday morning, and Izuku had once again decided to make breakfast for the entire dorm. It was already a habit for him to be up early and start preparations for the morning rush. Today he had decided on a less traditional breakfast and chose to make American-style pancakes. Once more, Momo was the first person to join him in the kitchen. Good morning, Izuku. It smells wonderful in here. Good morning to you too, Momoheim. I'm making pancakes. You're just in time for the first batch. Izuku told her, plating 4 pancakes for the girl. Momo dug into the pancakes quickly, somehow eating both ferociously and refined simultaneously. Izuku idly noted that it was adorable. More students joined before class. Kirishima thanked him and told him how manly he was. Ida applauded him for his dedication to an early start to the day. Bakugo just blew past the whole thing and made his way out the door. Oh wow. Pancakes, Ochako exclaimed. Thanks, Digiven. Izuku blushed. Dikairu? Yeah. Like I said yesterday. Dikairu, you can do it. Ochako gave him a blinding smile. One which Izuku returned. Izuku went back to making pancakes, and it wasn't long before the next 2 people came down for breakfast. When Kami and Mina walked into the kitchen to see Izuku cooking, they shared the same devilish grin. It did admittedly look a little more in place on Mina, but Kami pulled it off very well. Oblivious to the girls, Izuku was very surprised when he found himself trapped in a hug by Mina. Breakfast again? You're the best, Midori, she said, pressing herself into Izuku's ear. Any reply Izuku would have made prematurely cut off as Kami wrapped him in a hug from behind. She makes a good point. Thanks for looking out for us, Wonder Boy. Izuku was blushing up a storm, and he had only 2 thoughts running through his head. How are both of these girls so amazingly soft and toned at the same time? It should not be possible. And why are they both so touchy-feely? Kami then whispered in Izuku's ear, you know, being able to cook and look out for us, your excellent husband material. Her comment made Izuku's blush deepen somehow, and her warm breath tickled his ear, making him shiver. This feeling was then compounded by Mina, who whispered in his other ear, I agree. Excellent husband material. Both girls squeezed him one last time, then pulled away. They each grabbed a plate of pancakes and left the kitchen, giggling as they left a very flustered Izuku behind. What both girls missed was the frowns of both Momo and Ochako as they were witnesses to the entire scene. The first class of the day for 1A was Basic Hero Theory with Aizawa. His morning class covered things like tactics and how to properly coordinate groups of people, how large hero operations are structured and how hero patrols work. He was supposed to teach this stuff. What he did instead was hand out textbooks and tell the class to read certain chapters and learn what they needed. He then went to sleep under his desk. After that class, they had math with ectoplasm, which despite being taught by a pro hero, some of the class still found boring. The next class was slightly more interesting, as English was being taught by Present Mike. His first question in class was if anyone was already fluent. Melissa obviously spoke English, but the other members of the class to raise their hands were Momo, Todoroki, Ida, Jiro, Bakugo and Izuku. Himiko also raised her hand but told Mike that she was only semi-fluent. The next lesson ended up becoming most of the class's favorite, art and art history being taught by the 18-plus hero, Midnight. Cammy was ecstatic as Midnight is her favorite hero. Overall, it was very strong not to pay attention to the pro-heroine, and not just because of her outfit. She was actually a very engaging teacher. Class 1 as last morning class was literature with Cementos. It was really boring. Some of the books they were going to be looking at seemed interesting, but Cementos just droned on and on. Lunch was as fantastic as it was the day before, thanks to Lunch Rush. The classmates discussed their morning classes and their teachers. Unnoticed by most, Mina and Cammy shared a sly smile as they noticed Ochako and Momo quickly claimed spots next to Izuku. The only one to notice the smile was Himiko. It was after lunch 1A was waiting for. Foundational Hero Training 101, the practical side of their theory class. Whispers filtered throughout the class, all wondering who the teacher was going to be. The class fell silent as they felt the ground begin to shake. The sound of footsteps got louder as whatever it was getting closer. "It's me." A voice rang out. The door opened, and All Might, clad in one of his classic costumes, walked into the room, entering through the door like a normal person. Excited chatter filled the room, but Izuku went still and subconsciously rubbed his right arm. On the one hand, having the number 1 hero teaching them heroics was amazing. On the other hand, All Might was still a bit of a sore spot for Izuku. I'll just have to work past it, not let it affect my participation. Besides, I doubt he remembers me from 2 years ago. He had other important things to do, like saving Bakugo, Izuku thought. All Might was now standing behind the podium at the front of the room. Foundational Hero Studies. In this class, we will be building up your hero foundation through various trials. Let's jump in with this. All Might dramatically reached into his cape and pulled out a card with a word written on it in bright red. The Trial of Battle. Izuku could see Bakugo practically vibrating in front of him. Whether it was from excitement or bloodlust, Izuku couldn't tell. It was probably both. Izuku could feel his own excitement rise with the rest of the class. He was going to get to show what he could do to his peers and his new friends. All Might walked over to the side wall of the classroom and pulled out a remote. And to go with your first battle? All Might pressed the button, and a series of compartments slid out of the wall. We've prepared the gear we had you send in requests for to match your quirks. Our costumes? Awesome. So cool. Manly. Various voices rang out around the room. The excitement kept building and building. Midoriya Izuku. Toga Joshi. All Might called out, and most of the class turned to look at the 2 students. Your gear is still in the support course room. Go retrieve it, and then join us at Training Ground B. The gear you bring onto the battlefield is vitally important, boys and girls. And don't forget, from here on out, you're all officially heroes. The entire class cheered, and everyone scrambled to get to their outfits. Izuku and Himiko got up to make their way to the support course. After all, unlike the rest of the class, they had their very own inventor. It took a few minutes and a look at the school map to find the room. In front of Himiko and Izuku stood a large iron door. "Do you want to knock?" Izuku asked. Himiko shook her head. "Nope." "You do it?" Izuku sighed and raised his hand to knock on the door. However, he didn't get the chance as the door blew open in an explosion and something crashed into Izuku, knocking him off his feet. Being able to hear Himiko's giggling, Izuku opened his eyes to find himself trapped underneath the body weight of one Hatsume Mei. The reason for Himiko's laughter was because not only was he trapped by his friend, he found himself with his head between Mei's generous tea and the two of them being in a compromising position. Izuku glanced up to see Mei's gold eyes looking down at him. "Hey, Zuku. It's good to see you. You make for a really nice crash pad." The inventor then sat up, not getting off of Izuku. Now she was essentially just straddling him. "Emi, you're here too. It's really good to see you too, Mei-chan." Izuku said, "Himiko-chan and I are here for our gear." Mei's eyes sparkled, and she began bouncing up and down in excitement, making Izuku groan and blush a little as Mei was still on top of him. At this moment, someone else walked out of the now broken doorway. This person was shirtless, showing off a rather muscular physique. He was wearing green breathes, had very large hands tipped with dull orange claws of some sort, and was wearing a yellow helmet that resembled the scoop of an excavator. He was also presently rubbing his forehead and giving a very large sigh. "Hatsume, how many times am I going to have to tell you to be more careful? I don't know how you do it. This door is supposed to be blast-proof," the man said. He then took a look around, realizing that Izuku and Himiko were there. "Who are you two?" "Power Loader Sensei. These are my friends, Izuku and Himiko. I've been building their suits," Mei exclaimed, getting off of Izuku. Power Loader nodded. You've mentioned them before. All right. Come on in." Mei grabbed Izuku and Himiko by the hands and dragged them over to her workstation. Come in. Mei's workbench was a mess of wires, tools, scrap metal, half-finished projects, and other odds and ends. There were also 2 large metal cylinders that Mei pulled her friends up to. "They're in here. Are you ready?" Not waiting for a response, Mei pushed a button, and the doors on the cylinders opened to reveal Himiko's and Izuku's hero gear. They look amazing," Himiko exclaimed, wrapping Mei in a hug. "That extra month the support course gets must come in handy. You did such a good job." "Thanks. I've been working on them non-stop since Tuesday." Izuku turned from admiring his gear to looking at his friend. "Mei. Today is Tuesday?" Mei froze in place. "Have you been up for a week?" "Mei like that. I mean, I've been working on them since Thursday." "Did I say Tuesday?" Himiko tightened her grip on Mei. "What have we told you about not getting a proper night's sleep?" Mei hung her head, that it impairs cognitive function and productivity. "So why didn't you sleep?" Izuku asked. "Because I was perfecting your gear." "Why sleep when I could be inventing?" Mei told him. Izuku sighed. "I appreciate that you put so much work into being our support tech, but more importantly, you're our friend, so your health comes first. So, you're going to go get a full 8 hours now, right?" Mei just grumbled. Izuku and Himiko locked eyes, knowing what they had to do, even though they didn't like it. They had prepared for this. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out their secret weapon, a bar of Mei's favorite brand of chocolate. He waved it in front of Mei and watched as her eyes followed it. "You know the drill, Mei. You get half now," Mei tried to reach for the bar, "and you get half after you sleep." Mei narrowed her eyes for a moment, thinking it over. But like she had before, she relented. "I'll get some sleep." Izuku nodded and broke the bar in half. He was stopped before he could hand over half, though. "Wait," Himiko told him. She took a sniff of Mei's head and wrinkled her nose. "You're also going to shower before you sleep." "But showering is a waste of time," Mei whined. "Shower or no chocolate," Himiko told her. Mei grumbled some more but, again, relented. "Good," Izuku said and handed over the treat. Mei snatched it from his hands, and it was gone in seconds. "Okay, now shower and then off to bed." The girl nodded and quickly gathered up their gear for easy carry. With a brief explanation of how they worked, while Mei could and had built complicated stuff, she thought the best gear was simple to work and maintain on the fly. The girl then left to take proper care of herself. As Mei left the room, Power Loader walked up behind Izuku and Himiko with his mouth wide open. How did you two do that? I've been trying for a month." "She never listens." Himiko and Izuku shrugged. She's been our friend for years. We've adapted and know how to take care of her. If all else fails, chocolate usually works. Himiko told him. Power Loader nodded. Okay, I think I'm going to need you two's help with her again at some point. Wait here for a moment. He walked to his desk and rummaged around for a moment. Coming back over, he handed Izuku and Himiko a card each. Here, take these. They give you access to the support course whenever you want. Come over and check up on her, will you? The two young adults nodded and promised to do just that. They thanked Power Loader and left to change into their gear. Walking down the hallway to the training grounds alongside Himiko, both decked out in full gear, felt surreal to Izuku. This was it. Blinking to clear the spots from his eyes as he came into the light, Izuku got his first look at his classmates' and friends' gear. Many designs hadn't changed for the students when they first designed them. Sato looked like a luchador. Tokoyami was clad in a dark cloak, and Todoroki was wearing some kind of monstrosity. Jiro was very punk-looking. Her gear consisted of a pair of black cargo breaths tucked into a tall pair of combat boots with what looked like speakers in them, and judging by their look, they were also steel-toed. A large studded Elticher belt held her breaths up. She had on a black Elticher jacket, the sleeves reached just past her elbows, over a peach-colored top and a Kevlar vest, with graffiti of a hand holding a heart-shaped grenade on it. On her left forearm was some kind of device. From what Izuku could see, it had sliders on. It must be to change the pitch of her speakers. On her head was a pair of sturdy-looking headphones that most likely doubled as ear protection. What completed her gear was a pair of fingerless gloves and a black choker with a pick hanging from it, as well as 2 marks painted on her face that made her look like she belonged to the Inazukawa clan from Naruto. He saw some kind of cross between a knight and a muscle car. Spotting the engines in his legs, Izuku deduced that that was Ida. Then there was Oyama, who looked like a cross between a knight and a disco ball. Siro was wearing predominantly white and black and a helmet that resembled a tape dispenser. Kaminari looked like he was wearing casual clothes with the addition of a headset. Izuku scoffed at Bakugo, who was wearing a costume he had helped design when they were kids. Mina was wearing a teal bodysuit decorated with splotches of purple, and like the paint splash design Mina was going for, her outfit looked painted on. She also had a poofy white fur collar and a pair of goggles that resembled protective eyewear you'd use when handling acid, just fancier. Izuku also spotted spouts on her gloves and boots to help with aiming and focus streams. Cammy wore a black bodysuit that showed a generous amount of cleavage and molded to her like a second skin. Lining her collar, the outside of her forearms and calves was a reddish-orange fur. She had low-heeled black boots on and what looked like some kind of respirator currently around her neck. The divide had tubes attached to it that disappeared down the back of her costume. She tied her look together with a domino mask that looked like Midnight's, only it was the same color as the fur on her outfit. Ochako was wearing a predominantly black and pink bodysuit, very large pink boots, a bulky pink belt, and 2 odd wrist devices that Izuku couldn't see a point for other than possibly STMLTNG her pressure points to help with nausea. She also had an astronaut-like helmet that had a pink plastic visor. While she definitely looked cute, she also looked unnecessarily bulky and unwieldy. Yeah, she was going to have to be introduced to Mei. Koda looked pretty cool too. He was wearing red and yellow with big black boots on and sturdy knee pads. He had a falconer glove on his right hand, and a large fur collar resembling a lion's mane. Koda's look was completed with a set of feline jaws hanging from a necklace. Koda would later assure everyone that the fur and teeth were fake. Aside from Ida, Melissa was also the only other person wearing armor. The armor was a brushed gold color, and the other parts of her outfit were a dull white. She had a breastplate that protected her chest and abdomen but left her sides uncovered, probably to provide a wider range of movement and greater flexibility. Izuku could also see some kind of designs etched into the armor, which looked like interconnected circles of different kinds. When Melissa turned, Izuku saw that the back of her armor only protected her spine, and an armored belt connected the 2 sides. Hanging from the front and back of her belt were 2 pieces of cloth that reached her ankles. It looked like a skirt if it had no sides. She had bracers over her forearms and pauldrons on her shoulders. The right pauldron looked relatively sleek, while her left one was fancier and had an owl-like design at the bottom. She had greaves on her legs and was wearing sturdy boots. Melissa completed her outfit with a domino mask in place of her glasses and a circlet that kept her hair out of the way. Sue had on what looked like a diving suit. It had a black neck and shoulders, with the body, arms, and legs a tree frog green. It also had 2 black lines outlined in yellow running down the front. She was also wearing a pair of unique boots made to fit her own unique feet that reached her mid-thigh. Black in color, they had green sections on the feet that resembled a frog's toes. They also looked like they could double as flippers. She had a utility belt around her waist and durable-looking gloves with black palms and green fingers. Her look was completed with a line of green face paint running across the bridge of her nose and under her eyes with 2 little dots at each end and a pair of goggles. Her very long hair was tied off in its usually large bow. Hagakure, per her favorite style, dressed very cutely in light grays, soft pinks, and baby blues. She had on a light gray bodysuit that went down to the middle of her arms and just above her knees. It had 2 pink lines running down her sides, and she was wearing pink elbow and knee pads. The boots she was wearing were a different gray than her suit, and Izuku could see baby blue socks peeking out of them. She also had on baby blue gloves and a baby blue sigisti plate that resembled a tube top, but Izuku could tell it was armored. Her look was completed with a visor that had little pink wings that most likely sat just behind her ears, as well as a skirt. Izuku also spotted some type of device on her right arm. The last person Izuku laid eyes on was Momo. She was wearing a red sports bra and red spandex breathes that went down to her knees and left the outside of her thighs exposed. Her breathes and top were connected by an interwoven black mesh. The mesh was also covering the exposed parts of her thighs, as well as making up the back of her sports bra. Like Hagakure, she was wearing elbow and knee pads. Only hers were black. Around her waist was a pair of crisscrossing yellow belts that were decked out in pouches. On her left arm was a wrist-mounted screen that allowed her to quickly look up diagrams and formulas. She finished off her look with a white waist cape made out of tough material. It hung off her belt and added an extra layer of protection to her thighs but could also easily be moved for her creations. Izuku realized that having a class with all of these girls was going to kill him. Everyone turned to look at Himiko and Izuku as they joined the rest of the class. "You guys look super cool," Ochako exclaimed. "Totally lit. Manly. Revelry in the dark." "Thanks, everyone," Himiko said. Himiko's outfit was mostly black. Part of it was a modern-style cheapao dress with slits in the sides to allow a greater range of movement. Only it was made of an armored cloth. It was shoulderless and trimmed with a deep blue. The blue on her shoulders extended down to the center of her feet, forming a symbol that looked like a bird. She wore black tights under it that would be indistinguishable from her calf-high boots if the boots weren't capped with blue. She also wore gloves that stopped just before her elbow. The hands were black, and from elbow to wrist, they were blue. Izuku knew that the gloves had retractable claws in them that could be extended by flexing her fingers. On her back, she had 2 batons peeking over her shoulders, as well as a pack on her waist that contained a variety of first aid supplies and items for safely drawing BLD. There were also 2 hidden karambit knives sheathed above the pack, but only she and Mei knew about those. Lastly, she had a blue domino mask, and well, her hair was in her normal buns. She had 2 needles through them to help hold them together. "Why, you all look great too," Izuku said. At the moment, Izuku's full body suit was white. It looked very durable, and if one looked closely, there were thicker parts on areas like the thighs, triceps, CHST, and other soft areas that wouldn't impede his movement. There were red lines running up the side of his legs, and his hands were red as well but covered by white fingerless gloves. He completed it with a more durable white version of the jacket Himiko had given him, complete with his favorite kanji in green on the back and his red shoes. "Indeed! You all look like heroes," All Might exclaimed with a bellowing laugh. "Now, who can tell me where most hero work is done?" "Outside, right?" Kaminari asked. "There are always heroes patrolling." "Not quite, Kaminari Dansher. Patrolling is where most heroes are seen, not where the most work happens. Would anyone else like to try?" "Inside," Izuku said. "Most real 6 villains operate inside." Away from prying eyes. The ones outside are usually just criminals, not villains. Yes, indeed. All Might said, narrowing his eyes slightly, masterminds, backroom deals, human trafficking, the black market. In this hero-saturated society, any villain with intelligence is lurking within the shadows. Which is why today, we will be having an indoor battle trial. All Might waited a moment to build some more tension. For this test, you'll be separated into villain and hero groups. For a 2-on-2 team battle. Although there will be one 2-on-3 fight due to our odd numbers. Sue put a finger to her chin, but what about foundational training, Karo? This is foundational training. All Might exclaimed, to see what you all are made of when you aren't fighting robots you can just destroy. Sensei, how do we determine who wins and who loses? Is it okay if I just blow them to hell? Is there a threat of expulsion like with Aizawa Sensei's exercise? Doesn't this cape look fabulous on me? If we're separating into different groups, what would be the best way to do so? Hold on a moment, young ones. I can't understand if you all speak at once. My quirk isn't super hearing. All my jokes. Izuku heard Melissa giggle beside him, but it turned into a sigh as All Might pulled out note cards. For this training, we'll have some villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them and their nefarious scheme before it's too late. If the heroes capture the villains or lay a hand on the nuclear bomb before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the core the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. The heroes and the villains will each receive a different color of tape. All Might read off of his cards, and he then pulled out a box. As for partners, your teams and opponents will be chosen by lottery. Is that really how we're going to do it? Ida exclaimed, sounding panicked. It seems far too disorganized. I expect more from you today. Well, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they may not have worked with before, Momo said. Yeah, and they're also not always going to know what kind of environment they're walking into or who they might have to fight, Melissa added. All Might was sweating a little. I hadn't thought of that. Thanks for the save, students. The number 1 hero cleared his throat. Yes. That is correct. Now everyone step up and draw your lots. Everyone followed their sensei's orders, and after finding their partners, the teams looked like this. A. Hagakure and Aoyama. B. Kaminari, Bakugo and Zero. C. Kirishima and Shoji. D. Tsu and Sato. E. Izuku and Mina. Fuchako and Momo. G. Melissa and Kami. H. Koda and Himiko. I. Todoroki and Tokoyami. J. Jiro and Ida. Ooh, let's get it, Midori, Mina shouted, glomping her new friend. Izuku flinched and blushed. Again with the hugging? And is that a nickname? I thought she just misspoke earlier. Izuku shook his head to clear it. Yeah. Let's do our best, I mean Mina-san. Kimbayos. Let's begin, shall we? All Might clapped his hands together and then pulled 2 teams from a hat. First up is Team C as heroes and Team F as villains. The villain team will have 15 minutes to prepare their flair before the hero team can enter. Ochako pumped her fists as she and Momo walked out the door, looking scarily determined and competitive. We got this, Yamamoto. Let's crush him. Momo pet her head. Yamamoto? We're gonna crush him. Momo and Ochako had 15 minutes to set up defenses to protect their bomb. But with Yaoyorozu Momo on your side, 15 minutes was more than enough. You're kinda scary, Yamamoto, Ochako said, looking around the room. They had placed the bomb in a corner, away from the door and the windows. Momo had barricaded the door with steel beams she had pulled out of her stomach and reinforced the door by welding steel plates onto it. She had then placed tripwires around the room. Some were in obvious locations meant to be seen, and some subtler ones that would then be less focused on. The last things she had made were small but very heavy weights that Ochako could throw at people. Momo pouted a little. You think I'm scary? Ochako scrambled a bit. In a good way. Like, it's super impressive. You can just do so much that it's intimidating. Momo smiled. I understand. Thank you, Uraraka-san. And for what it's worth, I watched you throw a ball into outer space yesterday. You're plenty scary too. Ochako smiled back. Thanks, Yamamoto. Her smile then turned a little mischievous, and we're supposed to be villains, right? That means we have to be scary. Ochako gave her best scary face. It was not effective. Momo giggled, yes. Let's play our parts as villains and show those heroes not to mess with us. A few minutes later, All Might's voice came in over the speaker system. Villains. Your 15 minutes are up. Heroes, you may now enter the building and begin the trail. It didn't take long for Kirishima and Shoji to locate them in the building due to Shoji's ability to grow extrasensory organs. So, roughly 3 minutes into the trial, Ochako and Momo heard the door rattle as someone began to try and break it down. The door kept rattling for a minute and had some large dents in it before it suddenly stopped. The girls glanced at each other before Shoji suddenly busted in through one of the windows, sending a shower of glass across the room. He glanced around the room and then made a beeline for the bomb but was forced to skitter to a stop as he spotted a tripwire. Momo used this opportunity to create a net gun and fired at her multi-armed opponent. Shoji rolled away, dodging the net, but not the weight Ochako pitched at him, forcing the air to leave his Izzy with a nymph. Bullseye! Ochako cheered. You won't stop our dastardly plan today, hero? Not that anyone could tell, but Shoji smiled behind his mask. It's not too late to surrender, villains. This can end without further conflict. No chance. Momo said, you are outnumbered. Our plan cannot fail. It's a good thing I brought backup then. As Shoji said this, the wall beside the reinforced door busted open, revealing a hardened Kirishima. The redhead had used Shoji's distraction to break the wall. I hope you villains are ready to rock. Kiri charged into the room, hopping over an obvious tripwire but hitting the subtler one located above it, sending him face-planting into the floor. His hardened head protected him but also broke the concrete with a sharp crack. This was enough time for Ochako to engage him in close quarters. Ochako started by pitching another weight, bouncing it off Kiri's forehead, rather ineffectually due to his quirk. Kiri got up quickly to bob and weave around Ochako's attacks, remembering that he couldn't just tank them as he didn't want to be pitched into the upper atmosphere. He jabbed at Ochako, his quirk off, and it hit her in the shoulder as she tried to move out of the way. She did successfully duck his follow-up right hook, but not the kick to her stomach that sent her sprawling back. You've got some raw talent, Uraraka-san. But I think you need more combat training, Kiri said as he darted past the girl, quickly stepping past her outstretched hand, trying to tap his ankle. Kiri managed to get up to the bomb that was sitting on top of a crate in the corner of the room. Well, that was happening. Momo was busy fighting Shoji. The large man had used the opening created by Kirishima to get in closer to Momo but was pushed back after she blocked his punch with a shield. Momo did get a little lucky, as she managed to push Shoji over one of her pre-placed traps, making him land on his back. Momo was then quick to create a taser and fire it as Shoji was getting up. The boy blocked it with one of his extra limbs, stiffening and groaning as the electricity coursed through him. He was quick to remove that arm and let it and the taser prongs fall to the ground. Any further combat was halted as Kiri touched the bomb. I got it, Shoji. We win. He called out, relaxing his stance, and Shoji did the same. Momo walked up to Shoji. Good game, Shoji-san. You played well. Shoji nodded his thanks but then looked down in shock as Momo quickly wrapped the capture tape around his wrist. All Might's voice rang over the speakers. Shodansher has been captured. What? Kiri called out, looking at the bomb in his hands. He was further shocked as Ochako tapped him on the shoulder, wrapped the capture tape around his arm and threw him into the ceiling. Thanks for your advice, Kirishima-san. I'll work strong, but it looks like the villains win today. Kirishima-dansher has been captured. The villains win. Ochako jumped up and down and hugged Momo, who also looked quite pleased. We did it, Yamamoto. I would like to know how you did it, Kirishima spoke up from his spot on the ceiling. Agreed, Shoji said. Momo walked over to one of the other doors in the room, and Ochako released Kirishima from the effects of her quirk. Opening the door, Momo revealed it to be a closet with a much larger bomb on the side. The bomb you touched was a decoy I made. Ochako and I hid the real one in here, Momo explained. Kirishima looked crestfallen. A decoy? That's super unmanly. He perked back up quickly though. but it is a villainous thing to do. I'll know better next time. All Might's voice once more crackled to life over the speakers. Return to the viewing room, students. We will go over your performances. The hero team and villain team stood in front of their classmates and teacher. Now, who would like to take a guess at who the MVP of this match is? Izuku and Melissa's hands shot into the air, and All Might pointed at his niece. Melissa Joshi, what are your thoughts? I think Momo-san is the MVP of the match. She came up with the plan and created everything they needed to assure their victory, either thought stalling them at the door or baiting them with the decoy bomb. She even created items that worked with Ochako-san's quirk. Overall, it was a well-thought-out plan that was implemented successfully. I do want to note that I think everyone did a great job, and it was fun to watch you play your roles. Melissa finished her analysis with a bright smile. Indeed. That was my assessment as well. Yaozu Joshi is the MVP of this match. Well done, everyone. All Might said, now, up next is… Wait. Izuku cut off All Might. Before we move on, I wanted to mention that I thought it was very smart of Kiri-san to choose to go through the wall instead of continuing to try and break open the door. Kiri flashed Izuku a sharp smile. Thanks, Midobro. You know what they say, when one door closes, find the nearest wall and bash it in with brute force. The class sweat dropped at that, but All Might let out a bellowing laugh. Indeed, Kirishima-unsure. I have used that tactic myself. In the world of heroism, doors are often an inconvenience when walls and windows are so easily breakable. That comment caused the class to face fault as All Might moved on to picking the next participants. Now, next up in today's battle trial are Team D as the villains and Team H as the heroes. Get to moving, young ones. As the two teams walked away, Himiko thumbed a vial of BLD with a green stopper she always kept on her person at all times. It was 3 minutes into the trial when Tsu and Sato heard a knock on the window. They both jolted slightly and turned to see Izuku in his school uniform waving at them from outside. The boy opened the window and stepped inside. Hey guys. All Might Sensei sent me out here because the hero team couldn't hear the speakers when he called for the trail to start. It's going to be held in a different building, Izuku said, walking farther into the room. Any idea what happened to them? Sato asked, following Izuku to the door. Izuku shook his head. We heard them just fine, Karo. Tsu said, why didn't he use them to tell us? I'm not sure, Izuku said, unlocking the door. He had just opened it when Tsu asked her the next question. Karo, why are you in your uniform, Midoriya-san? Tsu assumed a combat stance as Midoriya turned around with an unsettling grin on his face, forcing Sato to ready himself as well. I was hoping you wouldn't notice that, he said. Tsu suddenly stilled as she became hyper-aware of her surroundings. Her instincts were letting her know she was in the presence of a predator. Contrary to popular belief with most prey quirks, she wasn't actually freezing up. Her instincts were allowing her to react to a threat at the moment it became a problem. The threat revealed itself as Izuku very quickly sent a palm strike at Sato's chin, forcing his head back. Izuku dodged Sato's blind retaliatory strike and then flipped over the boy as he assumed a low stance and attempted to bring Izuku into a grapple. Mid-flip, Izuku's body suddenly turned gray and fell away, revealing Himiko. By transforming in midair, she used the sludge to her advantage by using it to obscure Sato's vision and make a slipping hazard in the room. As she landed, Himiko drew the batons from her back and quickly hit Sato twice at the base of his spine and once in the kidney. She then turned and began to run towards the bomb but had to leap to the side to avoid Tsu's W-like tongue. You almost had me, Karo, Tsu told Himiko, but Midoriya-san's costume was distinctive enough for me to notice that you weren't wearing it. As Tsu finished her sentence, Sato came charging at Himiko from the side, throwing a haymaker at her. Himiko dive rolled away and saw that Sato's punch ended up cracking the concrete floor. Himiko once more hit the muscular boy with her batons, only this time, Sato shrugged off her blows with minimal effort. You're using your quirk, aren't you? Himiko asked. Receiving a growl in response, Himiko quickly backpedaled away from Sato, trying to grab her and leap over Tsu's tongue as the frog girl tried to trip her. The vampire only had to play cat and mouse, frog and bat, frog and cat, with her opponents for a few moments as everyone in the room began to hear squeaking. It rapidly grew in volume, reaching its apex as rats swarmed into the room through the doorway and vents. Sue made a small squeak herself as she leapt onto one of the pillars in the room to escape the swarm. Sato was not so lucky as the rats quickly swarmed him. Himiko quickly made her way around him, the swarm parting for her, and rushed towards the bomb. She did have to dodge Tsu's tongue again, but it was easier this time as Tsu seemed very unwilling to move from her safe spot on the pillar. Ducking Tsu's tongue one final time, Himiko laid her hand on the bomb, and All Might called an end to the trial. "Oh, me. Mina exclaimed, "I think Himiko-chan was the MVP." She got into the room to open the door for Koda's rats, successfully fought both Sato-san and Tsu-chan and captured the bomb. Nice observation, Ashido Joshi, but not quite what I was looking for. Anyone else? All Might asked, looking around the room for raised hands. Atsushimi Joshi. What do you think? I'm pretty sure it was Koda-san, right? I mean, he was the one who did the recon with that cute AF swift bird. And without the rats swarming the room, Ko-chan wouldn't have been able to get to the bomb as quick as she did. Kami explained. Ha! Well done, Atsushimi Joshi. The MVP is indeed going to Koda-dansher. All Might announced. Koda blushed as everyone in the room gave him a round of applause. As All Might was rooting in the box for the next pair, Himiko walked up to Izuku and leaned back against his settee and closed her eyes. Izuku glanced down at her. Can I help you? Himiko wiggled a little to make herself more comfortable. I'm sleepy, she murmured. Izuku chuckled and rolled his eyes at his friend. Toru giggled beside the two. Is she always like this? Izuku nodded. Yeah. For being a vampire, she acts more like a cat than a bat, he said, making Toru giggle again. Himiko pouted a little but was too comfortable to argue. All Might pulled two more balls from the box. Up next will be Team I as the heroes and Team G as the villains. The class was watching in shock as they witnessed Todoroki freeze the entire building in a matter of moments. All Might raised an eyebrow. He definitely has the power of his father. Let's hope he can shed some of Enji's other personality traits. That's a lot of ice, Siro said. That raw power is kinda insane, Ochako said. How are we supposed to fight something like that? Toru asked, how am I supposed to fight something like that? It's super manly. I saw some of what he could do during the recommended exam. It is impressive and intimidating. Momo spoke up. You'll have to tell me about that exam sometime, Izuku said offhandedly, still looking at the building turned glacier. Of course. Bakugo was gritting his teeth as he looked at the screen. How can that Bishounen be this eggy strong? I'm supposed to be the best one here. None of these shitstain extras should be on my level. Todoroki was scowling as he walked up the stairs. Apparently, freezing the building hadn't been enough to win the match. It forced him and Tokoyami to search for the bomb room by room, as neither had a faster way of scouting. It took them a total of 7 minutes to locate it on one of the top floors. Walking into the room, Todoroki and Tokoyami were greeted to a frozen-over room, with the bomb covered in ice in one corner and 2 ice sculptures. Tokoyami called out to Todoroki as the bichromatic boy walked towards the bomb. Wait, but a moment. Remember Atsushimi-san's quirk. She is a empress of deceit of the highest order. I believe Dark Shadow should receive the bomb. Your help is unneeded, Todoroki replied coolly. I must insist. Note Todoroki's already cool tone turned to ice as he glanced over his shoulder at his teammate. Seeing Tokoyami relent, Todoroki continued his trek to the bomb and placed his hand on it. His eyes widened as his hand went through the bomb instead, and he felt something wrap around his wrist. He looked up as the bomb shimmered away, revealing Kami in its place. Kami winked at Todoroki. Gotcha, hero. Todoroki Dansher has been captured. Fumi, look out. Dark Shadow shouted, emerging from Tokoyami's quirk to force Melissa to back off with the capture tape. Looks like we get to fight the heroes after all, Melissa said. The blonde girl taped the center of her circlet, and it expanded into a futuristic-looking Greek-style helm. Tokoyami squared off in front of Melissa. You can no longer hide in the darkness, villain. For I am the one who revels in the dark. As he finished his sentence, dark shadow once more erupted out of him towards the blonde girl. Instead of dodging away, Melissa raised her arm in front of her. Just before dark shadow reached her, a golden shield that looked like it was made from wire spun to life from her bracers. Successfully blocking the punch from the sentient quirk, Melissa began to glow slightly as she shoved dark shadow away. Then I guess we need some light in here. With a quirk turn, the glow around Melissa grew brighter, and she punched towards the wall. Meltimi smash. The air pressure from her punch was visible as it tore up the ice on the floor and crashed through the wall and the ice on both sides of it, allowing light to spill into the room. Dark shadow shrunk a little as Tokoyami backed up into the doorway to get out of the light. From Kami's point of view, with the light bouncing off of Melissa's armor making her glow brighter, and Tokoyami and dark shadow wrapped in shadows, she only had one thing to say: "This is so anime." Glancing between Melissa and Kami, Tokoyami saw Kami wave at him as she blew mist from her mouth and disappeared from his view, and multiple copies of her and Melissa shimmered into view around the room. The boy sighed and raised his hands as dark shadow retreated back into his body. "I know when I am beaten. I surrender." A couple of the Kamis grabbed capture tape from some of the Melissas and approached Tokoyami to wrap it around his arm. It was done in a way that he still didn't know which one was the real one until all but one shimmered from view as All Might announced the villain's victory. Well, Shield-san's show of power was definitely impressive and worthy of note for getting her opponent to back down and necessary for breaking them out of the ice. I believe Atsushimi-san was the MVP of this match. Not only did she come up with the idea of disguising their own location as well as the location of the bomb, but she was also responsible for capturing Todoroki-san. Without the brilliant use of her quirk, the fight would have been much harder for both of them. Well, they were the villains. If they were heroes, her quirk would have also minimalized collateral damage. Momo explained. She said so much more than I thought she would. All Might thought. He then cleared his throat. Well put, Yaoyorozu Joshi. Atsushimi Joshi is the MVP of this match. But I would like to let everyone know that they did a good job. All Might smiled at them, but specifically at Melissa. Melissa smiled back. Thanks, Uncle Might. The class did a double take. Uncle Might? Everyone exclaimed. Yeah, Uncle Might was around a lot when I was little because he and my dad worked together. So I called him Uncle Might. Melissa told everyone. All Might nodded along with Melissa. Indeed, I have known Melissa Joshi since she was a baby. She is my niece in all but BLD. The class accepted this explanation for now but promised that questions would be asked later. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at the two from the corner he was stewing in, both blonde. They have similar quirks, and All Might spent a lot of time in America. I wonder, he thought. Now, for the next matchup, All Might pulled out the next two teams, Team A as the villains versus Team J as the heroes. Izuku let out a sigh, which ruffled Himiko's hair as she was still leaning against his seat. As he realized who he was going to have to fight in his match, of course, it would end up like this. The second-to-last match didn't last too long. Jiro located Toru and Aoyama very quickly with her hearing, so she and Ida didn't have to waste any time looking. The reason it didn't last very long was that during the fight, Toru had gone completely invisible and Aoyama, who was guarding the bomb, had fired his naval laser, unintentionally hitting the invisible girl with it. This actually turned out to be a good and bad thing. Good as instead of hurting Toru, the laser refracted and bounced around her. So whilst Toru discovered a new aspect of her quirk, the bad came from the fact that discovering it also completely destroyed the room and the bomb. Once the feeds cut out because of Toru's light show destroying the cameras, All Might took off to see if everyone was okay. It was a matter of moments before the number one hero returned with the four students, all a little stunned at All Might's speed. Are you all okay? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. He received nods from all of them. What was that? Toru asked, seeming to look at where her hands were. It would seem that there is more to your quirk than you originally thought, Hagakure Joshi. I think your quirk is some kind of light refraction. Izuku spoke up, not just invisibility. That was my thought as well. Momo agreed, although it seemed to become stronger instead of weaker as it does with normal refraction. That's not how physics works. Momo looked quite put out by that. You can literally create anything using your lipids, Momoheim, Izuku told her. Momo had the good nature to look abashed. So, what does that mean? Toru asked, what can I do? We'll help you figure it out. Melissa said, it'll be a bonding experience for us. Yeah. We'll make sure you know what you can do. Ochako shouted. Most of the class began to clamor that they would help her out. Toru wiggled to show her happiness, thanking everyone. What the class couldn't see was the happy tears in her eyes. All Might grinned at the class. It's nice to see such camaraderie so early, young ones. Now, though, as both the room and the bomb were destroyed, and the fact that we only have so much time left, I am deciding that this match will be deemed a tie, and no one will be receiving the MVP title this time around. All Might explained. The two teams nodded in acceptance of All Might's decision. Ida would have protested if he wasn't fully committed to a proper schedule. All Might moved on to the next topic. Our next two teams know who they are facing. The hero spun and pointed at Izuku and Mina. Team E will be the villains of this match, and Team B will be the heroes. Let's get moving, students. Okay, I think I have a plan. Izuku told Mina, but first things first. Izuku's rings traveled over his body. When the light died down, it showed that Izuku's suit colors had inverted. The formerly white suit and jacket were now black, and the red that had lined it, as well as his red hands, shoes, and the turned green. The kanji on the back of his jacket stood out as it turned red with the change. Lastly, the protective portion of his izzy turned out to be a screen, as a green kanji, different from the one on his jacket, flickered to life. Mina looked him up and down. Yeah, that looks much better than the all-white. Izuku smiled at her. I knew it would change color. Black was how it was always meant to look. He then tapped the spot between his clavicle and helmet formed around his head, extending from the collar of his suit. Similar to the CHST portion of his suit, it also had a screen, as two large pixelated neon green eyes blinked to life. Similar to the CHST, they occasionally flickered. Mina nodded and then started bouncing on the ball of her feet to get ready and in excitement. That's really cool. Now, what's the plan, Midori? So I know Kakin is going to focus on me instead of his teammates, you or the bomb. We can use this to our advantage. Izuku said. How? Well, it means he'll separate from them immediately, leaving himself alone. If I give him what he wants, he'll be distracted, but that also leaves you in a potential 2-on-1. I don't want to do that. Mina tilted her head to the side. So what are you suggesting? Izuku smiled at her. Here's what I'm thinking. Just like Izuku predicted, Bakugo blasted ahead of his teammates, leaving them in the dust. As Shiro and Kaminari walked through a hallway, Kaminari's hand was glowing with electricity as most of the building was pitch black except for a few flickering lights. I know he's got a powerful quirk, but he's kind of an butt, Kaminari said. Just a little bit. I think it has more to do with whatever grudge he has against Midoriya, though. Shiro commented. Yeah. Did you see that? Whatever Kaminari was going to say turned into a question as he started to look back and forth. See what? I didn't see anything. Shiro said. I saw something in that light. I think I did. Kaminari sounded a little unsure. It was probably just shadows or something, Shiro told the electric boy. You're probably right. As they rounded a corner, Kaminari shivered as he walked through a cold spot and found the stairs. One problem with that, though, was the stairs were melting due to being covered in acid. There was even a cartoony sign warning them about it. Kaminari sighed. Bakugo probably just blasted up. But how are we going to get up? There was no response. Shiro? Kaminari turned around, but there was no Shiro. He jumped as the speakers suddenly crackled to life. Shiro Dansher has been captured. Kaminari's eyes widened. What? How? He was right behind me. Something wrapped around Kaminari's wrist. So am I? A voice whispered in his ear. The electric boy screamed and discharged a few hundred volts of electricity. At the same time, All Might announced that he was captured. Izuku groaned as his body stiffened thanks to the electricity running through it. Note to self. You can still be electrocuted even when intangible. Kaminari looked at Izuku bashfully. Sheet. Sorry dude. You okay? Izuku waved him off. Yeah, don't worry about it. Izuku then floated off the ground. Got to go. Upstairs, Mina was skillfully evading Bakugo's explosions. She dodged one by ducking low and retaliated with a low spinning kick trying to leg sweep him. Bakugo avoided this but not the follow-up one as Mina spun around on her hands to perform a spinning top kick to knock him back. That move looked like it belonged more at home in breakdancing than it did in a fight. Bakugo growled as he rolled with the force of the kick to get up. He had tried to leave at first to find Deku, but Mina had done a good job of keeping him in the room. The pink girl had left acid hazards around the room that forced Bakugo to watch his step and had also melted the door and left acid dripping from the wall he had broken through. What's the matter, having trouble hitting little ol me? Mina taunted. Shut the beach. Bakugo responded. Using his explosions to propel himself at Mina, he closed the gap between them quickly. Mina lashed out with an acid-coated kick, but Bakugo launched himself over it and blasted her from behind. Mina was knocked forward from the force of the blast. She rolled to a stop and looked up as Bakugo aimed his hands at her to unleash another but watched as he himself was knocked off of his feet with an oomph as a green beam impacted his eye. Mina got to her feet and looked over her shoulder to see Izuku, a green glow fading from his hand. Took you long enough? Izuku rolled his eyes, which the eyes on his helmet mirrored. Sorry I'm late? You should be sorry, Shithiel. Bakugo growled as he got to his feet. It's good you finally stopped hiding from me, Deku. Now you get what's coming to you. I wasn't hiding. I was taking out your teammates. Or did you forget you had them? Bakugo growled and rushed Izuku. Die. Bakugo threw an explosion-powered right hook at Izuku. Before it could land, Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the arm and used the boy's own momentum to slam him into the ground. You always lead with that right swing. I should know. I've been hit with it enough times. Bakugo let loose another explosion at Izuku, but Izuku was quick enough to avoid it. Flying back, Izuku fired an ecto beam which Bakugo dodged. Back in the observation room, the class watched Izuku and Bakugo battle back and forth. Mina tried to help out here and there, but the two boys were putting their all into the fight. That made helping out difficult. He deliberately misled his opponent and used his quirk to redirect his midair trajectory to his advantage. Todoroki said, "You wouldn't think him the clever type looking at him, but those are some subtle motor skills." Well, he is extremely hot-headed. He is admittedly a very capable combatant, Momo said, her tone making it clear what she thought of Bakugo. Landing a strong blow well while resisting inertia at the same time means he must be able to adjust his explosions very finely. Yeah, Melissa agreed. His ability to change his momentum at any given moment with his explosions shows a deep understanding of his quirk. He's a brute. But talent is talent. Ida said. This fight is lit, but it's a little much, isn't it? Kami asked. I hope he comes out of this okay, Ochako said. As the fight continued, everyone watched as Bakugo raised his gauntlet and grabbed the pin. All Might's eyes widened, and he slammed the intercom button. Bakugo, stop at once. You may kill them. Not if he dodges. Bakugo shouted, pulling the pin on his gauntlets. Time seemed to slow for Izuku as the massive explosion rocketed towards him. If it was just Izuku, he would have turned intangible, but Mina was also in the path of the explosion. Making his split-second decision, Izuku threw himself onto Mina. Just before the explosion hit them, there was a flicker of green. The explosion consumed where Izuku and Mina were and broke nearly half of the building's wall. Bakugo was grinning madly at what he had just done, but the grin slipped from his face once the dust settled. Instead of the broken body of Deku that should have been in front of him, a green dome surrounded Izuku and Mina. It fell, showing that while shaken, the two were none the worse for wear. Both were staring at Bakugo in abject horror. Bakugo felt the rage building inside him again. What the F? He was cut off as a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. He turned his head to see All Might frowning at him. All Might's grip tightened a little, making Bakugo wince. The time is up. This trial is over. Bakugo, you will come with me to the dean's office immediately. The villain team wins. Are you going to let go of me anytime soon? Izuku asked Himiko. He felt her shake her head no. Class 1A was instructed to return to their dorm after Bakugo and All Might left. Himiko had latched herself onto Izuku's back and was refusing to let go after everyone had finished changing. That had been 20 minutes ago. I'm okay, Himiko-chan. You don't need to keep doing this. It's either this or you let me stab Bakugo. Your choice. Himiko said. You know, I'm actually considering it, Izuku muttered. Really? I can finally stab him? I said I'm considering it. Izuku told her, not that I'm going to let you do it. For one, think you should let her do it, Ochako spoke up, plopping down on the couch beside her friends, her hair still damp from a shower. Agreed. Cammy said, I've always found rage quitters annoying. I'd be willing to make you a knife to do it, Momo told Himiko. Izuku looked at her with betrayal in his eyes. Momoheim. You're supposed to be the other reasonable one. Everyone laughed, and the girls proceeded to talk about their plan to stab Bakugo, jokingly, Izuku hoped, for another few minutes before they were interrupted by Mina. She walked up and sat on the arm of the couch. Hey Midori. I wanted to thank you again for shielding me. Izuku smiled at the pink girl. It was no problem. I did what anyone would have done. Mina smiled back at him. I don't think anyone would have done it. Seriously, thanks. I didn't know you could use that energy stuff you do to make barriers. I didn't know I could do that either. It was the first time that happened. Izuku told her. He went to rub the back of his neck, but he ended up poking Himiko, who was still latching onto him. So, you threw yourself in front of a massive explosion to protect Asido-san without knowing you could make a shield? Momo asked. It's just like one of my books. You did that for me? Mina asked, a feeling welling up in her sea. Both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Izuku nodded at her. Mina felt her cheeks turn slightly purple, and she quickly got off the couch. I gotta go. She stammered and rushed off up the stairs. That was weird, right? Izuku asked. The girls in the room just gave him a deadpan expression. Any further thought about what just happened was cut off as Izuku's phone chimed in his pocket. When did I turn my ringer on? Izuku muttered to himself as he fished his phone out of his pocket. The sender was listed as Dean Nizu. It's from the dean. Izuku said, confused, I don't remember adding him to my contacts. The text read, Midoriya, please come to my office right away. There are things that need to be discussed. Don't worry, you are not in trouble. Izuku's phone then chimed 2 more times, both messages from Nizu P.S. I added my contact to your phone remotely. P.S. I also turned on your ringer from here. I have to go see the dean. Izuku told everyone as he stood up. It doesn't say what it's about, but I think I know. I'll be back later. Also, you really need to let go now, Himiko. Knock, knock. Izuku rapped on the ornate door of the dean's office. He didn't have to wait for an answer as even before the second knock ended, the door was already opening, and a squeaky voice invited him inside. Midoriya. Thank you for coming. Please, take a seat. Nizu told him, gesturing to one of 2 seats in front of his desk. The dean of UA was sitting behind a large mahogany desk that looked even larger due to Nizu's size. Bakugo was sitting in the other chair, still in his hero gear from the trial, sans his gauntlets. He was presently looking a tad subdued, but Izuku could tell the anger was still there. Taking a quick glance around the room, Izuku spotted Aizawa in the corner, keeping an eye on things. It's no problem, Nizuha-case. Why did you ask me to come here, though? Izuku inquired, taking the seat the dean offered. Nizu giggled. Thank you for such a respectful term, Midoriya, but you may simply call me Nizu. Nizu then took a more serious tone. As for why you are here, I thought it best as you have been directly involved in all of Bakugo's outbursts. Nizu then placed some folders on the desk. I've also taken the liberty of examining your school records. Midoriya, your records are full of black marks, whereas yours, Bakugo, are squeaky clean. Based on the information before me, I'd say they are suspiciously clean. As such, I will be looking into the Aldera school system. But this is not why we are here. Now, Midoriya, Nizu put his paws together and pointed at the student in question. I am wondering what your thoughts are on how Bakugo should be punished. I am not saying that it will happen, but I would like your input. Bakugo suddenly looked very nervous but tried to hide it. A fact that no one in the room missed. Izuku scratched the side of his head and pursed his lips as he thought about it. After a couple moments, he answered, I think that Bakugo should be put on some kind of probation. Are you sure? He was very aware that the last explosion he released could have killed you, as well as Ashido Joshi. Nizu said. Izuku nodded, looking very serious. I know. And that angers me. But it's also why I think he needs to be here. I've known Katsuki my entire life. I know he has the potential to be a fantastic hero. He just needs to be taught how to rein himself in, and he should probably see someone about his anger issues. Izuku could feel Bakugo bristle beside him as he said, his approach to heroism may not be my favorite, but it's the same as Endeavor's, and for better or worse, he is the number T.2. I think the world does need heroes like them. So, Bakugo should be put on probation. Nizu looked quite pleased, and Aizawa was impressed, not that it showed. But Bakugo couldn't take it anymore. I don't need your FANG charity. Actually, you very much do. Nizu's voice was like steel as he cut off Bakugo, leaning forward in his chair. Midoriya's thoughts on the matter agreed with one path I was considering for you and is what we will be doing with you. The other path would be that I expel you here and now, and then with a copy of your transcript, I would blacklist you from entering any other respected hero school in Asia. From there, I envision that you would become a vigilante, you accidentally kill someone, and you end up arrested. If not, then you become a villain and end up arrested. So yes, you very much do need our so-called charity. Do you understand, Bakugo? Bakugo was seething, but he nodded, knowing that his future was on the line. Nizu smiled at him and leaned back. Good. So from here on out, you will be placed on probation. We will decide what practical hero lessons you can and cannot participate in. You will not argue with these decisions. Secondly, when you take your exams, you will have to take the remedial course regardless if you pass or fail. Thirdly, starting tomorrow, you will be seeing the school's lifestyle guidance counselor and therapist, Hound Dog, twice a week on Mondays and Fridays. If and only if he deems that there is an improvement, will you be allowed to participate in this year's sports festival. Despite not saying anything, Nizu could read Bakugo's body language and tell that, well, extremely unhappy with the circumstances, he would go along with it. Remember, Bakugo, heroes are public servants first and foremost. Nizu's voice became slightly softer. Heroes exist to make others feel safe and to help enforce the law. They may seem larger than life, but that does not mean they are above the law. You are dismissed. Aizawa-san, please issue him back to the dorms. The two did as instructed. Izuku went to do the same, but Nizu asked him to remain behind for a minute. Izuku settled back into the chair. What can I help you with, Nizu? It is more how I can help you, Midoriya. Nizu told Izuku gleefully. First, tell me, what is your analysis of Bakugo's issues? I imagine that you have put a lot of thought into it. Izuku snorted softly. You're not wrong about that. He obviously has anger issues. Anyone can see that. I also think he has a superiority complex, as well as an inferiority complex. I'm not quite sure how those can exist at the same time, though. Nizu smiled at Izuku. Exactly what I thought. Tell me, do you remember what I told you about your written exam in your acceptance video? You said that you thought I could have been more concise. Yes, I also told you that we would work on it. Nizu pulled out a few familiar journals and set them on his desk. Izuku gaped. How did you get those? Nizu just giggled. I find your analysis skills to be very promising. Which is why I would like to take you as a personal student. Izuku's jaw dropped further. You want to what? I would like to expand upon your analysis abilities. We do over the course in third year, but I want to get a head start on yours. So, as you already speak fluent English, during what would be your English lesson, you will instead come here for a lesson. So, what do you say? Do I have a choice? You do not. Welcome aboard, Midoriya. Somewhere in the school, Aizawa felt a chill travel up his spine. It was now class 1 as third day at UA, and everyone was waiting for Aizawa to get to class. Did you guys know about the horde of press outside campus? Kiri asked. They looked like they were about to start climbing up the walls when I ran past. Seriously? What's got them so riled up? Kaminari asked. Kirishima shrugged his shoulders. They probably heard All Might is teaching here. I'm glad we live on campus and didn't have to walk through it, Melissa said. Everyone nodded, and further conversation prematurely ended as Aizawa shuffled in and the class rushed to their assigned seats. Good, you're quiet. Aizawa came to a stop behind his desk. I've taken the liberty of going over the results of your trials. Hagakure, you're going to have to learn how to effectively use the new aspect of Quirk. You'll stay after class to discuss it? He received a quirk, yes sir, from the invisible girl. Azui, you seem to have a problem facing Koda's rats. Tsu nodded, yes, sensei. I've always had issues with rats, Karo. I've tried to get over it but haven't had any luck. Aizawa hummed, we'll see what we can do about it. The scraggly-looking teacher then shifted gears. If you haven't put it together yet, this class will be spent going over what you all did right and what you all did wrong in yesterday's practical lessons. But first, I'm sorry I have to spring this on you all. Aizawa paused and looked around the room, meeting the eyes of as many students as possible to build tension. You have to pick a class representative. The entire class breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a normal thing. Hands began to raise around the room as people started to vie for the position. Oh, I want to be class rep. Pick me. I want to do it too. Oh, you mean the position that exists for me? That's a leader position. I'll do it. Me. What will the class rep actually be doing? Izuku asked loudly so he could be heard over the clamor. The class quieted as they realized that was a good question, and Aizawa almost stopped frowning. I was wondering if someone would ask. The Heroics class rep, in addition to regular representative duties, will act as my second and be trusted to help guide the group. As such, this person will also be held accountable for not just their own successes and failures, but those of the group as well. Some of the hands went down in the room at learning what the position was going to entail, and a few did remain up. However, the most notable though was Ida as he abruptly stood up, causing the class to look at him. This is a task laden with responsibility. One where you must carry and pull everyone else's weight. It is a holy office that requires the great esteem and trust of those around you. The only truly worthy leader will emerge from a democratic choice reflecting the will of the people. Which is why this must be settled by vote. Ida boldly gave a speech to the class. Isn't it still too early to have developed any trust in each other, Karo? Tsu asked, her finger on her chin. Yeah, everyone will just vote for themselves. Kaminari exclaimed. That is precisely why the person who does manage to earn multiple votes will be the truly appropriate person for the job, no? Ida explained, Is this all right, sensei? Aizawa had crawled into his sleeping bag and was slumped over his desk. As long as you decide by the deadline, you can do whatever. I don't care. With democracy winning the day, the names of those who still wanted to be class reps were written on the chalkboard, and the votes of the class were cast into a hat helpfully created by Momo. I got 7 votes? Izuku exclaims, looking at the board in shock. Bakugo quite obviously wanted to say something but kept his mouth shut. Aizawa opened his eyes and looked at the board without getting off of his desk. That means, Midoriya is your rep and Momo, with 4 votes, is your vice rep. The 2 students walked to the front of the class and bowed to everyone. Momo glanced at Izuku. I'm looking forward to working with you, Izuku. Izuku smiled at her a little nervously. Me too. Let's do our best. Momo gave him a brilliant smile of her own. Let's. We get all kinds here, Mina said, not just the hero course eats here. The support class, business and gen ed come here too. I'd say it's probably to help make connections for our careers. My father does something similar when he wants to foster connections for the company. Momo explained. That makes sense, Ochako said with a blissed-out expression as she thoroughly enjoyed her rice. So, Himiko said, taking a bite out of her grilled tuna, are you too excited about your new positions? Very much so, Momo said brightly. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about it, though. Izuku revealed. I honestly wasn't expecting any votes. Aside from you, he pointed at Himiko with his chopsticks. Karo, did you not vote for yourself? Tsu asked. I actually voted for Momoheim. Momo put a hand to her face and smiled. You did? I voted for you. I voted for you too, Midoriya. Toru exclaimed. Izuku smiled back. Thanks. You two are going to make my teeth rot. Jiro said, making her friends blush. I voted for you, Momo, but I guess green isn't so bad. She winked at Izuku to let him know that she was joking. Tsu croaked. I did too. Melissa added, I enjoyed your thoughts on the trials and how you broke them down. Why weren't you expecting many votes, Dikairu-kun? Ochako asked. I think you're the most hero-like person here already. I mean, you've already saved 3 of us. It's why I voted for ya. Exactly. Mina exclaimed. That's why you got my vote. Izuku smiled at them. Thanks. I'll have to do my best to make sure I'm up to the task. You'll be alright. Ida told him. You've got the guts and judgment when it counts, Midoriya. I voted for you because I know you have it in you to carry us through. But didn't you want to be class president yourself, Ida? You've got the look down with the glasses too. Ochako said. The others at the table looked at each other and shared a thought. Ochako can be kind of blunt without meaning it. Like I said, mere volition has nothing to do with one's actual ability, Ida explained. I did nothing more than follow my own judgment on the matter. Wow, that's pretty thought out, Cammy said with a light chuckle. I just voted for him because we're friends. Why didn't you run, Cammy-chan? I thought you would have been gung-ho to be class rep, Himiko asked. I thought about it. But it would eat up a lot of my time, and I want to keep my stream alive. That makes sense, you're a good ST streamer. I definitely enjoy watching it. Izuku said, thanks for voting for me. There was a little more idle chatter as everyone discussed their morning. So, how was your class with Nizu? Momo asked. After Izuku had returned to the dorms the day before, he had given his friends an abridged version of what had happened, not telling them about Bakugo's full punishment as he felt it wasn't his place to do so. Izuku paled a little, flashing back to the lesson in question. Nizu's intelligence was terrifying, as was the gleam in his eyes as he talked about the weakness of others. It was interesting. What kind of things did you cover? Melissa followed up. Izuku was spared from reliving it as alarms started sounding in the cafeteria, and a voice came over the loudspeakers. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Not following the orders, the cafeteria erupted into chaos as people began to panic and rush to the exits. Yo! What's security level 3? Cammy shouted in the crowd. IT means someone's infiltrated the school grounds. This hasn't happened in years. A random upperclassman shouted back at them. As what seemed to be the entire student body of UA tried to fit through the cafeteria doors and the hallways, things were getting rough. Ochako found herself pressed against Izuku's seat as the crowds forced them along. Cries of pain and pleas to stop pushing could be heard in the crowd. If this keeps up, someone is going to get hurt. Ochako shouted. Izuku nodded in response and then grunted as he and Ochako were pushed into the glass. Being able to see outside, Izuku saw the press swarming onto campus like ants swarm a picnic. It's just the press. Izuku shouted, only for his voice to get lost in the roar of the crowd. He was about to try again when he saw something that made his BLD run cold. A brief flash of a headless uniform being pushed to the floor, accompanied by a squeak of pain as the students kept moving forward. That was Hagakure. Izuku's eyes flashed neon green, and his rings appeared around his body. The rings actually pushed everyone but Ochako away from him, making a safe zone in the crowd. The flash of light caused the crowd to still for a moment, and Izuku floated upwards so everyone could see him. Even his hair was moving in an ethereal manner. Everyone stop now! Izuku roared, his voice seeming to make the windows and even the floor shake a little as it echoed around the room. How you're acting is shameful. You were so quick to panic that you forgot that you go to you. Many of the teachers are pro-heroes. And if you looked outside for a moment, you'll see that the alarm is just because of the press. Because of your panicked stamped, you nearly trampled one of my classmates. You should all be ashamed. As Izuku was yelling at the students, he parted the crowd to help Toru to her feet. "Are you okay?" One of the other students shouted back at Izuku, "Hey! We're not all hero students here. Some of us are in the business course." Izuku glared at the small purple-haired student. "I don't care. Your trampling could have severely hurt or even killed my friend. Think about that." He then turned back to Toru and repeated his question. Judging by the movement of her hair clip, Izuku thinks that Toru gave him a shaky nod. "White. I think my thigh is going to have a bruise, but I'm okay. Just a little shook." Seeing that Toru was a little unsteady on her feet, Izuku scooped her up into a bridal carry, making the invisible girl let out a soft eep. "Let's get you to the infirmary then." "I'd rather not take any chances." The school watched Izuku fly off to the infirmary with Toru in his arms, and Himiko shook her head with a smile as she looked on. "I can't believe he thought he wouldn't make a good class rep." After making sure Toru was okay, the two students returned to their homeroom, where the rest of Class 1A was. There was idle chatter around the room as everyone waited for Aizawa to return. It took about 20 minutes for him to get there. The door opened, and the class turned to look at the teacher. He looked a little more serious than they had seen him before. Aizawa gave a quick look around the room. "Due to today's incident, class is cancelled for the rest of today. You can go back to the dorm." He then looked at Izuku and Momo. "You two have a meeting with the Class 1B reps in room. It's a few halls away." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the class slightly confused. "Everyone should head back to the dorms then," Momo said. "Midoriya and I shall join you later." The class dispersed, and the two class reps went to find the meeting room. It took them about 5 minutes to find the correct door. They walked in and found 3 other people already in the room. 3 heads turned to look at the newcomers, and Izuku and Momo noted that they were all girls. One had long red hair that was put up into a side ponytail, and the second girl had shoulder-length green hair, a shade or 2 darker than Izuku's. The last girl had long hair that was a very pale blue. In fact, it was almost white. The girl with blue hair narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Izuku. The redhead smiled at them as they walked in. "Hi. Are you two the reps from Class 1A? Momo nodded her head. "We are. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and I am the vice rep." She then gestured to Izuku. "And this is Midoriya Izuku, the class rep. It's nice to meet you." The girl with blue hair stood up, showing that she was very tall. She had 2 inches on Momo and 3 on Izuku. "I thought it was you, Izun. I would recognize that shade of green anywhere." Izuku pet his head to the side for a moment before his eyes widened. "Psycho? Is that you? It's been forever." Psycho smiled at him. "Indeed. 11 years to be precise. I thought I might never see you again. I was hoping to find you upon my return to this part of Japan." "You and Broccoli Top over there know each other?" the girl with green hair asked. Psycho rolled her eyes. "We do, Setsuna-san. And I believe we should introduce ourselves before we go around giving nicknames." Setsuna grinned, showing off a set of sharp teeth. "Good point. I'm Tokage Setsuna. Feel free to call me Setsuna, though, if you want. Doesn't bother me." "Oh, I'm also the vice rep, as is Psycho." "Yes, I am also the vice representative. My full name is IntelliPsycho. It's a pleasure to fully meet you, Yaoyorozu-san. Your performance in the recommended exams was amazing." She then gestured to the redhead. "And this is our class representative." The girl stood and gave a slight bow. "My name is Kendo Itsuka. It's nice to meet the two of you. I hope that our classes and we can be friends." "I hope so too," Momo said, returning the bow. "But I have to ask, why are there 2 vice reps?" Setsuna smiled. Psycho let out a huff, and Itsuka laughed slightly. "It's actually kind of funny." The redhead said, "We voted for our reps. I got 4 votes, and Setsuna-san and Psycho-san each got 3. So, as a tiebreaker, Vlad-sensei had them play a game of rock, paper, scissors." "It's a stupid game," Psycho muttered. "They tied each other 12 times. 12. After that, Vlad-sensei just looked really tired and made them both rep, so he didn't have to see another round." That should be impossible," Momo said. "I know," Psycho exclaimed. "The odds are so mathematically infeasible that it's not even funny." She sat back in her chair with a huff and crossed her arms. Izuku just laughed and was soon joined by Setsuna and Itsuka. Their laughter lasted for at least a minute before it died down. Once it did, Setsuna asked her question again. So, how is it that you two know each other? I'm interested as well, Momo said. Itsuka shared her longing to know too. When I was little, my mom and I would go with the Bakugos to a beach resort in Okinawa every summer. It always happened that Saiko and her parents would there the week we went. The last time we saw each other, we were 7. Izuku explained, I remember wondering where you were the next few summers. I haven't actually gone back to the resort since I was 13. After that summer, my parents were transferred to Beijing. It no longer made sense to travel to Okinawa for a vacation every year. And as we had no contact info for each other, we couldn't let you know or get in contact with each other. I recall being very disappointed when I learned that we wouldn't be going back and I wouldn't see my summer friend again. Both Itsuka and Momo awed at the story. That's so sweet. Momo said, long-lost friends finding each other again. Why do you guys get the childhood romance subplot? Setsuna asked/teased. It actually is annoyingly sweet. Both teens blushed, and Izuku cleared his throat. Anyway, if you don't mind me asking, what are your quirks? He asked, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of learning about new quirks. Well, I'm sure you remember mine, Izuku-kun, Saiko said. I call my quirk IQ. I can gain a temporary boost to my intelligence when I drink tea. It can admittedly work with any warm beverage, but I find tea works best. The finer the blend, the bigger the boost. Izuku wrote this all in his notebook. Momo clasped her hands together. That sounds very useful and unique. I would love to talk blends with you sometime. I am quite the lover of tea as well. Saiko smiled. That does sound nice. What is your quirk, Yairose-san? Ah, it's called creation. I can make any non-living object from my lipid stores. Momo told her, demonstrating by making a matryoshka doll that looked like Saiko. Opening it, each layer was another person in the room, with the final one being a chibi Saiko. That's marvelous. May I keep this? Saiko asked. Momo told her that she could. And then Setsuna went next. She demonstrated it by popping her head off of her shoulders, getting a small scream from Momo and Izuku. My quirk is Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split up my body into as many as 50 pieces and move them around telekinetically. That's really cool. Izuku said, do you have a limit for how far you can control them? Or is it more of a time limit for how long they can be separated from you? What would happen if you lost one of the pieces? Have you lost one of the pieces? I imagine that you can build up a lot more force with them through telekinesis as opposed to physical fighting. Does your level of fitness affect that? Whoa, take it easy, Kiwi. I can barely keep up with all those questions. Setsuna laughed. To answer some of them. I have lost a few pieces before, and if I do, I can regenerate the parts of me I lose. Doing so takes a lot out of me though. And how fit I am does have something to with it. I'm actually pretty shredded. She then got a devilish smirk on her face. Wanna see? She asked, beginning to lift up her shirt. She was stopped by an enlarged hand chopping down on her head, courtesy of Itsuka. That's enough of that, Set. She scolded, a light blush on her face. Itsuka then turned back to Izuku and Momo. My quirk is called Embiggen. As you just saw, I can increase the size of my body as well as stretch it. That sounds awesome. Do you have a size limit to how much you can grow and stretch? What does it feel like when you do it? Do you get an increase in strength? If you do, does it only happen when you grow? Or are you naturally stronger all the time? Itsuka cut him off. Wow, you really like quirks, don't you? How about I answer some questions after you tell us what your quirk is? Izuku blushed. 3. I call my quirk Ghost. He held up his hand and let a small ball of energy form, and his eyes glowed green. It lets me do a few different things. But my favorite thing about my quirk is that I can fly. Wait, it was you! Setsuna exclaimed. You were the guy who stopped the panic when the alarms were going off. That was awesome. You looked like such a badass. But I thought your hair was white? Ah, it turns warehouse.white when I change into what I call ghost mode. Izuku said, speaking of that incident, though, how do you guys think the press got on campus? I'm not sure. I don't know how they could get through the barriers around campus. Itsuka said, What does your big brain think about it, Psycho? Setsuna asked. I believe I'll need some tea to give it proper thought. Outside the school, the pro-heroes were looking at a pile of rust where part of the UA barrier used to be. I don't think a regular reporter could have done this, Recovery Girl said. I agree. Power Loader was examining the rust and shifting it through his hands. This rust is very fine. It's like the door oxidized itself in a matter of moments. Normally rust happens from the inside out. I'd say this happened from the outside. Thank you, Majima-san. Your analysis is quite helpful, Niza said. He had his paws behind his back and was staring intensely at what was left of the door. There are no quirks I can think of on file that match whatever did this do to the door. I fear that this may be the opening salvo from an enemy who has yet to reveal themselves. Eraserhead and Vlad King walked up to the Dean of U. Were you two able to find anything amiss in the school? Vlad King was a physically imposing man with white hair and wearing a red and silver suit. He also had 2 canine teeth poking out from his bottom lip. No. There was nothing out of place that we could find. I don't like it, Aizawa said. This is setting off all kinds of bells in my head. I find it even more suspicious that we couldn't find anything missing or tampered with. Nizu hummed. I agree. As a precaution, I am going to move back the hero class's trip to the USJ to next Monday. Both classes will go at the same time. I'll feel better having 2 of my most versatile fighters there to look out for them. As well as 13 in All Might. Aizawa nodded. What do you think this means? I believe this may be a declaration of war. Izuku was scrolling through Hero Beat to catch up on any new hero news for the day as he was waiting for afternoon class to begin. Himiko sat behind him on his desk, resting her chin on his head and looking at the news feed with him. There's been a lot of crime this morning, Himiko said. Yeah, and it looks like All Might has been stopping most of it. There was a strong villain this morning. He stopped a car crash. Wow, there was even a bomb threat. He's been at it for hours. Izuku mentioned. Wait, he's what? Melissa asked in English. She sat only a few seats away from Izuku in the back of the class, behind Kami and beside Momo, so it was strong for her not to accidentally overhear him even though she was talking to Momo. He's been doing hero work all morning? Melissa switched back to Japanese after getting over her momentary shock. He's been seen all over Muzutafu since around 9 this morning. Himiko told her, Are you worried about him? Melissa shook her head. Oh, I just thought he was somewhere in the building. He's been talking a lot about trying to be a good teacher, but I guess he decided to play hooky. She smiled a little at her own joke, but her thoughts were a little different. Since 9. That's 3 hours. His time limit is up. Those around her laughed at her joke, and then they drifted into casual conversation, mostly about their classwork. Momo and Izuku were asked how things were going as the class reps. It had been a week since they were elected, and it was mostly meetings at this point. Aizawa hadn't given them any kind of assignment, so they were doing their best to know their classmates better and how they could help them out, with either regular school work or hero work. Aside from that, they had another meeting with the Class 1B reps to talk about the potential for interclass cooperation in the future. It wasn't until 12:50 that Aizawa walked into the class 20 minutes after it began. Aizawa being there was a little odd, as it should have been All Might. Seems like the number 1 is playing hooky today after all. The tired teacher trudged towards the podium. For the foundational skill of heroics we'll study today, it was decided you, as well as Class 1B, will be supervised by a 4-man team consisting of me, All Might and 2 others. It was decided? And we're working with Psycho's class. Must be important, Izuku thought. Siro threw his hand in the air. Sensei, what'll we be doing? Be the hero everyone needs. Whether it's a flood or any other disaster. It's the trial of rescue. Aizawa held up a card with the word rescue written in bold letters. Trial of rescue sounds a bit difficult this time around. Kaminari sounds a little apprehensive. Kaminari, that's what a hero's whole job is. I'm chomping at the bit. Kirishima. Totally. Mina shouted. If it's a flood, then that environment is my specialty, Karo. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Aizawa sighed. As I was saying this time, it's entirely up to you if you want to wear your costume or not. Some of your costumes probably aren't adapted to the task at hand, after all. He clicked a button, and the costumes compartment slid out of the wall. The training area is fairly far away. So we'll have to get there by bus. That's all. Go get ready. Class 1A was walking toward the bus when Ochako noticed something. Hey Quirk, how come you're in your street clothes? Izuku was indeed wearing jeans and his favorite jacket over a shirt that said breathes. He winked at Ochako. You'll see. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Ochako blushed slightly at his wink and hummed in response as they continued on the bus. When they reached it, Ida was in full-on Ida mode. His hand was chopping up and down so fast it was practically a blur as he attempted to organize everyone. In order to get everyone seated smoothly on the bus, file into 2 lines according to your numbers. No one was really listening to him, and Izuku took a peek inside the vehicle. Ida. It's an open-style bus, and we're not in high school. Everyone can sit where they want. Izuku told Ida. And well, we appreciate the effort, Momo said, placing her hand on Ida's shoulder. Please leave the organizing to Izuku-kun and me. It is a part of our positions after all. You're right. Please accept my apologies. Ida bowed at a 90-degree angle. I will remember in the future. As Izuku and Momo reassured Ida that it was okay and they weren't offended, Mina whispered to Kami and Himiko. So all his posturing is kinda pointless, huh? The girls giggled and agreed with Mina. Momo and Izuku stood by the doors as the class boarded the bus. Momo was checking names off of a list as they did so. And that's everyone but us, Momo said. I suppose it's our turn then. Izuku held out his hands in a dramatic fashion and bowed his head slightly. After you, Haim. Momo used her waist cape to curtsy. Thank you, Sir Izuku. Both of them laughed as they proceeded to board the bus. Momo made her way to the back to sit beside Kyoka, leaving a spot between her and Himiko. Izuku turned to Aizawa, who was sitting at the front. We're all here and ready to go, Sensei, Izuku said. Aizawa cracked open an eye. Not quite. 1B is coming with us. Should be here any moment. As he finished, someone walked onto the bus. Well. If it isn't Class 1A? A haughty voice said. Izuku turned his head to see a blond boy wearing a tailored suit. The boy looked down his nose at Izuku and glanced around the bus. You don't seem all that impressive. He was cut off as he was abruptly slammed into the floor courtesy of a giant hand chopping him on the head. The long arm retracted as Itsuka got on the doors. Damn it, Monoma. That is exactly what I told you not to do. Itsuka was wearing a short, sleeveless green chipao with gold trim and a double-bursted LTHR underbust corset. She had a brown LTHR belt with a pack hanging from the back of it. She had black shorts under her dress and another brown belt around her left thigh. She had green Converse on and a black domino mask that trailed off into ribbons. Her hair was in the same ponytail it usually was. She sighed before smiling at Izuku. Sorry about him, Adrian. He has rabies. No worries, Kendo-san. I can relate to that. Izuku told her. Thanks. Itsuka said as she hoisted Monoma to his feet and deposited him into one of the seats at the front of the bus. Okay, everyone on the bus. Izuku made his way to the seat that was left for him, and he plopped down between Momo and Himiko. Not long after, Itsuka and Setsuna sat down across from him between Tsu and Mina, and Saiko claimed an open seat next to Kyoka. Itsuka had a knowing look on her face, and she leaned forward with her hands under her chin and her elbows on her knees. So, Izuku, the kanji on your jacket. It's Street Fighter, right? Akuma's symbol? Isuka smiled. You're right. You're also only the second person to comment on it. Kami was first. He pointed at the girl who was sitting in the back of the bus. I knew it. Itsuka said triumphantly, I love Street Fighter. Would you judge me if I said it's actually why I wanted to learn how to fight in the first place? Everyone chuckled a little. No. The kanji is what motivated me to keep going for a long time. It's why it's a part of my hero gear. Izuku said. He then inclined his head at Itsuka. Besides, your gear is based off of Chun-Li's, isn't it? Himiko's is the same. Himiko gave the redhead a fanged smile and waved. Hi. I'm Himiko. It's nice to meet you. Itsuka smiled back. I'm Kendo Itsuka. It's nice to meet you too. I suppose we should all introduce ourselves, huh? Setsuno went first. Her hero costume was a skin-tight blue suit that looked like it was made out of small scales and a mask that looked the same. She also had a thin black belt, black calf-high boots and black gloves with a blue patch on the back of her hands. On her wrists were dull brass-colored bracers that looked like they were split into 3 sections. It was Saiko's turn next. She was wearing a snug, white double-breasted peacoat that had short sleeves. The cuffs on the sleeves were turned up, and she wore a black long-sleeved shirt under it and white gloves. She had black breathes and calf-high white boots with a low heel. Her outfit was completed with a large red bow on her collar, a white beret and a monocle over her left eye. Izuku looked around the bus as Class A and B got to know each other. He had 2 thoughts as he did so. 1, it's nice to see everyone getting along. Aside from Bakugo and the guy Kendo-san hit. They're keeping to themselves. And thought 2, why is every girl in the hero course so gorgeous? It's like someone wants me to suffer. Mina was talking with Setsuna and Kami, which made Izuku nervous for some reason. Saiko and Momo were having a conversion. Jiro was in between the two, and she seemed to be overheating as she looked back and forth between them. Itsuka, Toru and Himiko were chatting with each other. Tokoyami was sitting with someone who looked like a living shadow. All the guys seemed to be having a good time. Was that a speech bubble? The sound of stones scraping steel drew most people's attention, and Izuku looked over to see Kirishima, with his quirk active, clasping hands with a guy with a similar outfit whose arm was silver. They both looked down at their hands and then back at each other, same quirk. They shouted at the same time, and the two then introduced themselves. His name is Tetsu, and his quirk is steel? Who's writing this sheet? Sato asked. It's like we're stuck in a terrible fanfiction. Speaking of quirks, Karo. Sorry, I'm blunt, but I always say what's on my mind. Tsu said, Shield-san, your quirk is very similar to All Might's. Melissa smiled at Tsu. Do you think so? Thanks. But my quirk is more energy-based than his. She clenched her hand to let her quirk flow through it, her veins glowed, and wisps of gold energy began to drift off it. His is more pure strength and speed. Plus, he won't break himself if he uses too much of it. That's quite the impressive quirk. Saiko said, if it truly is anything like All Might's, I imagine you'll climb the charts quite rapidly. Today, most hero work is just a popularity contest. That is what truly determines your ranking. Aoyama said, luckily, my naval laser is both flashy and strong enough for the pro level. Yeah, until your stomach turns itself inside out. Mina scoffed. Aoyama scowled at her. If we're talking about both flashy and strong, you can't not mention Todoroki and Midoriya. Bakugo, too, I guess? Kyoka said. Bakugo's always fuming though. So he won't be popular. Tsu said. You beach. I'll be popular too. See? Yeah dude. We've known each other for 2 weeks, and it's super easy to see that you've got the personality of a dumpster fire that someone failed to put out with sewer water. Kaminari said. What did you say, spark plug? I'll kill you. Bakugo screamed. He then felt a chill down his spine and turned to see Aizawa staring at him. Bakugo scowled, but he sat back down and crossed his arms. Sheet, Bakugo. You are one foul mouth. Dude. Momo made a disgruntled face that still looked refined somehow as she listened. What a vulgar conversation. Ochako, on the other hand, was giggling. Yeah, but it makes me laugh. Izuku shook his head. I can't believe it. Kaken is the one that's getting teased. I've only seen Himiko do that before. Izuku looked at his friend as she was leaning on him and laughing at something Itsuka had said. The green boy smiled softly. I'm glad that we've made more friends here. We were both alone for so long. Then it was just Mei and us. She deserves this. Himiko saw that Izuku was smiling at her, and she smiled back at him before returning to her conversation. Aizawa suddenly spoke up. Everyone. Settle down and get off the bus. We're here. Welcome to the USC. Universal Studios Japan? Multiple people from both classes shouted. No. Walking into the USJ, the students' jaws dropped. It was massive. The center looked like a plaza. There was a small lake, a forest area, a mountain area, and a city. How is it possible that UA can afford all of these places? It really is Universal Studios, Toru whispered. Wow, Eraser. You're a few minutes late. I think that might be a record, Vlad King said as he walked up the stairs. He was followed by a figure in a spacesuit. Oh my god, it's Vlad King. / it's the space hero, 13. Himiko shouted the first one at the same time Izuku and Ochako said the second one. They're the gentlemanly hero who does phenomenal work helping with disaster relief. Izuku said. They're my favorite hero. Ochako told Izuku. They're the best rescue hero in the biz. I want to be like them. During this, Himiko was still freaking out at seeing Vlad King in person. Izzy. I can't believe it's Vlad King. He's actually here. She whisper-screamed as she tugged on Izuku's arm. I see that. You should go ask for his autograph. He's a pretty nice guy. Izuku said. Wait, you've met him already? When? Why didn't you tell me? Himiko smacked Izuku on the arm. Yeah. He's the homeroom teacher for Class 1B. I met him last week at the class rep meeting. Why didn't you tell me? Because I wanted to see your face when you saw him for the first time. Himiko smacked her friend again. Still looking at the teachers, Izuku saw 13 hold up 3 fingers as she talked to Aizawa, and he noticed that Aizawa scowled a little deeper than usual, and he shook his head as he said something to the other teachers. 13 then walked in front of the other teachers and cleared their throat to gather everyone's attention. Floods, shipwrecks, landslides, earthquakes, fires, even the aftereffects of a large-scale villain battle. This is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters, and its name is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Although I still prefer to call it the ultimate space for jams. Her joke got a few laughs from the students. Izuku and Kami were the loudest, and there was also an from a girl with an expressionless face. Said girl was wearing a red and white bodysuit with a white skirt and a red and white sun visor with a metal fin on top of it. Now, before we begin, just one more thing, or 2, or 3, maybe 4. 13 said. They just keep increasing. I'm certain you're all already quite aware, but my quirk is called Black Hole. 13 continued. They held up their finger, and a cap opened on it, and a noticeable swirl began to form above it. Those close to them could feel their hair and clothes begin to flutter towards it. No matter what material may get hit into its vortex, I'm afraid it will turn into dust. It's a quirk perfect for removing wreckage and saving people injured by disasters. Izuku said. Ochako nodded her head along with him. She was so excited she was visibly vibrating. 13 nodded at Izuku. Yes, it is. However, it is also a power that could be easily used to kill people. And in that way, it's no different from the quirks of everyone here. The students' mood sobered immediately. Naturally, in this society of superhumans, quirks are strictly regulated, and the requirements for their lawful use is enforced. We can tell at a glance that this is the makeup of this world. That being said, please don't forget that each of you possesses a quirk that can go awry. One wrong step is all it takes to kill someone accidentally. One step to kill a villain or even a bystander. During Aizawa's and Kan's quirk assessment test, you learned of your respective powers' true potential, and during All Might's trial of battle. I think you took away a true sense of the danger of brandishing those powers against one another. Bakugo visibly looked away from everyone as 13 talked. This lesson will serve as a fresh start. Let's get to studying about how to wield our quirks for the sake of human life. Your quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. 13 then took a bow. That is all. You have my gratitude for listening so intently and patiently. That was awesome. Ochako praised them. Bravo! Bravo! Ida shouted. Alright, first things first. Aizawa trailed off as he sensed something change in the air of the UI. He turned around to see a small black hole appear in the plaza, and it slowly began to grow. A hand with poorly trimmed fingernails gripped the edge of the portal. It was followed by a head that was covered in severed hands. The hole expanded suddenly, and the man in the lead fully walked out, followed by what seemed to be an ever-growing number of others. Now fully seen, the villain was wearing dirty black clothes, a tattered black trench coat, and was covered in severed hands. He was even using one of them as a mask and another attached to the back of his head that got partially lost in his matted pale blue hair. Beside him was a massive villain that was pure black and covered in red scars. It had a beaked mouth full of large jagged teeth and an exposed brain that its eyes were set into. "Huddle together and don't move," Aizawa commanded. The class looked very confused. Mysteriously, they appeared before us, right in the midst of our training on how to save lives. 13 Protect the students. "Vlad on me," Aizawa shouted. "What is that?" Kirishima asked. "Is this like that training pattern at the entrance exam?" Aizawa pulled down his goggles. "Don't move. Those are villains. That's who our teachers did battle with that day." The portal began to condense, and a face appeared in it. Made out of it, Eraserhead, 13 and Vlad King. According to the curriculum we procured last week, All Might-san was supposed to be here, and yet... I knew it. "So it was the doing of you louts?" Aizawa said. "So these are the guys we owe a beating then?" Vlad King cracked his knuckles, and BLD started to flow out of the spouts in his costume. The hand-covered villain raised his head to look at the ceiling, showing that he had 2 hands wrapped around his neck. "Where is he? We went through all the trouble and rustled up so many of us for this party. You can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here." The villain spoke with a raspy voice. "What we had to face that day. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the kids?" Was none other than a malice that coveted the entire world. Momo turned to 13, "Sensei, what about the intruder alarm sensors?" "We have them, but it seems that the villains managed to disable them," 13 said. "Is this the only part of campus that they've infiltrated, or are they attacking all the others too?" Todoroki asked. "Warp quirks are very rare," Melissa said. "They also said that they came here looking for All Might. I think this is the only place on campus they're attacking. They're here at an isolated space away from the main school building, and they knew when and where All Might was going to be." Psycho said, "This is most likely a carefully planned ambush. 13, start the evac procedure and try calling the school. The villains know how to get around the sensors. There's a chance they have an electro-wave type guy who'll try interfering." Aizawa told the classes, "Kaminari, you too. Try contacting UA with your transmitter. Midoriya, get out of here and fly back to the school as fast as possible." Izuku nodded and then looked at the villains. "Good luck, Sensei. I'll bring back the cavalry." Aizawa looked back at 13, "I'm counting on you." He then leapt down the stairs to face the horde. "All right, firing squad." A villain wearing a helmet shouted, "Here we go." "Who the hell is this? I don't recognize him." Another villain said, "Buggered if I know. But he's seriously hurtling towards us all by himself. What a dumb sheet." All the ranged villains took aim at Eraserhead and fired, only to find that their quirks weren't responding to them. Then didn't have time to think about it, though, as the hero's capture scarf wrapped around 2 of them, and Eraserhead used his momentum to violently smash their heads together. A loud, dull thud signified that they were out of the fight. "You bunch of noobs," the hand villain shouted. "He's Eraserhead. He erases your quirks." A large villain with 4 arms covered in rock rushed Aizawa. "It erases quirks, huh? Bet you can't erase mutant types like me." Before the villain could attack, Eraser lashed out with a punch and broke his nose with a satisfying crack. "Nope, no can do. It only works on emitter and transformation class quirks. For that, I've got my own countermeasures and friends," Aizawa said as the villain stumbled back. Right into Vlad King, who wrapped his arms around the villain's waist and proceeded to suplex the villain into the concrete. Vlad then cracked his neck and coated his fists in diamond-strong BLD. "You called me a friend. I'm telling everybody." He grinned. Aizawa rolled his eyes beneath his goggles. "Shut up and fight, Kansas." The hand villain began to scratch at his neck as he watched Eraserhead and Vlad King start taking out his minions. He's clearly ranked up his hand-to-hand skills. And with those goggles, you can't tell who he has target locked. And Vlad's a versatile tank. No wonder they're stomping my ads. The scratching became harsher as the fight continued. God, pros are such a pain. If we were just any old rabble, we wouldn't stand a chance. A flash of light drew the villain's attention to the students who were making their way to the doors of the USJ. Kurogiri. Go take care of that. At once, Shigaraki Tamura. The mist villain said, disappearing in a black swirl. Incredible. I forgot one-on-group battle is Sensei's specialty. Izuku said as he watched Aizawa kick butt. Himiko tugged his arm. Not the time for analysis, Izzy. We gotta go. Right? Izuku nodded and then let his rings transform him. In a moment, he was transformed into ghost mode. His street clothes also changed into his hero gear. The class was being directed to the doors when the shadow that transported the villains appeared in front of them, grinding them to a halt. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave, the shadow said. Izuku pressed the button on his clavicle, activating his helmet. Melissa did the same, activating her helmet and summoning her shield. The shadow once more coalesced into a human form, revealing the mist to be wearing a suit and a metal brace around where his neck would be. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA. The base of heroes. Kurogiri spoke with a very cultured voice. In order to engage with All Might-san, the symbol of peace. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. Was All Might-san not meant to be in attendance at this juncture? Perchance, has something been altered? Kurogiri asked. The cap on one of 13's fingers opened. Setting that aside. This is my role. The villain started to expand, but before he could move too much, he was struck by Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu and Kamakiri. The area around the villain filled with smoke due to Bakugo's explosion. Bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got the chance. Kirishima shouted. Izuku used this moment to fly past the villain, turning intangible as he headed towards the doors. There was a heavy sigh as the smoke dissipated, that was quite perilous. To be expected. Though you may be mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. It's no use. Just run. 13 shouted. Izuku reached the doors, but as he tried to phase through them, there was a crackling sound as electricity coursed through Izuku's body, and he screamed in pain. He was thrown away from the doors and rolled to a stop, smoking. His friends screamed his name, and Kirishima rounded on Kurogiri, UBC. Kurogiri looked at Izuku, slightly impressed as Izuku struggled to his feet. I wouldn't try that again. We thought ahead and locked down this entire structure. The villain began to expand again, encompassing the two classes. You will be scattered, tortured, and slain. Every one of you. When the darkness cleared, Melissa found herself above the flood zone and falling fast. She let out a small scream as she angeled herself and crossed her arms over her and pointed her feet so she could hit the water properly. There was still a fairly large splash as she hit the water, and once the bubbles cleared, she came face to face with a shark-like villain swimming toward her. Oh ho, the chum has come. Sharkface said, his jaws opening extremely wide, revealing many sharp teeth. It's nothing personal, but sayonara suka. Melissa narrowed her eyes and flicked her finger at the villain. Even underwater, the force was enough to blast the villain away from her. Unfortunately, it also sent Melissa spinning back. This allowed another villain, who looked more similar to a moray eel, to get close. Before Melissa could right herself again, Sue came to her rescue, slamming her feet into the side of the villain's head. Shield! Sue called out, launching her tongue to wrap around the blonde girl. She then used her powerful legs to speed towards the ship in the center of the flood zone. Sue then used her tongue to swing Melissa up onto the boat and then proceeded to scale the side. Once they were both on the ship, they found two students from 1B already there. One of them was a tall guy with an oddly shaped yellow head. His hero costume looked very similar to a glue bottle. He introduced himself as Bondo. The other was a short girl with long blonde hair and big blue eyes. Her costume looked like a cross between a jockey uniform and horse gear. She had a horse halter on her head and stirrups on her boots. Oh, she also had large hooves as well as large horns that made a lyre shape. Hi. My name Pony Tsunatori. Nice to meet you. Pony introduced herself. Both Melissa and Tsu ped their heads at her. Introduction, I'm Melissa Shield, and this is Tsu. Melissa said. She then switched to English. Pony, are you from America? Oh, you speak English? Thank God. Pony exclaimed, that makes this a lot easier. I'm still struggling with my Japanese, and this situation isn't helping any. Are you American too? Melissa nodded, yeah. Technically anyway. I'm from Ireland. I'm from Los Angeles. Melissa smiled at her, that's cool too. Just to make things a little quicker here, I'll translate for you, okay? Melissa got a nod in response, okay. I need a quick breakdown of everyone's quirk. Bondo, Sue and Pony explained their quirks, and after a moment, Melissa smiled wryly, okay, I have a plan. Kirishima groaned as he pushed a piece of flaming rubble off of himself. That unmanly bee must have warped us into different parts of the building. He stood up and stretched his back until he heard a pop. That's better. It's a good thing I was the one sent here. I think I'm one of the few people in class who could have survived that fall. Kirishima then punched his way through a collapsing wall, making his way onto a street and found that most of this area was on fire. Kiri looked up and down the road and heard a series of explosions from the left. Looking for the source, Kirishima saw what looked like a villain crash through a second-story window, followed by Bakugo leaping after him. In mid-air, Bakugo set off another explosion, blasting the villain down into the street and simultaneously slowing his own fall, allowing him to land safely. There were a lot of expletives that Kirishima heard as he jogged up to Bakugo. Man, you really showed him. Bakugo looked over. Shitty hair? So he teleported more than just me. Alright, just stay out of my way. I have to get back to that fucker and kill him. Kiri rolled his eyes. Sure man, lead the way. As Bakugo brushed past him, Kirishima saw something and quickly hardened and pushed Bakugo to the side, making the bullet that was shot at the explosive boy bounce off Kirishima's skin. The hardened boy rushed the villain and put him down with a few well-thrown punches. A jab to the nose and a right cross landing on the villain's jaw was all it took. Bakugo just looked at the projectile that would have killed him if not for Kirishima with wide eyes. He then looked at the person who saved him. Kirishima was smiling at him, backlit by the fire, as he stood over the villain he had just knocked out. Tokoyami stood in an alleyway with the rain beating down on him. Thanks to Dark Shadow, he knew about the 3 villains behind him. You've got nowhere to go, kid. You're trapped here. Might as well just let us end it, quick like. The villains then grew offended as they heard a chuckle. What are you laughing at, kid? Something funny about you dying? No, Tokoyami said, turning to face them. It's funny that you think I'm the one trapped. Dark Shadow began to rise from his back. Let me remind you why humans once feared the dark. Aura, aura, aura. Scatter and kill us, huh? Todoroki stood in the landslide zone, staring at a field of ice sculptures. Sorry to say, but it looks like you're just a bunch of nobodies who don't know their quirks from their rear ends. You fucker. One of the ice-encased villains said, the second I can move again. Is he really just a kid? Ow, ow, ow. At first glance, it seems that they thought they could overwhelm the pros with sheer numbers. And they thought they could just pop open the lid and use us as pawns. What a bunch of morons. Looking at them, they only have 4, maybe 5 actual threats. Shoto walked forward and stared one of the villains in the eyes. The human body will begin to freeze at negative 0.5 degrees Celsius. At the rate your body temperature is dropping, it won't be long until your cell walls begin to break, and you succumb to necrosis as you freeze to death. On the bright side, you may actually start to feel warm as it happens. Shoto could see the fear in the villain's eyes. Lucky for you, I'm aiming to become a hero, and I would like to avoid having your deaths on my resume. So, what's the basis of your plan to kill All Might? Shota Nairenjiki, Fukudashi Manga and Kuwaro Shirhai looked wide-eyed at Todoroki's raw power, shivering from the cold. What the hell is up with this level of power? In the mountain zone, Hananuki Juzo was trapping villains in the ground with his softening quirk, which allowed Kaminari to knock them out with a quick tap and a couple of volts. Kaminari shot Juzo a thumbs up. Hey, dude. We make a pretty good team, huh? Juzo smiled back at him as much as he could anyway, due to a lack of lips. I'd say we do. Although Komori-san seems fine on her own. They turned around to look at the girl with the mushroom motif. She was presently throwing her spores at the villains, shouting that they weren't very nice and that they shouldn't assault girls. Mushrooms were growing all over that section of the mountain zone as well as out of the villains themselves. Some of the fungi were already big enough to sit on or stand under. Denki gulped. She scares me. In the ruins zone, Shizuki Ibra was trapping swaths of villains and leaving them restrained with her vines. Behind her, Ochako was pitching small bits of rubble at the villains that rapidly grew in size before it slammed into them with its gravity returned. Ochako looked over at the one responsible for the size-altering rubble. I think we're gonna be good friends, Kodi-san. Yui gave a tiny smile and a nod of her head to Ochako. Well, I've only known her for a fortnight, Ibra said. I've come to understand that means Yusen wants to be friends with you as well. That sigh sounded slightly displeased. I'm not that bad, Ibra-san. Yui said quietly. Ochako giggled and let another piece of rubble crush a villain. Is it wrong how satisfying I find that? Back in the downpour zone, Izuku was stretching to work out the stiffness from his muscles after being electrocuted. He then pet his head to the side as he strained his ears to hear over the pouring rain and rolling thunder. Was someone shouting his name? He looked around him, confused, not seeing anyone. Izzy! Up here! Looking up, he could make out Himiko's blonde hair through the rain on top of a nearby building. He flew upwards and didn't even get out a cage before Himiko jumped off the building into his arms. Himiko! Don't do that! Izuku scolded, his tone very serious. Himiko looked abashed. Sorry? I was just worried about you. She locked her legs around his waist and tapped the section to retract his helmet, and put her hands on the side of his face. She moved his head around, trying to find any damage she could. Are you okay? You were literally smoking after touching the door. Yeah, I'm okay. No need to worry. Izuku told her, I've been electrocuted before. Himiko narrowed her eyes. I know. I was there. And the last time you were seriously electrocuted, you died. I got better. Himiko's eyes narrowed more. Izuku was saved from further scolding when the two of them heard a loud, both of them looked down the street to see Dark Shadow explode out of an alleyway and send 3 villains ragdoll through the air. Izuku flew him and Himiko down to Tokoyami, who was currently wrangling Dark Shadow back into him. The darkness of the downpour zone was making it difficult. Landed close, Izuku raised his hand and flared some of his ecto-energy. The flash caused the sentient quirk to shrink slightly, and Tokoyami entirely pulled her back. The raven nodded at Izuku. Thank you for your aid, Midoriya-san. Your presence here is a welcome one. Yours as well, Himiko-san. Thanks, Toko-kun. I don't suppose you have any idea how to get out of here? Himiko asked. Unfortunately not. I found myself not far from here before I was set upon by the vermin I just disposed of. Tokoyami told them. I'm going to assume that there's a lot more villains here somewhere. So I don't want us to split up to try and find the exit. I'm also worried that they may have electrified this dome like they did the rest of the USJ. I can assure you that they haven't, a feminine voice said. Izuku whirled around to place himself between the voice and his classmates, his hands glowing green. In front of him were one girl and one guy. The guy was a little shorter than Izuku and was very furry. His torso, arms and hands were covered in brown hair. Underneath, he looked to be very strong. His only clothing was a pair of breaths with a belt and a couple of brown boots, as well as a shirt collar with no shirt. On his face was a pair of sunglasses. The girl was wearing a pastel blue kimono with a checkered black and white obi and a very fluffy white furred collar, although it was currently matted with rain. She also had a pair of dark blue tabi boots on and a mask of the same type that Shoji always wears. Izuku also noted that she had pale gray hair streaked with a pastel pink styled in a bob cut with her hair covering her right eye. She also had her forearms held at a 90-degree angle with her hands draped down. It actually reminded him of depictions of ghosts. The guy held his hands up in a pacifying gesture, and Izuku lowered his, Wait, I recognize you from the bus. You're from 1B, right? The man nodded, We are. I am Shishida Juroda. It's a pleasure to meet you. Though I do wish it were under better circumstances. And I am Yanagi Reiko. The girl introduced herself, bowing slightly. The 3 Class 1A students introduced themselves, and then Izuku asked a question. So, how do you guys know this dome isn't trapped? We found ourselves transported near the rim of the dome. We were witness to your plight, so we performed a test. We only came this way to investigate the loud noise and flash of light we saw in hopes that we would find more of our compatriots. Reiko explained. How did you test it? Himiko asked. I threw a villain at the wall, Jiroda told her. Himiko laughed. That works? Izuku rubbed his chin. If this place isn't trapped, I can get out easier and try to find a way to help. And find the exit to this place. But I also don't want to leave you guys alone here. Izzy, there's 4 of us. Himiko said, you can find the door faster, then come back and tell us where it is. How will you be able to get out faster? Jiroda asked, if you don't mind my asking. No problem. Izuku floated a few inches off the ground, and his eyes began to glow green. My quirk is called Ghost. What I was trying to do earlier was phase through the door. It should go better this time around. You, too, align yourself with the name and visage of a specter? Reiko asked. I'd say I am a specter more than anything else. But what do you mean by me too? Ah, Reiko raised her hand, and a few nearby objects floated into the air with a purple glow. I call my quirk Poltergeist. I've always been fascinated by the strange and supernatural. It's why I named my quirk as such. Izuku smiled at her. Well, it's fun to meet another ghost. He then looked at Jiroda. What's your quirk? Jiroda explains his quirk, and then Himiko and Tokoyami explain theirs as well. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Izuku then chuckles slightly. What are you laughing at? Himiko asked. I feel like there's a joke in here somewhere. 2 ghosts, a demon, a vampire and a werewolf walk into a bar. Izuku says, pointing at everyone as he names quirks. Everyone thinks about it for a moment, then laughs with him. With another goodbye, Izuku expands his helmet and takes off. Shoji, Jiro, is everyone still here? Are they okay? Momo yelled. Jiro's jacks whipped around, and all of Shoji's extra limbs turned into ears. We're all in disarray, but everyone is within park limits. Shoji said. No one seems to be hurt either. They're all fighting back too. Jiro told her vice rep. Psycho took a long sip from her thermos. He has the ability to attack people with a spatial rip and the ability to become intangible. He's like trying to capture smoke. Momo looked over at Ida. Asen, you're the fastest person here. I need you to get back to the school as fast as you can. She then turned to Mina. Mina, I need you to make a hole in the door. You do realize I am still present, yes? Kurogiri asked, a smoky eyebrow raised. I find it strong to believe that you are such a simpleton that you would spout off your plans in the company of an enemy. Isn't it obvious? 13 asks as she opens one of the caps on her fingers. We let you hear us because it's not a problem if you know. They activate their quirk and unleash the force of a black hole on the villain. As she does this, Mina skates in an arc around the villain and begins to shoot out the most potent acid she can muster at the door. As soon as it makes contact, the door starts to sizzle. Fitting. As expected of a hero who specializes in something as mundane as disaster relief. Kurogiri mocks, your battle experience is far lower than the normal heroes. A portal opens in front of and behind 13, and her own power tears apart the back of her suit. What's the saying, from dust to dust? Sensei. Many of the students yell out. Kurogiri then turns to face Mina, now to deal with the other. He wraps a portal around Mina, and she disappears into it. After he does so, Kurogiri notices something strange. There's nothing where the girl was trying to dissolve the door, just a pale mist hanging in the air. Gotcha! Cammy shouts, pulling down one eyelid and sticking her tongue out at the villain. As she does so, the mist dissipates, and Mina then appears far away from where Kurogiri thought she was, with a brand new hole in the USJ. Kurogiri was cut off as a giant hand slams into the metal brace around Kurogiri's neck and knocks him off his feet. Aways! Now! Psycho shouts. The boy with spiky black hair and a headband leaps forward and uses his quirk to weld Kurogiri's neck brace to the ground. Go now. 13 says, walking up to the villain and leveling their hand at him. Yes, sensei. Ida's engines flare, and he takes off like a shot, a trail of smoke from his engines as he runs towards the school. How? Kurogiri says. With a quirk as dangerous as Black Hole, you really didn't think I'd be immune to it. I'll admit you caught me off guard by destroying my suit, but it only helps with directionality and control. Do you want to see what I can do when I use my whole hand? Shigaraki watched as Eraserhead and Vlad King tore through his minions. His eyes tracked Eraserhead and the small timers whose quirks weren't working. 23 seconds, 24 seconds. Tamura began to sprint at Aizawa. You in charge? Aizawa asked himself, looking at the villain charging him. He sent out his capture scarf, but his eyes widened in surprise as the villain caught it. 20 seconds. TCH, Aizawa charged to meet the villain head-on. 17 seconds. Aizawa sharply pulled on the end of the capture scarf that Shigaraki was still holding in order to yank him off balance and slammed his elbow into the villain's sternum. Shigaraki was hunched over Aizawa. You keep jumping around, so it's strong to tell, but there are moments when your hair falls over your eyes. He whispered into his ear. Aizawa glanced up and noticed that the villain had caught his elbow with one hand, and it looked like the shirt under his grip was falling apart. It's whenever you complete one action, Shigaraki continued, and the interval is getting shorter and shorter. Don't bite off more than you can chew, Eraserhead. Aizawa grunted as his elbow began to fall apart like his shirt, his skin decaying and flaking off, revealing the muscle beneath. Aizawa reacted quickly and threw a left hook that slammed into the villain's jaw with a sharp and satisfying crack that made him stumble back, giving Aizawa a moment to slip away. My elbow's broken, Aizawa thought as he ducked and weaved around two small fry villains to put distance between him and Shigaraki. Tamura chuckled as he got to his feet. That quirk of yours, isn't it unsuited to fighting masses for long PRDs? Isn't this far removed from your typical work? Isn't your actual specialty short-length sneak attacks? So was the reason you jumped into open battle like this to give your students some measure of peace of mind? You're so cool, hero. Finally on his feet, Tamura looked at Aizawa. Oh, by the way, I may be the leader here, but I'm not the boss of this dungeon. Before anyone could blink, the beaked villain was behind Aizawa and slammed him into the ground, one massive hand on his shoulder and the other wrapped around the forearm with the elbow that Tamura decayed. Tell the symbol of peace, he's wanted by artificial human Nomu. Tamura yelled, you can erase quirks. A respectable ability, but there's nothing to it in the end. After all, when faced with overwhelming might, you might as well be quirkless in that situation. Aizawa moved slightly to try and get out of the villain's hold, only for the villain to squeeze Aizawa's arm, breaking the bone in two like he was breaking a toothpick. Aizawa let out a painful scream that drew the attention of everyone who could hear it, including the students and 13. Aizawa was breathing heavily. He's snapping me like a twig. Looking at any part of his body should have been enough to erase his quirk. That means this is his base power. He's near All Might's level. Aizawa felt his head being raised up by the Nomu, and then the Nomu slammed it back into the concrete, cratering it and breaking Aizawa's nose and maybe a few other parts of his skull. Eraser! Vlad King shouted, dispatching another thug with a BLD-encased fist. He charged the Nomu and threw a punch at its face. It connected, but the Nomu didn't even flinch, and it backhanded Vlad. The hero raised his arms to block with a BLD shield. The shield shattered, along with Vlad's arms as he was thrown across the plaza, crashing into the fountain. From the water nearby, Melissa, Sue, Pony and Bondo were watching it happen. Suddenly, a black mist began taking form next to Tamura, having used the distraction of Aizawa's scream to teleport away. Kurogyri, then 13 is dead? Tamura asked. Not quite. They won't be able to use their quirks safely among the students. I'm also afraid that the students I could not scatter impeded me, and therefore one of them was able to escape with his life. Kurogyri informed his charge. Tamura began to breathe heavier and heavier and scratched his neck more and more aggressively. Actively looking like he was starting to peel off his skin, Kurogyri, if you can't be a proper warp gate, then our plans be crumbled. There's no doubt that they'll flood the area with top rankers. We won't win if they do that. It's game over. It's game over, for now. Tamura said. He then looked over at Kurogyri. Shall we fast travel out of here? Actually, Tamura leaned his head to the side to look back at the 4 students at the water's edge. Before that, why don't we use this opportunity to take? Before the students could react, Tamura was suddenly in front of them with his reaching out toward Tsu, the symbol of peace's pried down a notch. Tsu felt her heart stop as she stared at Shigaraki's palm and felt his fingers on her head. Images of her sensei's elbow flashed through her mind. After a moment, nothing happened. Tamura snorted slightly. You really are a cool guy, Eraserhead. The Nomu was currently holding Aizawa's head up to make him watch. His face was busted, his nose leaking BLD like a faucet and streaming from his forehead and mouth. Even with BLD dripping in his eyes, he was still using his quirk to protect his students. His face was then slammed back into the ground by the Nomu. Stay away from her! Melissa screamed. Her entire body was lined with glowing red veins and shined so bright with gold that it hurt the eyes of those nearby as she threw a haymaker at Shigaraki. Nomu. Melissa's fist impacted with an explosion of smoke and gold flame. That's the first time I've thrown a full-powered punch without my arm breaking, Melissa thought. When the smoke cleared, the Nomu stood in front of Shigaraki, having absorbed the punch no worse for wear. It just glared impassively down at Melissa. Quite a lot of power in the punch, brat. Someone went for a strength build. Shigaraki said, it's too bad, though. Nomu, here is a shock absorber. Kill. Nomu raised its fist, but 2 green beams impacted it first. One in the arm it raised, and one in the brain that caused it to lock up for a moment. What? Shigaraki said before a glowing green fist punched him in the face, sending him crashing back into the water. Midoriya! Tsu and Melissa exclaimed at the same time. Midoriya spun around, and the other students could see that the eyes on his helmet were glowing a toxic green. Hey girls. Let's get out of here, Izuku said. He quickly grabbed Tsu, and a still glowing Melissa grabbed Pony and Bondo and sped away from the villains. It didn't take long for them to reach the base of the stairs where Melissa and Izuku deposited their passengers. What are those villains' quirks? Izuku asked. Whatever the HNDJB villain touches falls apart, Karo. Tsu croaked. He destroyed Aizawa-sensei's elbow. And he said that the big one has a shock absorption quirk. He's immune to my punches, and he's also extremely strong. He shattered Vlad King's BLD shield and sent him flying across the plaza with a single hit, Melissa explained. But we need to get our sensei out of there. Izuku said, I'll grab Aizawa. Can you grab Vlad King? Melissa nodded, and the glow around her body got a little brighter. Right? Wait, you guys are going back out there? Bondo asked. We have to. We can't just leave them there. Izuku said. It's what heroes do, Melissa said. Are you sure, Karo? Tsu asked. Both teens nodded and sped off on their self-assigned mission, surrounded by their respective glows. Those two are really cool, Pony said. Agreed, Karo. Tamura stood up, dripping water as he scratched his neck and watched the little camper who sucker-punched him fly to his teacher. Nomu. Squash him. Izuku had just reached Aizawa when a shadow loomed over him. He looked up just in time for the Nomu to punt him away like a football. He rolled to stop about 20 feet away, and he could feel BLD dribble out of his mouth and into his helmet. Pros. DMN, he's fast. Didn't have enough time to phase. He looked up to see the Nomu standing over him with its foot raised to stomp his in. Izuku's eyes widened as the Nomu's foot went through him and cratered the ground beneath him. Loud shouts of despair and shock rang out from around the USJ. Aizawa tried to force himself to his feet upon seeing it but couldn't get his body to respond properly. The fist on his working arm just clenched. The gold glow around Melissa grew stronger and similar to how her shield forms. From her right hand, a spear made of what looked like gold wires began to take shape. Unlike her shield, black strands of energy leaked out of her right arm as well, bonding with the makeup of the spear. She reared back. Stop hurting my friends. Leonidas smash. The black and gold spear leapt from her hand like a shot from a railgun. The spear tore through the Nomu like a hot knife through butter and dissipated into the air a few feet beyond. Melissa followed the spear closely, the black energy now writhing from both of her arms. The energy tendrils wrapped around the Nomu's knees and destabilized it enough for Melissa to bowl it over and used her one-for-all powered momentum combined with black WHP to hurl the Nomu away from her, Aizawa and Izuku. The Nomu got its feet and everyone watched as the hole in its ihi began to close, faster as it got smaller. Jaws dropped, and Shigaraki started cackling. My artificial human was built to go toe-to-toe with All Might. It was engineered with shock absorption and super regeneration. It's the ultimate tank. Well, that's annoying, Izuku said, walking up to stand beside Melissa. She whirled to face him. Izuku, you're okay. But I saw, as her rage faded, so did the black energy extending from her arms. I managed to phase before it hit me, Izuku said. For a split second as the energy faded, Izuku could have sworn he saw the image of a tall bald man with goggles on his head, smiling before he was gone. Izuku shook his head and noticed something else. Melissa, your arm. Melissa gripped her right arm. It was swollen and purple. It's nothing. I used too much of my power, and my arm couldn't take it. You stupid kids need to stop giving us openings. Shigaraki shouted. The Nomu rushed them again, but this time they were ready. Melissa activated her shield, large enough to cover both of them, and Izuku summoned a barrier that wrapped around him and Melissa. Just before the Nomu could impact the shield, a third barrier appeared in front of it. This one made out of ice. The Nomu broke through the ice, but it combined with Izuku's, managed to slow it down enough that Melissa's shield was able to stop it. Where do these kids keep spawning from? Tamura complained. Finish it already, Nomu. Izuku grabbed Melissa and flew them back as the Nomu gave chase. Another wall of ice tried to stop it, but the Nomu plowed right through it. Melissa began to glow gold again and she and Izuku split up. The Nomu stilled for a second as it tried to interpret its orders and decided to chase after Melissa. Melissa was doing her best to keep up with the Nomu, but with only one arm and the fact that she couldn't just punch this problem away. It was really only a matter of time. She tried to get the black energy from before, but she couldn't grab hold of that feeling again. So she had to use her head. So I can't use my fists, and my right arm is useless right now anyway. It can also heal from whatever I do. But that opens up a lot more options, Melissa thought. She summoned her spear in her left hand and impaled it through the top of one of Nomu's knees. She then rolled through its legs. Just in time for a spear of ice to extend from the ground and impale it through the thigh and shoulders. Melissa, move. Izuku shouted. His hands were glowing with a powerful green energy, and as soon as Melissa moved out of the line of fire, he brought his hands together, and a massive beam of green energy ripped from his hands, Shinku Ekutabimo. The beam encompassed the top half of the Nomu, and when it petered out, the skin was missing from the Nomu, along with a good portion of muscle. From Izuku's point of view, he could see the creature's spine and some of its ribs and organs. A portion of its brain was also gone. The Nomu fell to its knees. It wasn't down for long. Moments later its tissue was already knitting itself back together. As Izuku was there breathing, he felt pain spread across his side. He looked down and saw the Nomu's hand appearing from a black portal with its fingers pierced into his side. The portal suddenly closed, and the Nomu's hand was cut off, falling from his side, its fingers coated in green blood. Izuku fell to his knees. Looking up, he saw Kachin, Kirishima Tetsu, and someone who resembled a mantis attacking Kurogiri. As he fell to his side, he saw the doors to the blow wide open and saw a furious-looking All Might standing there. He felt himself rolled onto his back and his head put on an incline. Looking up, he saw a worried-looking Melissa looking at him as she pulled him into her lap. He could then feel himself revert back into human form and his blood seeping from his wound turned red. Turning his head to the side, the last thing he saw before his eyes closed was Himiko rushing towards him. When Izuku's eyes fluttered back open, he found himself staring at a white ceiling. He groaned as he sat up. Looking to the side, he saw Himiko asleep in a chair beside the bed he was in. She was out of hero gear and in casual clothes. She must have been sleeping light, as the sound he made as he moved caused her to stir. She blinked the sleep out of her eyes. Izzy? Izuku smiled at her. Hey Himiko. So, this is familiar. Himiko scowled at him. not the time. You promised me that you'd be okay. Her voice wavered as she spoke. I was supposed to be there. We're partners. We're supposed to look out for each other. I'm supposed to protect you. She stood up and got close to him, tears in her eyes. For you, Izuku said, I was just... He was cut off as Himiko slapped him, the crack echoing through the room. He looked up, and the tears were now running down Himiko's cheeks. Shut up. I'm supposed to protect you. Himiko said as she grabbed Izuku by the collar. Just shut up. She then did something that shocked both of them. Himiko pulled him towards her and embraced him. The USJ attack. Melissa watched, mouth agape, as Izuku fell to his knees and then onto his side. A loud bang drew her attention to the entrance, where she saw her Uncle Might. She had never seen him look angry before. She didn't spare it too much thought as she rushed towards Izuku. She slid to her knees in front of him, and with shaky hands, she turned him onto his back and shifted so that his head was resting on her lap. I'm supposed to elevate his head, right? She asked herself. She had to close her eyes as Izuku suddenly emitted a flash of light. Looking back at him, she saw that he was out of his hero costume, and she noticed that the BLD seeping from his wound had turned red and it was mixing with the green that was on the ground. Melissa looked into his eyes and was stunned for a moment by just how green they were. Izuku's head turned to the side, and she heard him make a small sound, Himiko. Melissa looked to the side as well and saw Himiko rushing toward them. The other blonde did the same thing she did and slid to her knees. Izzy. No, not again. Himiko said, this can't happen again. Himiko ripped the pack off her back and poured out what first aid materials she had. She quickly opened as much gauze as she had and pressed it into Izuku's side. Please, stay with me. Melissa's hands covered Himiko's and helped her press the gauze into Izuku's side. Their eyes connected, and they both nodded at each other before returning their focus to Izuku. Class 1A and 1B watched as Izuku and Melissa did their best to fight the Nomu, and the Nomu kept coming back for more. When asked later, no one was sure if they all screamed or if only a few of them did as they watched Midoriya collapse after the Nomu pierced his side. Kami, Mina, Momo, Shoji, Jiro, Kendo and Saiko began to move towards the stairs to get to their fallen friend, but they were halted as the door nearly blew off its hinges as All Might finally arrived. All Might scanned the room quickly before he blurred, and then all of the remaining thugs were suddenly rendered unconscious. He then began to trade blows with the Nomu. The aforementioned students tried to head to their friend once more but were stopped by 13. You can't all rush in there. They told the students, we have to give All Might room to fight that thing. All of you going there would only put everyone in a more precarious position. He's our friend. Kami yelled, we have to do something. We can't just wait here. Mina shouted. 13-sensei. Saiko said, her voice shaking, I am certified to provide emergency first aid as well as trauma care. I believe I can help him, and I can make anything she needs to ensure that Izuku survives this, Momo spoke up. 13 visibly mulled it over for a moment, looking back at the downed student and those trying to help him. But only you two. Move quickly, and if you can, move him to a safer location. The rest of you have to stay put. There were more protests as Saiko and Momo rushed off. Kami and Mina tried to follow but were stopped as Shoji wrapped them up in his arms to stop them. I want to go too. But 13 is right. We'd only be in the way. Shoji said, the best thing we can do for him right now is stay here and keep safe. UA conference room. One day later. A day after the incident at the USJ, Nizu was pacing on top of the U-shaped conference table, where he and the other professors were listening to a report from Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I did a thorough search for the name Shigaraki. And for the quirk that seems to entail disintegrating whatever he touches. I scoured the quirk registration records of every citizen in their 20s or 30s, but I couldn't find it. The same goes for the Warpgate quirk that belonged to Kurogiri. Tsukachi informed everyone, the names are most likely aliases, but I have a hunch that it goes deeper than that. I have a few other channels I'm looking into to see if I can dredge up any scrap of information possible. Until then, these guys are in the wind for all intents and purposes. So, the long and short of it is that we've got nothing to go on. Snipe said, impressively managing a Texan accent despite never having been to Texas, and once the ringleader, Shigaraki was it? Heals from those bullet wounds, he'll come around again to give us some more grief. I should have taken off a couple of his fingers. All Might, in his thin form, rubbed his chin. The ringleader, Nizu's eyes snapped to the number 1. What is it, All Might? It only just came to mind, but that was a fairly daring plan. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have gone through with it. Never mind the meticulousness of their preparations. All Might said, we're talking about someone who, out of nowhere, rattled some irrational logic that seemed coherent on the surface, plus, he didn't reveal anything about his own quirk, but he couldn't shut up about that Nomu thing's quirk. And then, when things weren't going his way, it's like he gets downright sick in the head. I think he was also trying to lead my actions with some of the things he was saying and doing. He behaved like an unruly child given power for the first time. Nizu pondered what All Might was saying. You have a point regarding them giving away the advantage of keeping their quirks concealed. A foolish thing to do if they truly wish to start a war. Nizu started pacing again, although it may have been a method of fear-mongering. Giving a creature multiple quirks as a way to conjure up the ghosts of the past. All Might's eyes widened as they connected with Nizu's, but before All Might could say anything, the doors to the conference room swung open, and a mummified Aizawa walked through alongside Vlad King, whose arms were still in splints. Present Mike stood up. Shota? What are you doing? You should still be in bed. You need to rest and heal. Aizawa walked into the center of the room. I don't need sleep. I need answers. He made eye contact with All Might, starting with where the hell were you? If you had been there, then Vlad would not be hurt, and one of my kids wouldn't have been sent to the emergency room in critical condition. Instead, you wasted your time gallivanting around the city solving problems that the other heroes could have handled. Aizawa drew some satisfaction from seeing All Might bristle and look ashamed. You have a responsibility to your students now. That is the most important thing, you showboating. That's enough, Aizawa. Nizu commanded. I have already had a conversation with All Might about how he should properly manage his time, and trading insults is not going to get us anywhere. He motioned for Aizawa to take a seat. You have other questions you'd like to ask? Aizawa glared a moment longer at All Might before sitting down. Yeah. I want to know how they knew who was going to be at the USJ and when we were there. The other heroes in the room voiced their agreement, and Tsukachi paid attention. We searched all the paper files, and I did a thorough sweep of our database and the security cameras. I couldn't find anything missing or tampered with. Power Loader spoke up. It's been troubling me as well. Nizu said, as Majima said, there was no evidence that anything was taken or tampered with. This leaves me with the uncomfortable idea that someone told the villains the information. The tension in the room rose. I don't believe that it was one of our staff. I have personally vetted each and every one of you and keep up-to-date profiles on all of you as well. Which, again, leaves me with another uncomfortable thought. That it was one of the students? Midnight said. Yes. Nizu's voice was uncharacteristically grim. I have done a background check on all of our first-year hero courses so far and have started on the other courses. I have not found anything that could link them to any kind of villain. I have a thought. All Might said. That's rare. Aizawa scoffed. Nizu shot him a warning look and gestured for All Might to continue. Anyway. To backtrack for a moment. You brought up the ghosts of the past, Dean. You can't be alluding to him, can you? It should not be possible. Nizu and All Might seemed to have a wordless conversation as they looked at each other. After a few moments of it, Present Mike threw up his hands. I'm officially tired of the secrecy. What are you two talking about? Spill it now. Mike demanded, his first word shaking the room. All Might sighed and looked very old as he spoke. We're talking about the greatest villain to ever live, all for one. Midnight scoffed. He's a myth from the dawn of quirks. I assure you he was all too real. All Might said, I know because he killed my Emstar many years ago. And 7 years ago, I killed him myself. But not before he made me the way I am now. I think you need to explain more. Aizawa said, how could someone do that to you? And if you killed him, why are we talking about him now? All Might nodded. You're right. The story begins 200 years ago with two brothers and two quirks, all for one and one for all. What followed was a tale of two brothers and how the quirk of one for all was passed down from wielder to wielder, growing in power each as it changed hands. And all for one was always looming in the background, always coveting the quirk he had given to his brother. So you have a quirk that can be passed down? Midnight said. Have you done so already? He has. Aizawa said. You gave it to Shield Joshi, didn't you? It makes sense. Aside from aesthetic differences, your abilities are the same. She's even stylized her moveset after yours. All Might nodded. You are correct. Melissa is my successor. There was some stunned silence in the room. They were talking about the next symbol of peace, after all. To get back to my original point, all for one's ability to give quirks? All Might said. Everyone looked at the man expectantly, although I am hesitant to say it. I met Midoriya 2 years ago, and he told me that he was quirkless. Now, 2 years later, he has a quirk. A powerful one at that. Normal quirks aren't gained past the age of 4. Are you insinuating that Izuku is working with a shadow villain? Tsukachi demanded, because I can assure you that that is impossible. Tsukachi was visibly agitated at the thought of someone accusing the Midoriras of anything. You know the boy? All Might asked. Tsukachi nodded. I've known him and his mother for years. I go to their cafe nearly every morning. His mother is one of the best people I've ever known. And as for his quirk, I am aware of the circumstances in which he unlocked it. But how can you be sure? All Might's tone was firm. Because he was struck by lightning, which threw him off a hospital roof. His quirk suddenly appearing saved his life after he died for a full 2 minutes. He was then unconscious for 2 days. So there was no opportunity for anyone to give him anything or for him to talk to anyone. Tsukachi said, spilling one of Izuku's secrets in anger as well as in defense of the kid. Tsukachi then mentally chastised himself for doing so. The room went silent as the heroes processed that information. It was a lot to take in after all. Nizu was already aware of this information. Well, Izuku hadn't told him about it. It's not like confidential medical files were inaccessible to someone like the Dean of UA. Izuku had briefly explained his previous encounter with All Might in one of their lessons when Nizu noticed Izuku's reactions to him. No, what made Nizu pause for a moment was putting 2 and 2 together when he noticed All Might's reaction to hearing that Izuku had been thrown from a hospital roof. Seems like Toshinori has put 2 and 2 together as well. He and I will be having a chat after this meeting. Breaking the silence, Nizu spoke. Thank you for your defense of my student, detective. I am also completely sure that Izuku is an upstanding young man. He then made eye contact with everyone in the room, and I suggest you all remember that. Power Loader shrugged his shoulders. I like the kid. He's been a big help to me. I like him too. Midnight said, he's smart and clearly pays attention to me in class. Everyone gave her a look that made her roll her eyes. I mean to what I'm teaching. Not all this, she purred as she ran her hand down her curves. Though I have caught him taking a peek a couple of times, fufufu. She giggled with her hand in front of her mouth. For the 1 week that little listener was in my class, I liked him. Present Mike said. The problem child saved my life against my direct orders, Aizawa said. A glowing review. Nizu nodded, very good. Now, Tsukachi, what of the Nomu and the hand it left behind? Izuku was in shock. Himiko was embracing him. Himiko was embracing him. Because of his shock, Izuku couldn't respond to Himiko's embrace, but as she began to pull away, a moment of panic overtook him, and Izuku did the first thing that came to mind. He placed his hand behind her head and pulled her back down so he could return the embrace. He could feel her smile as she gladly returned his embrace, and the elation she felt as they embraced was practically electric, sweeping both of them away in the moment. Eventually, though, Himiko had to break for air. She leaned her forehead against Izuku's. I've waited so long to do that. Too long. Izuku let out a soft chuckle. Yeah, me too. Himiko pulled back slightly to look into Izuku's eyes. There's a few things we have to talk about. Later. Izuku pulled Himiko back to him so he could embrace her again, wrapping an arm around her back to hold her closer. Himiko agreed with this and climbed onto the bed and on top of him, maintaining the lip lock she had waited so long for. Neither was sure how long they had been making out, but Himiko let out a small gasp when Izuku's lips left her mouth and began making their way down her jaw to the side of her neck, where he embraced her pulse point. Then it was Izuku's turn as he let out a low as Himiko began to roll her hips against his. Himiko bit her lip as she heard that and smiled as she felt Izuku's reaction to her hip movements. She definitely liked what she was feeling. Ahem. Himiko and Izuku froze as they came crashing back down to earth and looked to the side where someone had cleared their throat. Standing there was an unimpressed recovery girl raising a single eyebrow as if to say, "Really? In my infirmary?" Himiko gulped, "Don't move. She can't see us if we don't move," she whispered out of the corner of her mouth. Recovery girl somehow looked even more disappointed, and Izuku tried his hardest to restrain a snort of laughter. He was unsuccessful. "I see you're feeling better," Recovery girl said coyly. Himiko let out a pitiful and buried her head in Izuku's shoulder as the boy nodded. "Yeah. There's no pain. Is everyone else okay? Did they all make it out?" "Of course, that's what you'd ask first. Everyone else is fine," Recovery girl explained. "The only one besides you who was hurt was Aizawa, and he's been walking around since yesterday. Against my orders. But hey, why would you listen to a medical professional?" She muttered that last bit under her breath. "Wait, yesterday? How long have I been out?" Izuku asked. "What? Your girlfriend didn't have time to tell you? Too busy examining each other's tonsils?" Recovery smirked at them as both teens flushed a deep red. To be young. Don't worry, kid, I've walked in on worse in this room. As for your question, you've been out for nearly 2 days. You were in the clear yesterday, so you were transferred here from the hospital. I think you just needed the sleep. That makes sense. Before the incident, it had been a few days since I slept last," Izuku explained. I read about that issue in your file," Recovery girl said. "Well, like I told you're all clear to leave." She turned around and walked towards the door. "Now, get out of my infirmary. And no more canoodling." As the door closed, Himiko raised her head from Izuku's shoulder. "Time to have that chat?" he asked, looking at her. Himiko nodded and sat back so she was no longer on top of Izuku. "Yeah, we should do that." Her eyes then widened slightly. "But first, I have to call Mama Inko. I managed to convince her this morning to go back home, take a shower and open the cafe. I told her I'd let her know when you woke up. She's gonna want to talk to you too." After calling his mother, having a tearful conversion, reassuring her that he was okay, and promising that they would have a longer conversation in person, Izuku changed out of the hospital gown he was in into a clean set of clothes helpfully provided by Himiko. He was sitting on the bed across from Himiko, so Izuku trailed off. I guess we figure out what we are now," Himiko said. "Yeah, but I actually want to know something else first." Himiko pet her head to the side. "What are you talking about?" "When I woke up, you said a couple of times that I was supposed to protect you," Izuku explained. It seemed really important. Himiko pulled her knees to her feet and began to fidget with her hands. "Oh." Her voice was small. She was quiet for a moment, trying to find the words. "After a few months of living with you too. When I realized what it was like to have people that actually cared about me, and when I realized that I was going to stay with you guys forever. I was so happy. I was going to school and enjoying it. Mama Inko even let me work at the cafe, my first job." She explained to him. "I also knew that I'd never be able to repay you for it." "Himiko, you don't have to." Izuku started but was cut off as Himiko placed a finger over his lips. "Shoo, a part of me knows that, but a part of me is always going to feel that need. So, after those first few months, I made a vow," Himiko told him. She was then silent for a moment as she built up more courage. "I swore to you and Inko, to myself really, that I would always protect the Midoriya family. That when we were heroes, I'd always be there to protect you, to watch your back. That I would be like your knight." Izuku moved closer to Himiko and pulled her into a hug, holding her to his "Himiko, like I said, you don't not owe us anything and you never will. Your coming into Mom and I's lives made them so much better. As for your vow, a part of me wants to release you from it, But I don't think you want that. Izuku felt Himiko shake her head against his. I thought so. So, instead, thank you for looking out for us. And I vow that I will always watch your back and protect you. Himiko looked up at Izuku and smiled. Thanks, Izzy. It feels nice to finally tell you that. But I don't think you can make a vow after I've already made one. Too late. Izuku said, already did it? Himiko giggled at him. Izuku then pulled back slightly and gently chopped his hand down on each of Himiko's shoulders, and she looked at him, slightly confused. Izuku smiled at her. I just knighted you. It's official now. Himiko beamed at him. Izuku loved her fanged smiles. Speaking of official, is that what we are now? Izuku asked. Himiko's smile somehow got even brighter. I'd love that. But what about the others? Izuku raised an eyebrow. The others? Himiko's eyes widened. I mean, how are we gonna tell the others? Letting people know. That's what I meant by others. Yup. That's what I meant. Himiko said rapidly. Phew. I saved it. He suspects nothing. I can't let him know about my plan. It's too soon for him to know. I still have to talk to the others. Izuku's eyebrow raised a little higher. That was weird. What is she hiding from me? Izuku was distracted from thinking about it more as Himiko gave him a peck on the lips. She pulled back and stood up. Do you mind if we wait to tell people for a bit? Himiko asked. I want to tell the girls about it first. Is that okay? Yeah. I don't see why not. Do you mind if I ask why, though? Himiko raised a finger. That is a secret. She poked him in the tea. You'll find out eventually. For now, we should get back. Everyone's been worried about you. The new couple made their way to the infirmary door. Izuku thought, are people aside from Himiko and Mom actually worried about me? The answer to that question is yes. The first person to see him walk back into the dorms was Kirishima, who hopped over the back of the couch to get to him. Midobro. You're back. We've been worried about you, dude. Kiri exclaimed. I was a little late to see you fight, but the others told me what you did. You're super manly. Kirishima and Izuku clasped hands in a manly fashion. How are you feeling, man? I'm feeling good. Everything's healed up? Izuku told him. That brief conversation was enough time for most of the class to rush their way to the front door after hearing Kirishima's exclamation. Dikairagi. Izuku. Midoriya. Wonder Boy. Midori. Izuki. A lot of shouts came at once, and Izuku suddenly found himself buried in hugs from the girls of the class as the guys patted Izuku on the back. When they could get around the girls anyway. Jiro, who had refrained from the hug, spoke up first. How are you doing, Green? You worried us back there? Indeed, Izuku-san. Ida said, are you sure you should be on your feet? I'm better now. Recovery girl gave me the all clear. Izuku told everybody. I'm so sorry that this happened, Izuku. I should have done more. Maybe if I fought harder. Melissa trailed off and hugged Izuku harder, unintentionally pressing Ochako harder into Izuku's tea and hers. It's okay, Shill. Melissa. Izuku said, I'm here now. Thank you for helping protect everyone. Izuku then looked at Momo, and I have you to thank for helping to save my life. Thank you. Momo blushed. I just made what was needed. Intelli-san did the actual saving part. As Momo was one of the people hugging him directly, Izuku hugged her a little tighter, and Himiko punched her softly in the shoulder. Give yourself some more credit, Yamamoto. What you did was invaluable. The was. And I'm going to thank Psycho too. Izuku said, and I'd like to thank all of you for being worried about me. It means a lot. Izuku got hugged a little harder as the guys joined in on the hug too. Later that day, after Class 1A had let him go, Izuku made his way over to the Class 1B dorms. It was only about a 5-minute walk away. He rapped on the door, and it was around a 30-second wait for the door to open. The person who opened the door made him groan. Well. If it isn't our savior, why have you deemed now to grace us with? URK. Monoma was cut off as he was slammed to the ground by an irate-looking Kendo. Damn it, Monoma. Where do you get off doing this? Kendo scowled at the boy lying on the ground. It quickly turned into a smile, though, as she looked up at Izuku. Midoriya-kun. You're okay? She exclaimed. Stepping over Monoma, Itsuka quickly hugged Izuku, then blushed and pulled away just as quickly. Sorry about that. I'm a hugger. I hug whenever I get excited. She straightened out her shirt, which did not need to be straightened. It's not a problem. I like hugs so. Izuku awkwardly chuckled before clearing his throat. Is Saiko here? I wanted to thank her for, saving my life and stuff. Just, she is here. Why don't you come in for a minute and I'll call her down? Itsuka said, turning around and stepping over Monoma again to re-enter the building. Should we bring him back inside? No. Just leave him there to think about his choices. Hey Kiwi, Setsuna said upon seeing Izuku in the Class 1B common area. In the weeks of knowing each other, Setsuna had been calling Izuku by random names of green fruits and vegetables. She kept coming back to Kiwi, though. Izuku was doing his best to do the same. Hey bok choy. Izuku greeted. Setsuna pet an eyebrow and her hip. Izuku hung his head. I'll keep trying. Good. Setsuna said. So, I imagine that you're here to see our lovely Coco. What are you doing to the girls of our class, dude? What? Setsuna gave him a sharp grin. Well, since we met, Itsuka and Coco can't stop talking about you. Behind Izuku, Itsuka was blushing and glaring at Setsuna, making shushing motions at her. Setsuna continued, undeterred. And now Pony also thinks you and Melissa are awesome after watching you two duke it out with that monster. Plus, there's whatever you did to Reiko. Setsuna used her thumb to point back at the ghost girl who was watching from the kitchen. Seeing that Setsuna and Izuku were looking at her, she flushed red, eeped and then hid behind the wall. Luckily for her, and Izuku, this was also when Saiko made her way into the common area. I thought I asked you to stop calling me Coco. Saiko gave a bland look at Setsuna. And would you kindly stop teasing Reiko and Izuku? I don't think they can take too much more off it. Izuku indeed resembled something akin to a tomato, thanks to Setsuna, and the green-haired girl just laughed. I got a tease. It's a part of who I am, Coco. Saiko rolled her eyes at her friend and then turned to Izuku. I'm glad to see that you're all right, Izuku. I was very worried about you. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm okay, thanks to you. Izuku told her. Himiko told me what you did. That you administered trauma care and that it saved my life. He looked her directly in the eyes. Thank you, Saiko. Saiko smiled softly. A smile no one had seen yet. Her normal smiles tended to convey that she knew she was smarter than you and was fully capable of picking you apart, piece by piece. So this was a nice change of pace. Even if that smile would only ever be directed at a single person. You're welcome, Izuku-kun. I just found you again. And I am very unwilling to lose you for a second time. Izuku had one more stop to make that day. Using the pass he was given, Izuku walked into the support course to find Mei. She was working at her desk, and it seemed messier than normal. He called out to Mei as he walked towards her. She tensed but didn't respond and continued working. As he got closer to her, he saw a version of his suit spread out on the table, and Mei was currently soldering a small piece of circuitry for the suit. Izuku could also see that Mei's dreads seemed more frayed than they normally were. Mei's hand slips as she's working and ruins the circuit board. She curses loudly and tosses the soldering iron to the side. Mei, before he can get another word out, Mei grabs a hammer and smashes her ruined work. She then smashes it again and again. Mei. Izuku tries to get her attention, eventually just grabbing her arm to stop her. He took the hammer from her and pulled her into a hug. Izuku could feel Mei start to shake and sob as he hugged her. I should have come here first. It's okay. I'm okay. Izuku told her as he stroked her hair to comfort her. After a couple of minutes, Mei sniffled into his tea. My babies didn't work right when they should have. I didn't make them strong enough, and you got hurt. Mei, the creature that hurt me, went toe-to-toe with All Might. A man who can change the weather with a punch. Izuku said, I'm pretty sure I would have had to have been wearing a suit made out of multiple layers of graphene to have stood a chance. Imagine making a suit like that. Mei snorted into his ear. You wouldn't be able to move. Exactly. Izuku said, so, let's focus on the positives here. Aside from All Might level strength, the suit did a great job in a live fire test. You did a great job with it, Mei. Thanks. Mei sniffled, and thanks for coming back. You're welcome. Now come on. Let's get you out of this lab for the day. I know you haven't slept in at least 2 days. For once, Mei put up no resistance and went with Izuku willingly. Sorry for getting your shirt all snotty. Izuku laughed and pulled her into a side hug as they walked. Don't worry about it. It was worth it. Mei smiled. Hey Izuku. Do you think that you, Himiko and I could have a sleepover? I would love that. Morning. A still mummified Aizawa greeted his students as he shuffled through the door. Holy Siri. Sensei, are you all right? Don't concern yourselves over me. Aizawa told them. Besides, your trials aren't over yet. Muttering filtered through the students. UA's sports festival is approaching, boys and girls. A sports festival? I keep forgetting this is an actual school, Sato said. Wait, hold up a second. This sounds like an event that villains could try to attack. Is this really a good idea? Zero asked. On the contrary, since we're going ahead with the festival, it means that the school is confident it has all its ducks in a row when it comes to crisis control now. Aizawa told them. Besides, the police and pro-hero presence are both being increased to compensate. There was a sigh of relief from the class as Aizawa continued. What you should be thinking about is, what a huge chance UA's sports festival presents for you all. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. Melissa raised her hand. Sensei, I've watched some of the festivals before. And well, they're entertaining. Is it really that big of an event here? Why, it is that important. After the dawn of quirks, the Olympics fell out of favor due to the rise of superhumans. So, the sports festival has taken its place. Aizawa explained. Momo then took over. The country's top heroes are all sure to be watching us. That way, they can scout us. Kaminari leaned back in his chair. I'm thinking I might follow the tactic of going sidekick for a pro-heroes squad after graduating. He then tilted his head back and forth, but there are loads of people who get stuck as sidekicks forever and miss their chance to break out as solo heroes. Jiro looked at him and smirked. Yeah, and you seem like just that kind of dumbass, Kaminari. Kaminari made an exaggerated hurt expression and clutched his heart, getting snickers from the class. Naturally, entering the squad of a famous hero will get you higher status and more experience. Aizawa drew the attention of his class once more. Remember that time is limited. If you get noticed by a pro, that gives you the standing for a brighter future. You only get this change once a year. A total of 4 times in your university life. If you aim to be a hero, this is an event you cannot overlook. You have 3 weeks to prepare. 21 days. Let's get started. By the time their last morning class with Cementos ended, Class 1A was still abuzz with excitement about the upcoming sports festival. It's really cool that everyone is pumped for this, Izuku said. Don't you feel it too? Ida said. You've enrolled in UA to become a hero. Getting fired up is the natural response. Ida practically vibrated with excitement, his arm blurring as it chopped up and down. Sue leaned over to Mina. Ida has a kinda oddball way of unleashing his passion, huh, Karo? At least he is excited, Mina laughed. Dikai, everyone, Ochako said, let's crush it. The sports festival. Everyone turned to look at the gravity girl and jumped back in shock. Whoa, Chaco, your face. It's super serious, Kami exclaimed. Ochako pumped her fist in the air violently. Guys? I'm gonna go for it. Woo-woo. Kirishima pumped both his fists in the air. What's up with her? Mina asked. Ochako's being, kinda, not Ochako. Ochako and Kirishima were shouting at each other, getting increasingly pumped up. Himiko shrugged. I guess she really wants to do well and get noticed? She wondered as she watched the spectacle that was a fired-up Ochako. I wonder why Ochako wants to be a hero? Izuku thought. The group was making their way down the stairs to the lunchroom, with Himiko and Kami sliding down the banister, when Ochako gave her answer. Wow, you want to be a hero for money? Mina asked. Ochako's blush deepened as she looked at the ground. Yeah, I guess, ultimately. She said quietly, man, sorry, Ah no, it's lame. Like I'm not being pure as a hero or something. I'm sure you guys all have good reasons and stuff. It's embarrassing. She rushed through her words. Cammy slung her arm around Ochako. Hey, it's no big deal. I'm in this for the money too. As a hero, you get a good payday for saving people and trying to make the world a better place. That sounds like a good deal to me. Thanks, Cammy. Just want to help out my parents, you know? Ochako told them. How so, Karo? My parents own a small construction company. But it's strong out there for the little guys. Most of the work only goes to the larger firms. Ochako revealed. I told them I could help out with the work. Oh, if you could get permission to use your quirk? Izuku started. It would be super economical. You could move stuff without the need for equipment. Melissa finished. No. That's what I told my dad. Ochako exclaimed. But he told me that I should follow my own dreams. So, I'm going to become a hero and earn money so I can give my mom and dad the easy life they deserve. That's great, Ochako-chan. /bravo. That's so sweet. / you're gonna be a great hero. These were some of the things that the group told Ochako. Just before they all reached the lunchroom, wham! Everyone jumped and screamed as All Might appeared in front of them with his fists on his hips in a heroic pose. Ah, there you are, Melissa Joshi. Oh, hey, Uncle Might. Melissa said, taking a few deep breaths. What's up? I was wondering if you would eat lunch with me. All Might held out a small wrapped bento box that looked even smaller in his massive hands. Ochako burst out laughing. He sounds like a maiden. Melissa also giggled. Sure, Uncle Might. She turned to her friends. I'll see you all later. Sitting around the lunch table, the group was still talking about why they wanted to be heroes. Mina hated bullies. Toru thought it would be fun. For Ida, it was a generational thing. So you come from a line of heroes, Ida? Himiko asked as she sipped from a silver pouch. She was sitting beside Izuku at the table and presently had her leg intertwined with her partner's. On her other side was Ochako, with whom she had initiated a game of footsies. Indeed, I am very honored to be attending this school in the hopes that I can follow in my family's footsteps, just as my older brother has done. Ida explained, What is your reason, Himiko-san? Partially so I can help to try and remove the stigma about BLD quirks. Himiko said, the other part is so I can make sure Izzy doesn't do anything too stupid when we become heroes. She then side-eyed her best friend. I didn't think I'd have to be starting that part already, though. Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry? Himiko rolled her eyes and grinned slightly. So what's your story, Tsu? So you put a finger to her chin? Well, I've always looked after my little siblings, Karo. So, looking after others just made sense. That's so cute. Toru said, How old are they? Samidare, my younger brother is 12. And my little sister, Satsuki, is 7. Tsu told them. What about you, Midori? Mina asked, Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku thought for a moment. It's just what I always wanted to do. Ever since I knew what heroes were, I knew that one day I was going to be one. I'm not sure what I really expected. Mina said as she rested her cheek on her palm. It seems a little basic, but it's very you. It was around this time, 15 minutes into lunch, when Melissa walked in and sat down heavily beside Momo, who was sitting next to Izuku. Hello, Melissa-chan. Momo greeted. I thought you were going to be gone for lunch. Yeah, I did too, Melissa said. Well, what brings you here then? Izuku asked. Melissa looked at him and pursed her lip. All Might had to go and do something else. So I came here. Well, we're glad you're here, Izuku told her. Yeah, me too. 15 minutes earlier. Only 50 minutes? Melissa asked in shock. All Might nodded sadly. That's my current limit, and it's only getting shorter. Right now, I can manage my muscle form for about an hour and a half if I push it. I'm so sorry, Uncle Might. Tashinori waved her off. Bah, it's not your fault. I've been slowing down gradually since I gave one for all to you, anyway. And I don't regret pushing myself to save you at the USJ, either. It's just how it is. All Might then took a sip of tea. Now, we have a few more things to discuss. starting with the sports festival and one for all. How do you feel about them? Melissa set her teacup down. I think I'm going to do well. I have an okay handle on one for all right now. I can use 25% before I start to hurt myself. But at the USJ, when I was fighting the Nomu, black energy tendrils came out of my arms. They're called black WHP. I think it was another quirk from one of the past users. I think that thing we talked about with Papa and Torino is happening. That OFA is reaching singularity. I always knew you were special, Melissa. All Might smiled at her. It only makes sense that one for all would reach completion with you. Melissa smiled back at him. Do you think you could try and use black WHP now? I'm not sure that's a good idea here. Melissa said, they were pretty chaotic when they came out last time, and I'm not sure I can properly control them. Then we have something to work on before the festival. Toshinori said, I'm sure you already know that this is a very important event, one all of Japan will be watching. This goes double for my dear. As the next generation's symbol of peace, this is going to be your time to make that known to the world. I won't let you down. Melissa said. I know you won't. You could never let me down, Melissa. All Might, smiling at his niece, but I do have one more thing to discuss with you. Something heavy. What is it? Do you remember the history of one for all and all for one? All Might asked. Melissa nodded her head. Good. The creature we fought, the Nomu, had more than one quirk. We are unsure if someone succeeded in genetically engineering it with more than one or if all for one still exists. Melissa gulped. But I thought you killed him? As did I. And I still may have. But until we know for sure, we have to act as if he still lives. All Might said, if he does, I will deal with him. But I can help. I can do. All Might cut Melissa off. You will do nothing and leave him to me. His voice was stern. He is my problem to deal with. You should never have to fight that monster. Do you understand me, Melissa? Melissa was silent for a minute before nodding. I understand. Good. One more thing, although I am hesitant to bring it up. Toshinori said, it is about your classmate, Midoriya Izuku. Why do you want to talk about Izuku? Toshinori took a deep breath. 2 years ago, I met the boy and he told me that he was quirkless. Yeah. He told us. He's a late bloomer. Melissa said, narrowing her eyes. You may be right. I may just be worried due to the idea that all for one may still be alive. I just want you to be careful. I find it suspicious that a child who claimed to be quirkless would then gain such a powerful quirk. One that is extremely versatile, to the point that it could be multiple quirks. All Might told her. Are you trying to say that Izuku could be working with a villain? Melissa said, because that's impossible. I'm just asking. Izuku and I fought that thing together. He saved my life. I saved his life. He's been nothing but kind to me, to everyone. How can you possibly think he's working with a villain? Melissa's voice got louder as she yelled at All Might, standing up from her chair to do so. All Might did have the tact to look ashamed as his niece yelled at him, I'm sorry, Melissa. Whenever All for One is involved, I tend to get paranoid. He's hundreds of years old and a criminal mastermind. He could have anyone in his pocket. My friend Tsukachi knows him as well and believes the same as you. This is just an old man's fear. Melissa did calm a little at what All Might was saying until he said something else. If you could just keep an eye on him. Now you're asking me to spy on him? He's my friend. Melissa stormed out of the room, slamming the door as she left. 20 days? It was 3 weeks until the sports festival started. That was 3 weeks for the class to train and grow closer. The teachers made sure to keep the students busy, and everyone made sure to help each other when they could. There were some highlights in these weeks. One of them occurred after class let out for the day. What the heck? Ochako shouted, looking at the crowd that was blocking the hallway outside Class 1's room. Damon, what do you think this is about? Zero asked. What do you think? They're here to scope us out. They want to see the class that made it through a villain battle. Bakugo said, walking to the door. They're trying to size us up before the festival. Standing in front of the crowd with his hands in his pockets, Bakugo glared at the people in front of him. It's pointless to even try, so why don't you all just F off? Goddamn extras. I came to see what you kids are made of, true, But I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. A voice said from the back of the mob, are all the people in the heroics course like this? We're not. It's just him. Himiko said. Ignoring her, the one who spoke got to the front of the crowd. He was very tall, with indigo-colored hair that stood straight up and messy like he had just rolled out of bed. He also had large bags under his eyes, making him look like he needed a week of sleep. The students didn't know it yet, but this was Shinso Hitoshi. I'm a bit disillusioned. So that's it, huh? These are the people who fought villains and won. Shinso said, there's lots of kids who wind up in Gen Ed or other departments because they failed the heroics exam. Did you know that? Shinso looked down his nose at Class 1A, and based on the results of the sports festival, people can be put under review and be transferred into or out of the heroics course. So the Gen Ed guys like me are thinking, hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroics punks as they sit on their high horses? Consider this a declaration of war. You shouldn't say things like that. Izuku said, stepping forward, you're talking about a school competition. That's not war. The sports festival isn't a matter of life and death, where one wrong move means you don't get up again. That's what we were against when the villains attacked us and Class 1B at the USJ. They were trying to kill us. They nearly killed me. So maybe you don't deserve to be in the heroics course, Shinso said. A lot of people in the class bristled at that, but Izuku just nodded, maybe you're right. But believe me when I say that everyone in the heroics course works day in and day out to ensure that we're doing our best. And I know that you came here to try and intimidate us or make us doubt ourselves, but the only thing you accomplished today was making sure that we're going to push ourselves even harder. I suggest you put more effort in too. 19 days. Midoriya, stay back for a minute, Aizawa said as class let out for the day. Izuku looked at his teacher. The man was still wrapped in bandages. Yes, sensei. Izuku then turned to Himiko. I'll see you back at the dorms. See you soon, Izzy. Himiko winked at him. Don't get lost on the way, Bizuke. She said in sing-song. Haha. Izuku walked up and stood in front of Aizawa's desk. What do you want to talk about, sensei? You have insomnia, correct? Aizawa asked. That can be problematic in a hero's life. It's problematic in everyday life too, Izuku said, then his eyes narrowed slightly. Why? I have it too. Aizawa revealed, so I'd like to share a meditation technique with you. Keep in mind, it's not as good as actual sleep, but it takes some of the edge off. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed slightly. No problem, Aizawa said, my job is to make you into the best hero you can be. This is a part of that. Izuku nodded, thank you. Aizawa nodded back. Let's begin. 17 days. Izuku was sitting on a mat with his legs folded for meditation. Across from him sat Toru, who was copying his position. From his phone, Izuku played gentle nature sounds for a calming effect. So, Toru-chan, do you think you can explain how your quirk feels? Or how it felt when you refracted the light? Izuku asked. I think it felt bright? Toru said after a moment. Does that make sense? Izuku smiled. It does in a sense. What about the invisibility part of your quirk? I don't know. Toru said. I've been invisible my entire life. My parents are invisible too. I guess I always just accepted it. Is it supposed to feel like anything specific? It can feel like anything. It differs from person to person. My quirk feels cool. When I transform, that coolness spreads across my entire body. When Himiko transforms, she once described it to me as a warm feeling. My mom has an emitter quirk, and she says that it's like pulling a thread. Izuku explained, that's why we're going to be meditating. So you can look inside yourself and feel out your quirk. And this will help me become visible? It might not. Izuku said, I don't think you have the exact same quirk as your parents. I think you are constantly refracting light around yourself, which is why you're invisible. You should theoretically be able to turn that off. But I don't know if it will work. It might not even work today. Could happen in the future. So no matter what happens with the mediation, I don't want you to be discouraged. I'll do my best, Kazikun, Toru told him. But first things first. Izuku said, you need to take deep, steady breaths. Close your eyes and focus on that feeling of brightness. I thought you were supposed to clear your mind, Toru said. It depends on what kind of meditation you're doing. Right now, we are trying to accomplish something. You can't do that and empty your mind at the same time. Now shush and focus. Toru giggled softly. Sorry? Following Izuku's instructions, Toru began to look inside herself to search for the brightness inside of her. It was more complicated than Toru thought. She kept finding her thoughts wandering as she searched for that feeling. Izuku could see this as he monitored her mediation. It was easy to see her fidget in place as she tried to find it. Eventually, after about 20 minutes, by Izuku's estimation, he could see Toru still as she found her center. After another 10, Izuku could tell she had found something, as Toru began to glow with a soft white light. He also briefly saw a flicker of something, a greenish color. The glow began to die a few minutes later, and Izuku saw Toru fidget again as she returned. She slumped her shoulders a little. So? Izuku asked, do you think you found something? I think I found that brightness. I'm pretty sure I touched it. I tried to pull it out and pull it in, like how you explained. But I couldn't grab it properly. Toru explained. Well, I can tell you that you definitely found it. Really? Toru said, beginning to wiggle. How? Izuku explained what he saw, and Toru's wiggles got even more exuberant as he told her what he saw. What do you think that flash of color was? She asked excitedly. I think it may have been your hair. Izuku said, green, not like mine though. Izuku tilted his head as he thought about it. Maybe chartreuse? I think that's a color. Looking back at Toru, he saw that she had stilled and was now stroking her hair. You saw my hair? Tourist. I think so. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Yes. I'm okay. But I just have to go, do something else. Toru said, getting up and rushing off. That was odd, right? Izuku asked the empty room. 16 days. Himiko woke up just after noon and made her way downstairs in her usual pajamas. Sleep shorts and a large sweater that definitely was not stolen from Izuku. Nope, not stolen. It was 100% hers. Reaching the kitchen, she pulled a BLD pouch from the freezer to sip on. She slumped onto one of the kitchen stools and lazily drank her morning BLD. Afternoon, Himiko, Ochako greeted, having come to the kitchen to see her friend. Hi, Chako. Himiko looked up at her with half-lidded eyes. How are you? Not bad. Ochako said, how about you? You sure do like sleeping in, eh? It's one of life's great pleasures. So, do you have any idea where Dikairu-kun is? No one's seen him all day. Ochako asked. He probably went to see Mama Inko and pick up a shift at the cafe. A Cheshire grin slowly spread across Himiko's face. Wanna round up the others and go mess with him at work? Walking in the front door of Midoriya's, nearly the entire students of Class 1A walked through the door, being led by Himiko. The eyes of the woman at the register widened slightly. Hey, Himiko. Something tells me you're not here for a shift. The woman said. Hi, Akari. Himiko greeted. These are my friends and classmates from UA. We are here to bother Izzy. Akari laughed. I should have guessed that. You have good timing. He's in the back right now. He's working that section of the store today, so I suggest going to sit over there. Thanks, Akari. Once everyone was seated in Izuku's section, it took a few minutes for Izuku to walk out of the back. He didn't notice who they were at first, focused on grabbing his notepad from a pocket on his apron. Good afternoon. How can I help you? Oh goddammit. Izuku trailed off and hung his head as he realized he was looking at his friends. Hey, Wonder Boy. How you doing? Kami could barely suppress her laughter. Izuku looks over at Himiko. You did this, didn't you? Himiko gives him a wide, fanged grin that she knows he loves. Aha. She gets up and skips past him. I'm gonna go say hi to Mama. Izuku rolls his eyes as he takes out a small pencil and flips open his notebook. So, what would you all like? It took a few minutes for Izuku to take everyone's orders, which was enough time for Himiko to finish talking to Inko, and for both of them to come out into the sitting area. Wearing her own apron and having a bit of flour on her cheek, Inko smiled warmly at everyone. So these are my baby's classmates? It's nice to meet you all. I'm so happy my babies have friends. Izuku whined as Inko pinched his cheek. It's nice to meet you too, Midoriya-sen. Ochako greeted. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Oh, I recognize that name. Inko said, you're one of the girls Izuku and Himiko met at the entrance exam. Ochako smiled and nodded. Kami raised her hand. I'm the other person they met, Sashimi Kami. The entire class went around and introduced themselves to the matriarch of the Midoriya clan. It's a lovely cafe you have here, Midoriya-san. You make a wonderful tea. I can see where Izuku gets his talent from. Momo said. Well, thank you for that, Yaoyorozu-san. A small smirk appeared on Inko's lips. So, my boy's been making you tea, eh? Momo blushed slightly. He has. I enjoy making tea myself. We generally take turns making it in the morning. He also calls her Haim. Himiko helpfully provided that piece of information that made Momo's flush deeper. Inko's smirk got a little bigger. I see. Well, it was lovely to meet you all, but I should get back to the kitchen. Your food will be out shortly. The class waved her goodbye, and once the food was ready, Izuku used his break time to hang out with the class. Well, he was sitting with Himiko, Ochako, Kami, Momo, Melissa and Tsu. A kid with black hair ran up to the table. Maybe around 7 or 8. Izuku and I. Izuku and I. Oh, Himiko-ne. You're here too. I drew a picture. The kid yelled, holding his drawing in his hands. Hey, Rinkuin. Izuku greeted, pulling the kid up on his knee. First things first, these are my friends. Girls, this is Ren. He's Akari's son. She brought him into work today. The boy suddenly looked a little shy. Hi. Hello, Rinkuin. Tsu greeted him with a smile. It's nice to meet you, Karo. May we see your drawing too? Ren perked up a little at that. Sure. He placed it on the table. It was a group of pretty well-drawn stick figures in different colors. They also seemed to be what looked like the cafe. It's us. Ren said, there's me, there's Mama, that's you, Himiko-ne, Inko-san and Haruko. Wow. This is really good, Rinkuin. Izuku said. Yeah. I like the color of red you drew me in. Himiko told the boy. The other girls congratulated Ren on his drawing too. The boy beamed with pride. In fact, I know just where to put this, Izuku said, standing up and placing Ren on his shoulders. Ren giggled, where? We're gonna put it on the big fridge in the kitchen. The girls watched as the boy gasped excitedly as Izuku took him to the kitchen. Kami smiled as she watched him go. He's pretty good with kids. I like that, she thought. Unknown to her, the other girls were having very similar thoughts about it. Izuku and Himiko were lying down on Izuku's bed, snuggled into each other as they watched a movie on his laptop. Himiko suddenly rolled over and looked into Izuku's eyes. Hey, Izzy? Yeah. I like you. Izuku smiled. I like you too. He leaned his head forward and embraced her on the nose. Himiko smiled and crawled up a little so she could bury her face in his neck. She took a deep breath once she had done so. You smell nice. Izuku chuckled. Thanks. He then gasped a little as he felt Himiko begin to embrace his neck softly. His hands gripped her waist as the embraces slowly became more easy. After a few minutes, Izuku rolled them over so he was on top of Himiko. Hi. Himiko said, looking into Izuku's eyes. Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he leaned down to capture her lips in an embrace of his own. Himiko hummed, satisfied with the embrace. It was then her turn to gasp as Izuku moved down to embrace her neck. As the embracing continued, Himiko took the chance to run her hands up her boyfriend's sides and then under his shirt so she could feel the muscles in his back. Izuku was very much enjoying Himiko's little gasps as he embraced her neck and the feeling of her fingers as she traced the contours of his back. He also surprised himself slightly as when he made his way up her neck and softly bit at her ear, he found he enjoyed the feeling of Himiko's nail lightly sinking into his back. There were going to be some red marks there later. Returning to her lips, Izuku felt Himiko's hands move quickly to the hem of his shirt and began almost frantically trying to take it off him. Resting back on his legs, Izuku grabbed the collar of his shirt and took it off himself. Himiko ran her thumbs along his defined abs. Another side effect of his quirk, Izuku looked extremely well-defined, like he was dehydrated. He was still perfectly healthy, and Himiko was definitely appreciating it right now. Leaning up to meet him, Himiko embraced his pectorals and then liked up the center of them. Himiko's tongue was longer than most people's, measuring about 3 inches from her lips, perfect for lapping up BLD. And pleasuring her boyfriend. Locking lips with Izuku once more, Himiko wrapped her legs around him to pull him to her and then used her hips to roll him onto his back, so she was straddling Izuku. Rolling her hips on his, Himiko embraced him for a few more moments before pulling away, a few strands of saliva still connecting them. Sitting up on him, Himiko grabbed the bottom of her shirt and slowly, teasingly, removed it. Underneath, Himiko was wearing a sheer, lace green bra. Izuku gripped Himiko's waist as she smiled at him, biting her lip. "So, do you like it?" she asked. Izuku gulped and nodded his head. He breathed out. Himiko smiled wider and ground her hips harder into Izuku's, getting out of him. "Good. How long have you had that?" Izuku asked. Himiko blushed. I may have gone on a bit of a shopping spree a few days after we started dating." Izuku sat up and began to embrace along her clavicle. "Have you been planning this? Do you have more?" He muttered against her skin. Maybe." Himiko stuttered. Izuku could feel her blush. She put a lot of thought into this. God, she's adorable. Deciding to take a little more initiative, Izuku slid his hands down from Himiko's waist to her butt. Gripping it tightly, he heard Himiko let out an appreciative gasp and pulled her up so he could begin to embrace her BRS. Himiko gasped again as Izuku embraced the tops of her births and then down into the valley of her cleavage. Her C-cup BRSTS gave Izuku plenty to embrace. Himiko loved the size difference between her and Izuku, not that she would ever actually tell him that. She just fit so nicely into his body, and she loved how easy it was for him to pick her up and move her however he wanted. Whenever he did so, God, it turned her on. Still lavishing attention to her BRSS, Izuku used his teeth to pull at the center part of her bra back a little, non-verbally asking her if it was okay to remove it. Just a second, Himiko said, her voice soft and breathy. Unwrapping herself from Izuku, Himiko got off the bed to stand in front of him, motioning him to slide forward to the edge of the bed. Once they were both in place, Himiko turned around, making a show of swaying her hips. Izuku watched as Himiko fired him a quick smile over her shoulder and then dipped her thumbs into her brief's waistband and slowly pulled them down. She pulled them halfway down her butt, showing that her panties matched her bra before she quickly pulled them back up and gave Izuku another smirk, a much more teasing one. Izuku could tell that Himiko knew exactly what she was doing to him. She swayed her hips side to side again, slowly, showing the control she had over her body. Once more, she began to pull her breaths down a little farther, this time before she taunted him again by pulling them back up. "Himi," Izuku said, his voice low and growly. Himiko could feel herself get wetter as she heard that and finally removed her breaths, bending in a fashion that let her show off her butt to Izuku. Himiko's dedication to her training was definitely paying off. Her butt was small but extremely toned and firm. She was wearing green lace panties in a boy shorts design. She turned around again and struck a small pose, getting antsy. "Izzy? I just wanted to show you the full ensemble before I take it off." Himiko bit her lip again as she saw how Izuku looked at her. His eyes were a shade darker as he devoured her with them. Izuku raised his hand and beckoned her closer. Because he was still seated on the bed, he could reach up and gently grab Himiko's chin to pull her face to his. "You're so appealing, Himi," he whispered before he claimed her lips. "So gorgeous." He embraced her jaw. "So, secretary." He softly bit her earlobe. Himiko shuddered as Izuku's warm breath hit her ear. "You really think I'm Cece?" She leaned away from him and unclipped her bra, letting it slide down her arms as she revealed herself to Izuku. Himiko's BRSS were quite perky, with no visible sag due to her fitness. Her nipples were strong from the estrogen she had been receiving. What about now? Izuku pulled her to him by her waist and cupped one of her BRSS. "Somehow, you got even sexier." He continued fndlng her BRST, his other hand joining to touch both. He ran his thumb over her NPL, drawing from his girlfriend. Looking up at her, he saw that Himiko had her eyes closed in pleasure. Smirking to himself, he leaned down and softly exhaled a warm breath over one of her bursts before he took it into his mouth. He heard Himiko's breath catch in her throat as he gently bit her NPL and pinched her other one. Himiko wrapped her arms around Izuku's head and pulled him deeper into her cleavage. Izzy shimmed out, loving what he was doing. Deciding to return some of what she was feeling, Himiko released her grip on his head and traced one of her fingers down his abs, until she reached what she was looking for. Izuku gasped into Himiko's belly as he felt her cup his pee-pee through his breathes and softly began to rub it. He then felt Himiko use her other hand to gently push him back on the bed and climb on top of him, situating herself on top of his thighs so she could keep rubbing him. She smiled at him teasingly, "I see you're already strong. All for me?" She leaned down next to his ear. "Good boy." Izuku narrowed his eyes at that. What she was doing felt amazing. "Let's see how she likes it." Grabbing Himiko by the thighs, Izuku spun them around, placing her on her back with him on top. Smirking at her, Izuku embraced her before she could say anything. After a few minutes of making out, Izuku began to embrace down her neck, then her sisi, where he spent another few minutes paying attention to her bios. Then he began to embrace lower. Embracing down her stomach, he could feel the muscle beneath his lips. Himiko had worked her abs strong, and Izuku gave them the attention they deserved. Finally, he reached the waistband of her panties. Izuku heard Himiko inhale sharply as he embraced just above him and then let out a small whine as he moved past them and laid a soft embrace on her left thigh. Then another embrace on the inside of her thigh. Himiko's breathing got shallower with each embrace. He trailed up the inside of her thigh, getting closer and closer to her core. Then she whined again as he moved over to her right thigh to begin the process all over again. She tangled her fingers in Izuku's hair. "Izzy, please." Izuku planted one more embrace just above her mound, and he gripped the sides of her underwear. Izuku looked up into Himiko's eyes from his position between her legs. "May I?" he asked. Himiko nodded at him. "Are you sure?" Another, more rapid nod. Izuku took a deep breath and pulled Himiko's underwear off. Himiko kept her legs closed for a moment once her panties were removed, and with a deep breath of her own, she opened herself to Izuku. Izuku noticed that Himiko's outer labia, the labia majora, covered her inner labia, the labia minora. Taking her all in, Izuku saw that Himiko was looking away, a heavy blush on her cheeks. He moved over and turned her face to his, embracing her firmly and gently. "Himiko, you're appealing." Seeing Himiko smile, Izuku moved back down and embraced Himiko's CLT, making her gasp in pleasure, following it by liking up the length of her labia, making her and clench at the sheets. Izuku found that she tasted and smelled citrusy, with a small tang of copper. Izuku then decided to see if some of his research would actually work and started to use his tongue to trace out the English alphabet. It worked. The further he got into the alphabet, the louder Himiko got. Her hands left the sheets to clutch at his hair as she attempted to pull him further into her vagina. On his second time through the alphabet, Himiko regained some ability for speech. "Oh my God!" Himiko ummed, Izzy, keep going." She was trying to get even more estimultien by grinding her hips on Izuku's face. "Please. How are you so good?" Izuku smiled and decided to up his game with another trick he had learned, using one hand to hold down Himiko's pelvis and the thumb of his other hand to rub her CLT. Himiko screamed as she wrapped her legs around Izuku's head. She gripped his hair so tight it became almost painful. "Coming." Izuku could feel Himiko shudder and spasm as her vagina clenched around his tongue, flooding his mouth with more of her citrusy taste. He continued to trace out the alphabet and rub her CLT to prolong her orgasm. It was nearly a minute before Himiko calmed down, released Izuku from her leg lock, and relaxed her body as she lay there, breathing heavily. Izuku moved up so he could look Himiko in the eyes, enjoying the loopy smile on her face. She let out a pleasured sigh as she opened her eyes to look at him. "Holy shit, Izzy," she said between breaths. "Where the hell did you learn how to eat pee-pee?" Izuku blushed and averted his eyes, letting out a small laugh. I may have read a few dozen articles once we started dating. I also may have taken some notes. Is that weird? Himiko giggled. That's so you. And no. Not weird. I am very happy you took notes. She then pulled Izuku into an embrace. She hummed as she pulled back, liking her lips. I taste good. Izuku blushed a little as Himiko liked his chin, cleaning it off of leftovers from her orgasm. I taste very good. Izuku then allowed the momentarily weak-limbed Himiko to roll him onto his back. Now I think it's time to see how you taste. Izuku's eyes widened as Himiko began to shimmy his breeds off. Himi, you don't have to. Himiko reached up and cupped his cheek. I know, baby. I want to do this. Well, you won't hear me complain. Izuku jokes. Himiko rolled her eyes. Of course, he wouldn't. He's a guy. Moving him to the edge of the bed, Himiko finally worked Izuku's breathes off, and she kneeled down in front of him. Able to see the outline through his underwear, Himiko gulped. It was big to say the least. She could feel the heat through his boxers, which caused the heat to pool in her core again. Slipping her fingers into his waistband, Himiko pulled down Izuku's boxers and was nearly struck in the face as Izuku's pee-pee sprang up. The blonde vampire stared at her boyfriend's D-dash. Oh, my God. She murmured. Himiko gulped slightly as she looked at it. It's even bigger than I thought. I knew it was big after I accidentally saw it soft. But this is amazing. Is something wrong? Izuku asked, looking at her. Is it wrong that I think she looks even hotter on her knees as she looks at my D-dash? Probably. Nothing, just. Izzy, you're massive. Himiko began to use her fingers to measure just how big he was. Her jaw dropped when she got to the tip. 10. Your pee-pee is 10 inches? Is that bad? Nope. You might kill me with pleasure. Himiko wrapped a hand around it and lifted it up. Her small hands couldn't fully wrap around it, but it will be worth it. She then pressed her nose into Izuku's ball sack and took a deep breath, shuddering as she did so. She could tell that he had showered, but it still smelled musky in a good way. A very good way. Himiko did not know why scent was such a turn-on for her but decided then and there not to question it. Izuku ummed as he felt Himiko take one of his ball into her mouth. Her tongue was gently massaging it. The warm and wet feeling of her mouth was amazing. It was Izuku's turn to breathe heavily as she shifted to sking on his other toe before she dragged her long, dexterous tongue slowly up his and liked a drop of pre-cum from the tip of pee-pee and then planted her embrace on it. As she did, one of her hands found its way down her body, where she began to finger herself. Oh God, Izuku says Himiko takes the head of his ding into her mouth. Izuku can feel himself shudder uncontrollably as Himiko wraps her tongue around the head and slowly envelopes more of his as she begins to bob her head back and forth, fitting perfectly between her fangs. Himiko takes about 4 inches and uses her hand to jack off the rest. One of his hands finds its way to her head without him thinking about it, encouraging his girlfriend to keep doing what she's doing. Himiko finds that she is enjoying this more than she thought she would. Looking up at Izuku's face screwed up in pleasure and knowing that she's the cause of it is a wonderful feeling. And, to her slight embarrassment, she finds that she likes how his pee-pee feels in her mouth. Pulling back, Himiko looked up at her boyfriend. Having fun, she cooed. Are you enjoying me sking your big pee-pee? Izuku made a sound that resembled confirmation. It was enough for Himiko, though. Good, she used her tongue to tease his frenulum, then took him back into her mouth. I think he deserves a reward for answering correctly. Let's see if I can put that practice with that cucumber to good use. Himiko took another inch into her mouth and gagged, slightly as she felt it hit the back of her throat. She did note that Izuku responded well to that, and she took a deep breath through her nose and pushed forward, taking Izuku into her throat, slowly breathing out as she did so, and reaching the 7-inch mark. She would have to practice some more to get all of it. Izuku gasped loudly as he felt Himiko begin to deep-throat him, and he gripped the back of her head a little harder, unintentionally pushing Himiko down another inch. She gagged for a moment but steeled herself and kept her position. Taking another moment to collect herself with Izuku's pee-pee in her throat, she began to bob her head slowly, listening to Izuku's ends. Knowing she needed to finish this soon, Himiko used her free hand to gently squeeze Izuku's ball. Her other hand was still busy pumping her fingers in and out of her PP. Due to this being Izuku's first BLWJB, all of the STMLTN finally pushed him over the edge. With a quick warning to Himiko, Izuku began to erupt into her throat. Himiko could feel his PP shudder as he started to orgasm, and she quickly pulled back to catch his cum in her mouth as she felt the fist shot go directly down her throat. It took 4 more spurts before Izuku finished, leaving quite the load in Himiko's mouth. Izuku sagged backwards from his release, breathing as he tried to catch his breath. Himiko swished his cum in her mouth, finding that it had a sweet and slightly metallic taste. Enjoying it, Himiko decided to tease her boyfriend a little. Making sure that Izuku was looking at her, Izuku watched as Himiko opened her mouth to show the collected cum. She then made a show of swallowing it, miming as she made an exaggerated gulp, and reopening her mouth to show him it was all gone. Holy shit, kitten, Izuku swore, gobsmacked at just how CC his girlfriend was. Where did you learn to do that? Himiko giggled. It wasn't often that Izuku swore and kitten? That was new, there may have been a cucumber involved. She then quickly wrapped her lips around Izuku's cockhead again to get any remaining semen left on it and to make Izuku mmm again. Popping her lips as she finished, she also essed off the fingers she had been using to please herself and smiled. There, all clean. You are so hot. Thanks, Izzy baby. You are too, Himiko said. She then looked down, and her eyes widened. You're still strong? I thought it was supposed to take, like, 10 minutes to come back. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, it tends to take more than one ever since I got my quirk. Well, that makes the next part easier, Himiko said. Izuku voiced his confusion as Himiko got up and rummaged around in her discarded breathes. Izuku did enjoy the view as she bent over, though. When she turned back around, Himiko was holding a small square packet in her hand. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. It was a condom. Are you sure? Izuku asked. You want to go further? Himiko nodded, walking closer. Yeah. I know it's kinda soon, and we haven't even gone on a real date yet. But I want this. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Yeah. I've thought about this for a while too. Izuku admitted, but we won't need that. But, I mean, I'm on BRH control, but shouldn't we be really sure? Himiko said. Izuku blushed a little. There's a part of Quirk that I've never brought up with you or anyone aside from the doctor. As weird and random as this sounds, I can control whether or not my SE is active. Are you saying you can choose when you want to knock a girl up? Izuku tilted his head back and forth, more or less. Himiko considered that information for a moment, then tossed the condom over her shoulder and moved forward to embrace Izuku. Sounds good to me. She embraced him passionately. She then undid the buns in her hair, running her hand through it to straighten it out, revealing her hair to shoulder length. Izuku gripped her by the thighs and moved her back on the bed so her head was lying on the pillow. Lying on her as they continued to embrace, Izuku enjoyed the feeling of her naked BRS against his. Pulling away from her, Izuku looked her in the eyes. Are you ready? Himiko nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. Izuku used one hand to support himself and the other to line himself up with Himiko's opening. He spread apart her labia with the head of his PP and then dragged it up and down the length of her vagina, getting Himiko to let out a combination of a whine and Izzy, I thought we were done with the teasing. She looked him in the eyes as her hands clenched at the sheets above her head. Just put in. And to be gentle, please. Izuku nodded and slowly pushed the head of his PP into her. They aim them together as Izuku enters her. He wasn't even all the way in, and Himiko already felt better than she ever had, and the same went for Izuku. Her vagina felt like warm, wet silk around him. He stopped at about 4 inches. Are you okay, Himi? Himiko nodded rapidly. Just give me a moment. Izuku did so, yet it was strong to fight the instinct telling him to just start moving. They had barely begun, and it already felt so good. Getting another nod from Himiko, Izuku slowly moved in and out, getting another 4 inches inside her before he could feel himself hit the back of her vagina. When he hit that, Himiko ummed loudly. Faster. Please, go faster. Izuku listened to his girlfriend and sped up, the sound of their ahs and Izuku's hips hitting Himiko's, filling the room. along with the squelching of Izuku turning Himiko's PP into a puddle. Being their first time, it didn't take long for them to get lost in the pleasure, quickly abandoning the gentle SEC they had agreed on. "Oh God, Izzy, you're filling me so much," she shouted. "You're hitting my G-spot and the back of my CNT at the same time. You're splitting me apart. Please keep hitting me. Never stop. F me harder. F my little scene harder." Himiko had quite the mouth on her when she was lost in the throes of passion, but Izuku loved it. He started to move harder, even using some of his increased strength that he had been hesitant to use earlier. Himiko was bringing it out of him. "So you like it rough, kitten?" Izuku whispered in her ear. "You get off on me taking you however I want?" "Yes." Himiko shouted, "I like you being rough. I want you to pound this PP till I can't think straight. I don't want you to stop till you completely reshape my scene till it only remembers you." Izuku bit at her ear. "Well, whatever my kitten wants, my kitten gets," he growled, his voice low and husky. He let more of his supernatural strength bleed over, and with a few stronger moves, he felt something give in Himiko's PP, and he fully hilted himself inside her. Himiko could have sworn that her heart skipped a beat at that moment as her breath caught in her throat. She realized what had happened. "Oh God. Izzy. Baby. You're in my womb. You're in my womb. Coming. I'm coming." Izuku ummed at that. Himiko had very suddenly gotten even tighter as she came strong. The walls of her vgna fluttered and clenched around him. "Kitten, I'm getting close. You're gonna make me come again soon too." Himiko looked him in the eyes. Can I bite you? Your neck? I want a drink from there." Izuku nodded and lowered his position, and Himiko locked her legs around his waist and her arms around his shoulders. She liked his neck briefly before she latched on, her fangs easily piercing the skin. This was her first time drinking from someone's neck. She had only taken from arms and bags or vials before. Doing it this way felt very right. And the moment Izuku's BLD hit her tongue, she felt pure euphoria as she and Izuku came together. To Himiko's embarrassed pleasure, she found she loved the feeling of Izuku coming inside her. His cum felt warm in her womb. Himiko let go of Izuku's neck and lapped up the small rivulets of BLD from the puncture marks. After she did so, Izuku lowered his head to hers, touching their foreheads together, their breath mingling as they breathed heavily, and their eyes closed as they enjoyed the afterglow. Izuku smiled as he could hear and feel Himiko purr louder than she ever had before, so that kinda escalated. A small laugh escaped Himiko, just a little. "I wouldn't change a thing though. I thought that was perfect." "Me too." Izuku captured Himiko's lips for a gentle embrace. Still connected, Izuku rolled the two of them over, so Himiko was now on top and resting on his Himiko was still purring loudly. She wiggled a little as she snuggled farther into Izuku's ear, then gasped at what she felt. "Izzy, are you still strong?" "How the f—" "Yeah," Izuku said, "but don't worry. We don't have to go again. I love everything we've already done. I don't need more tonight." "No, I think I can go once more," Himiko told him. Not moving off his IT, Himiko began slowly rolling her hips against Izuku's and used exercises she had done to periodically contract her vgna around his PP. This was the gentle lovemaking they had just attempted. Neither of them lasted long. Both of their CCs were already overstimulated. With soft ms, they both came once more, not as explosively as they had before, but this time it felt much more NTMT. "I love you, Izzy," Himiko murmured as she drifted to sleep, still connected to Izuku. "I love you too, Himiko." In Momo's room, the girls of Class 1A were spread out on Momo's extremely large bed in their sleepwear as Himiko walked back and forth in front of a whiteboard, wearing a green army helmet. "So," Himiko began, "I would like to begin by thanking the goddess that is Momo for hosting this sleepover." There was a small cheer and some light clapping for the now blushing Momo. "My second point is this," Himiko said, then took a deep breath. "Izuku and I are dating now." The words came out in a rush, "have been for just over a week now." "OMG!" Cammy shouted, "Congrats, girl. I was wondering when you two were finally gonna get together officially. I think you two are very cute together, Caro." Nice pull, Jiro said. There was a noticeable blush on her cheeks as she avoided looking Himiko in the eyes. Her hearing was extremely good. Good enough to hear over some types of soundproofing. I am happy about your union, Momo told her. Awu, Melissa and Toru said at the same time. That's really cool, Mina said. I love love. Himiko smiled, thanks girls. But this brings me to the second announcement of the night. Himiko used the pointer in hand and tapped loudly against the whiteboard. My plan. There's nothing on there, Kyoka said. It's for dramatic effect? Himiko said, pouting and hanging her head. Respect the dramatic effect. Please. Kyoka rolled her eyes. Fine. I can do that. She gave Himiko a smirk, letting her know she was just messing with her. Thanks, Kyo. Himiko said, Momo, may I have some markers? Once she had acquired the requested markers, Himiko drew a big green heart on the board and a smaller red heart beside it, both connected by a red line. A pause for dramatic effect. Wanna share my boyfriend? With those who are interested. You want to what? The girls shouted at the same time. I want to share, Izzy. I know some of you are interested, and Izzy has such a big heart and so much love to give that I feel like this could work. Himiko explained, and I may be biased here, but I also think he deserves all the love he can handle. Kyoka, one of the only people capable of rational thought at the moment, raised her eyebrow as she tapped her jacks together. Are you talking about, like, pimping him out, or? Himiko giggled. Not like that. I was thinking more like polyamory, where we all date each other and all care about each other. You'd want to date us too? Buchako squeaked out. Duh, Himiko said, you are all like, super gorgeous. And I am so very pan. Buchako's blush deepened, as did the blush of a few of the other girls. Some of the girls were very clearly lost in thought. I never thought of this as a possibility. Momo thought, it's like some of my raunchier books. Could I really be a part of a relationship like this? Mina.exe has stopped working? Izuku is really cute. And I feel connected to him after we fought together, and I trust him. Can I do something like this? I've never put much stock in actually dating anyone. No one was really interested in me before I got my quirk. And I didn't like any of the suck-ups afterwards. Sue put her finger to her chin. I have no problem with polyamory. My auntie has 2 husbands. And well, Izuku is very attractive. I'm not sure I know him well enough to commit to anything right now. Sue explained, although his butt is super hot, and a girl has needs. I know, right? Himiko exclaimed, and you don't have to commit to anything right now. You can take your time and get to know him. Also, if you think his butt is hot now, you should see it and some of the girls' blushes had reduced. Those blushes were back and stronger than ever now. Oh wow. Cammy said, you mean you two have done it already? A perverted grin slowly grew across Himiko's face, and trust me when I say, I'm gonna need help. There's lots to work with. Those blushes reached unheard of levels of crimson. And purple for Mina. In the kitchen, the guys from Class 1A were sitting around the island sharing a pizza. So Himiko and I are dating, Izuku said around a mouthful of pizza. Just over a week now. There was a round of congratulations. You two are a very attractive couple, Kaminari told him. Thanks. 5 days? With 5 days left till the start of the sports festival, the class decided to take a bit of time off from their training for a night. Everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki was currently sprawled out in the common area. Their first bonding experience of the night? The class decided to paint each other's nails. So, any idea what color you want? Momo asked as she sat on the couch. Kaminari was sitting across from her, holding his hands out, palms down, rainbow. Momo arched an eyebrow. Are you sure? Rainbow. Momo giggled and, with her own rainbow sparkles, created the necessary colors to give Kaminari what he wanted. This was happening all around the room. Mina was painting Ida's nails a gray that matched his engines. You know, I enjoy this more than I thought I would, Ida said, examining his one completed hand. Ochako was painting Himiko's BLD red. Shoji ended up with purple nails, Sato had yellow, and Tokoyami, of course, went with black. The Chunibyo struck a pose with dark shadow to show off his nails, revelry in the dark. He smiled to himself as the class laughed. Gyros were painted by Cammy. The poor punk rocker may have been blushing with how close Cammy was. She ended up with silver nails, except for her middle fingers, which she had done in gold. Similar to Jiro, Momo ended up having all of her nails painted gold, Kaminari returning the favor. Melissa opted for a dark blue, done by Toru, and Toru ended up having her nails painted a baby blue, courtesy of Izuku, and a thermal imaging device made by Momo. Tsu and Mina both had green. Tsu opted for a forest green, whereas Mina went with a sparkly emerald. Himiko painted Ochako's a pink color that matched her beans. By the end, everyone had taken turns having their nails painted and painting someone else's. It was Jiro who painted Izuku's green. Kyoka called out, "Come here. I've got an idea for your nails." "Sure. What are you thinking?" Izuku asked. Kyoka smiled at him and grabbed one of his hands. "Just wait and see." She paints one hand with an off-white color and the other black. "All right, now do your changing thing." Izuku raised his eyebrows but did as she asked, and Kyoka got to watch her artistic vision come to life as Izuku's palette swap made it look like the colors had changed nails. Izuku examined his nails and then looked at Kyoka, impressed. "Well done." Kyoka shot him a pair of finger guns. Once everyone had their nails done, next on the agenda were snacks and a movie marathon. More specifically, a movie marathon with a mix of funny and scary movies. Occupying the main couch was Izuku, with Himiko curled up in his lap. She also happened to be softly purring, Momo on one side of him and Mina on the other. Beside Mina was Toru, and on the other side of Momo was Kyoka. On the ground in front of him was Ochako, leaning against his legs, with Tsu and Melissa sitting beside her and Cammy beside the blonde. And no, Izuku did not realize that he was surrounded by women. Literally, everyone else in the room did. The one thing that Izuku did notice was that whenever a jump scare happened, Mina would either latch onto either him or Toru. When Aizawa did a routine weekend checkup the next morning, he found the entire class passed out in the common area, the TV showing the main menu of the last movie they had watched. The teacher smiled and used his phone to take a picture of his students. He'd show it to them one day. Maybe in a scrapbook when they graduate,